Good morning, everyone, and welcome to NERC's Atlanta headquarters and 2023 in-person meetings. My name is Dan Hazelwood. I'm NERC's Senior AV Coordinator. I'm going to give you a couple little, some safety briefing and a couple little ideas here for the meeting. So first of all, if you haven't already figured it out, NERC's guest Wi-Fi is NERC ATL guest, and the password is on pads on the table. There's stickers on the table, so certainly you should be able to join the Wi-Fi. We ask that folks in the room do not join the WebEx meeting. We've got a very full WebEx folks out there that want to get in here, and we're glad y'all are here with us. So we want to go ahead and do that. For your moderators and panelists, these are push-to-talk mics, so you'll press to speak. The red light will come on, you'll speak, and then you'll go ahead and turn your mic off. To get to the restrooms, you'll leave these doors either through the back or through the side. You'll go down the hall, through the wooden double doors, past the elevators on your left are going to be the restrooms. You'll come back the same way that you left. In the case of a fire or fire drill, we've got floor wardens that will lead us to the door at the top of the stairs at the end of the hall. We would take it all the way, excuse me, to the bottom. In the case of hurricane or high winds, we do have some interior rooms that we would move to if we have any minor emergency leases at our front desk. We want to remind everyone that we are in a participation mode only here. Our panelists and our moderators are going to be the ones that are speaking the Q&A, and we're glad that you're here. Welcome to NERC, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Howard Google.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all, those that are online and also those that are here in the room, for coming to the FERC NERC Physical Security Technical Conference. I'm going to stall for a little bit while our first speakers go ahead and line up at the table behind me. But as you all know, recent events and events over the last couple of years have kind of pointed to the fact that this is a good conversation for us to have. And physical security, I think, is on everyone's mind, especially as it comes to this important infrastructure, electrical infrastructure. And so we've got some folks that are going to help us kind of set the tone, if you will, for the meeting, and then we'll get into the first panel for that. We have from FERC, the chair of the commission, Willie Phillips. We also have Jim Robb, who is the CEO here at NERC. We have Bridget Bartol, who's with the Department of Energy, and Matt Fodor, who is with the FBI. And so I will turn it over to Willie to start us out.
Thank you, Howard. It's interesting, when Howard looked down at the cue card, I was like, I used to be your lawyer. I think you know who I am. Everybody, good morning. It's so good to be here. I'd like to thank all of the FERC staff and all of the NERC staff and the team that have made this event possible today. This is a timely conference. We're here to discuss physical security of the bulk power system, including the adequacy of existing physical security controls, challenges, and solutions. I also want to thank the many panelists that are here today. After all, it is August, and I know that many of you are sacrificing important family time and rearranging some of your travel plans. For that, I thank you. Speaking of August, it is not lost on me that we are 4 days away from the 20th anniversary of the August 2003 blackout, which plunged into darkness more than 50 million people in parts of the northeastern and midwestern United States and Ontario, Canada, and lasted up to 4 days in some areas. Estimates of the total costs caused by the blackout in the United States range between $4 billion and $10 billion. Of course, significant progress has been made since 2003. Such progress has made our electric grid more reliable and resilient than the grid of 20 years ago. In the wake of the 2003 event, EPAC 2005 was passed. NERC was certified as the ERO, and we now have world-class mandatory reliability standards. While the causes of the 2003 blackout have been largely addressed through these actions, we continue to face new and emerging threats, and therefore, we must continue our efforts to ensure that the grid remains safe, reliable, and resilient. You have heard me say, time and time again, and you're going to hear me say it a lot more, that reliability is job number one. There is nothing more important than when customers go to the wall and hit the switch that the lights come on. And within reliability, my focus has always been on three key issues. Number one, protecting the grid from cyber and physical security attacks. Number 2, preparing for extreme weather. And 3, managing the changing resource mix. Which brings us to today's technical conference. In recent months, there has been an increase in the reports of physical attacks on electric substations that in some cases have resulted in costly customer outages. There have also been near misses, and thanks to the excellent work of our law enforcement partners, those potential attacks were unsuccessful. While we have been lucky in some respects, we must remain ever vigilant. As we all know, it is not a matter of if, but when there is another attack. That is why FERC issued an order last December directing NERC to conduct a study evaluating the adequacy of the applicability criteria set forth in the Physical Security Reliability Standard, the required risk assessment, having trouble talking this morning, and 3, whether a minimum level of physical security protection should be required. NERC's report to FERC recommended that the staff hold a technical conference, and I strongly agree with that recommendation then. That is why I directed our staff to make it a top priority to work with NERC on planning this event today. I look forward to the productive and insightful staff-led discussion, and I trust that you are in good hands with Eric, Cal, and Joe, and the rest of the team. But I also thought that it was important that I be here to help kick things off, because I want to underscore a couple things. One, how important this dialogue is. And the second thing I want to underscore is this. We can't do this alone. NERC can't do this alone. No one entity can do what we need to do to protect the integrity of the bulk power system from physical security attacks. We all have to work together. We all have to come together and understand what are the common risks that we have to approach. What are the next steps? And more important than anything, we have to make sure that we're moving together in the right direction at the same time. That's why we're here today. I'm so glad to be here with my friend Jim Robb. And so with that, I will turn it over to him for his opening remarks.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, everybody. Usually we do these in your house. It's nice to have one in our house for a change. And this is a very popular topic. We very quickly sold out our in-person registration. We have over 1,200 registrants to participate remotely. So that shows, I think, the breadth of interest both in the topic and the importance of getting this right. As you said, physical security of the bulk power system has long been a focus of FERC, of NERC, and at least over the last 10 years, we've spent lots of time working through what is the right approach to make sure that our critical infrastructure is properly protected. You know, we've always been a big advocate of a multi-dimensional approach to security, and I think that's one thing that stands the electric sector in uniquely good stead relative to other critical infrastructures. The fact that we do have mandatory and enforceable reliability standards, including critical infrastructure protection standards, a well-functioning ISAC that can get information out to the sector from our government partners quickly and in actionable format, and a very constructive relationship with the CEO-led ESCC to promote top-down industry leadership to addressing critical security topics, be they cyber or physical. You know, we absolutely believe that there's a mix of mandatory requirements and voluntary actions required on all aspects of reliability, but in security in particular. But we also need to recognize that there are costs associated with these protections, and they always need to be focused on where they're most effective. My friend Scott Aronson at EEI will often say we should protect diamonds like diamonds and pencils like pencils. And nobody wants to have an entity have to construct Fort Knox around a bag of pennies. At the same time, we also have to be cognizant about the difference between the money that we spend to protect versus the money we spend to be able to recover and recover quickly. And I think given the sprawling above-ground physical nature of the electric system, that's a really important balance to keep in mind when we think about physical security of our infrastructure. And I think one of the other things that's been very instructive is how embedded in electric system design the notion of resiliency, redundancy, and trying to minimize the presence of critical assets such that your exposure to the loss of a critical facility is minimized. And we've seen since the implementation of SIP 14, many large utilities take on the challenge of de-risking their system by building more redundancy into their system so that assets that would have been deemed critical 10 years ago today may not be viewed through that same lens. So today's conference, I think, represents a very critical step in this journey, in bolstering our approach to physical security for the power system. As noted in our 2023 reliability report, as the chairman mentioned, and as you've all seen in reports from the EISAC, we've definitely seen a step change increase in physical attacks on the electric infrastructure of the country. And the nature of those attacks has shifted from what used to be we would describe as vandalism, petty theft, copper theft, nuisance activity, to what now can only be described as attempts at sabotage. If you look at the events that occurred in Moore County, North Carolina, early December, in the Seattle-Tacoma area over Christmas. Earlier this year, the plot that the FBI thwarted outside of Baltimore and the recent attacks in Hell's Canyon, we're clearly seeing more determined, more informed, more aggressive forms of domestic terrorism looking at our infrastructure. And while none of these events have yet to occur to create any bulk power system issues that we're aware of, they did create lots of local disruption. And in cases where it's cold, over a major holiday, and these are things that we all need to take very, very seriously. We have 4 technical panels we're going to walk through today. The first one is going to focus in on SIP 14 and whether additional revisions beyond those that we've proposed in our report to FERC in April are wise to pursue. Panel 2 will focus on minimal security protections, which I know is a very hot topic and one that in my conversations with a number of state regulators is one that they are particularly interested in us exploring. In the afternoon, we're going to shift our focus to risk-based strategies with panels 3 and 4, because we've always recognized that a risk-based strategy for physical security is really important given the dollars that can be spent and consumed in protecting substations and being very thoughtful about the risk reduction that you get for that dollar that you spend. As the chairman said, events like this don't just happen. They're the result of a lot of hard work, so I do want to thank the FERC staff and the NERC staff for putting this on, and particularly the NERC AV staff. These things always seem like they should be very easy, but I'm always amazed at all of the technology work that has to be done behind the scenes. So Dan and Andy and everyone in our IT staff for pulling this together, we appreciate it. So in closing, I look forward to what we're going to learn today. I think one of the things that we did when we did our SIP 14 report is we recognized that we didn't have all the answers and that it was important for us to extend the data set and the insights to a broader community. So we appreciate the panelists being here today, particularly in August on a rainy day in Georgia. And again, thank you all for being here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bridget.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bridget Bartle. I'm Deputy Chief of Staff at the Department of Energy. It's great to be here with everyone and on behalf of Secretary Granholm and the administration to share the department's perspective on physical security for energy infrastructure. As many of you know, the department is focused on securing the nation's energy infrastructure against all hazards to ensure the resilient, reliable, and affordable movement of electricity and energy to consumers and businesses. It's why we appreciate and resonate with the opening comments of the FERC Chairman Phillips and NERC CEO Jim Robb. They too recognize the energy sector is what powers and fuels the operations of all critical infrastructure sectors. So whether intentional or not, a disruption in the energy system can and has a devastating impact to national security, the U.S. economy, and the safety and livelihoods of millions of Americans. We've unfortunately experienced these large-scale events in our past. It's the reason why Congress empowered FERC to designate the Electricity Reliability Organization through the Energy Policy Act of 2005. And now, following December 22, with the events in North Carolina, with gunfire at a substation that took out power for tens of thousands of people, we're once again recommitted to learning how to ensure our energy systems are robust and resilient. Together, we're all focused on how do we continue to improve our processes to keep the lights on against most situations, and it's clear the threats and hazards are evolving. That means we must be prepared to fend off adversarial cyber attacks and physical and kinetic attacks on our energy infrastructure assets and systems at any given moment. These diverse attack styles have the same objective in mind: to degrade and in some cases disrupt the normal, reliable operations of our system. And that means that as these threats have evolved, DOE has expanded our response scope the same way you're expanding yours. So the department's efforts to date have evolved in not just helping owners and operators mitigate the impact of cyber and physical attacks, we also have to examine the reliable operations and output of the energy manufacturing supply chains that the companies within the sector depend and maintain rely on for service. Securing our energy manufacturing supply chains includes not only identifying the critical equipment which utilities depend on, but also working in coordination with the owners and operators to understand the supply and demand flows, where critical shortages of equipment types may exist. And that's a tall order. It requires the Department of Energy and cross-government collaboration with the private sector to help solve. We're already seeing this kind of unique partnership on tough issues like supply chain constraints and distribution transformer or large power transformers. And while these are tough issues, we're seeing expectations and mentality shifts on what it means to be prepared and respond in real time. Given the increase in threats from a variety of sources, whether that is increased heat stress on infrastructure, advanced persistent threats on cyber actors, or motivated attackers, attempting physical compromise of infrastructure assets, we're working without interruption to best characterize the risks in the sector and the nation's need to address and maintain reliable operations. That's why DOE's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, or as you all know as CSER, is working across the department and across sectors to ensure the security ethos of the administration and the secretary are flowing down to all activities, large and small. While these efforts can take many shapes, they often have the same players: the industry subject matter experts, the security professionals working side and side with government colleagues, all with the shared goal of protecting our systems from the threats of today and being ready to focus on the development and transformation for the grid needs of tomorrow. We're ready when incidents occur to call on our partners, including our colleagues at the Department of Justice and the FBI, to find the perpetrators of these varying attacks. And the Department of Energy has a unique shared interest in securing energy infrastructure from disruption, as we're both a critical consumer of the power generated to support our national security activities at our national labs. But also the department is an owner and operator of electric transmission systems. So we're subject to the same electric reliability standards being discussed here today. The changes being discussed in the SIP 14 are important, and they provide the foundation for our national efforts to determine what facilities are critical for the reliable operations of our electric grid under a variety of operating conditions. From our perspective, what is and what is not a one-time determination and should be dynamically updated based on the configuration of the system and the end-use consumer requirements. It is our perspective that we need to adjust from one that is a system of reliability to one that takes into account the types of customers receiving power. So that critical customer stays online in a variety of operating conditions. For example, prioritizing transmission connected to a hospital complex in Houston or to a military base in California. Both customer types are important and they're uniquely considered as the industry assesses service delivery. In closing, I want to reinforce that the administration and the department's commitment to advancing the physical security of energy infrastructure assets and systems through advanced research, development, and deployment of new technologies, as well as through technical and policy engagement like here today and in forums that will happen across the country, means that we're not only showing up for discussion, but we're here to use the department's tools, technologies, resources, and capabilities to help America's electric utilities and sector lead with security and overcome these challenges. So thank you for having me here today.
This is my turn. My name is Matt Fodor. I'm a Deputy Assistant Director with the Counterterrorism Division of the FBI. I am here to scare you. I'm just kidding. It seems like it's efficiently done by my three colleagues over here, so I will keep my comments very brief. But I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of what our responsibility is in this forum. So as you know, the FBI is charged with combating recent threats targeting the U.S. infrastructure and equipment in the energy sector, specifically against the electrical transmission distribution center, substations and equipment. And it is my honor today to speak with you. This conference couldn't have come at a better time given the recent incidents targeting the U.S. electrical grid, which has caused significant damage to facilities, considerable financial losses to operators, and disruptions to customer service and emergency response services. While the FBI has certainly seen domestic violent extremists targeting the power grid, including most recently a subject of the Minneapolis division, Cameron Smith. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the news on that one. But he had shot up an electrical substation in North Dakota. On his way out, got stuck in the mud, left his truck, and fled on foot. We ended up capturing him and charging him federally. He's facing 20 years for causing over $4 million of damage. So the threat is out there. Now, that said, that particular case is being categorized as a domestic terrorism event. He seemed to have pro-environmental ideology, which, again, is part of our criteria for it being a domestic terrorism actor, which requires an actor to use or threaten the use of force in furtherance of a social or political goal. But the vast majority of these events are categorized as criminal events. Recently, as of last month, the FBI released a Homeland Intelligence bulletin that showed that we are tracking approximately 30 events from January 2020 to July 2023. Out of these events, 16 substations were attacked where there's been no motive. Criminal intent was the motive for 12 of these events, and domestic violent extremism was the likely motive for 2 of them. So it's a very small fraction that's actually domestic terrorism. I can't stress enough about the collaboration. I had the recent opportunity to be the special agent in charge over in the Denver field office and had the privilege of working with the DOE on an initiative the FBI is leading amongst several other entities, government entities, as part of our domestic D&I program. I would encourage you, if you haven't already, to engage your Department of Energy counterparts in the regions. They are a part of this committee, which meets on a quarterly basis. The reason why I mentioned Denver is the topic that we chose specifically was how do we work together to protect the infrastructure in place. So it is very critical that we have your participation in these groups because we can't do it without you. The challenges that we have, and DOE can probably speak to this better than anybody, is limited resources. And it was very interesting to me, especially being in Denver, just kind of the territory that individual covered. It's like a 6-person team. They just can't do this by themselves. So it has to really be a community effort. And with that comes you guys, right? You have to be part of this. You have to be able to be trained to detect the right attacks and bring those to the forefront of law enforcement so we can effectively manage them and bring resources to bear to solve those crimes and figure out who's the culprit. So if you haven't, again, already done this, please engage your DOE representative in your region and ask if there's anything you can do to participate in this group, this working group. We are happy to provide training, whatever you guys need to educate your workforce into detecting the threats better for us so we can be a better partner and find who's culpable. With that, thank you for having me. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry I missed out on the policy discussion. It sounds very, very interesting, but I'm sure you guys will have a good time. So thank you very much for having me.
I want to thank the 4 of you for setting the stage, if you will, for our meeting today. So thank you so much, and we will go forward. We will go forward. It would not be a FERC or NERC meeting if we didn't have legal disclaimers that happened at the beginning of it. So I'm going to ask counsel for FERC and NERC to please provide the typical words that we do.
Great. So it is NERC's policy and practice to obey the antitrust laws and to avoid all conduct that unreasonably restrains competition. This policy requires the avoidance of any conduct that violates or that might appear to violate the antitrust laws. Among other things, the antitrust laws forbid any agreement between or among competitors regarding prices, availability of service, product design, terms of sale, division of markets, allocation of customers, or any other activity that unreasonably restrains competition. It is the responsibility of every NERC participant and employee who may in any way affect NERC's compliance with the antitrust laws to carry out this commitment. Participants are reminded that this conference is public and broadcast via WebEx. This conference is being recorded and will be posted to NERC's website. Finally, participants in NERC events abide by the participant conduct policy, which states that participants in NERC events must act in a professional manner at all times, and that NERC events are not for commercial or personal purposes. Should you have any questions on these guidelines or policies, please reach out to me or other NERC staff so that we may direct your inquiry.
Hello, I'm Leanne Falgus. Ms. Jonathan First. We're from the Commission's Office of the General Counsel. As a reminder, the Commission staff's views are their own and do not necessarily represent the Commission's. We ask that speakers today refrain from discussing any proceedings that are currently pending before the Commission. In the event such a discussion arises, either Mr. First or I will interrupt the conversation and ask the speakers to move on to another topic. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Eric Vandenberg. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office for Electric Reliability at FERC. Welcome again. I think the last of our preliminaries here, and then we'll get to the good stuff. Howard and I just wanted to set the table really briefly and remind everybody why we're here, although I don't think anyone's forgotten. So just to recap, December 15th last year, the Commission issued an order directing NERC to submit a report within 120 days describing the adequacy of SIP 14. Importantly, the Commission noted their concern not just with the recent attacks in North Carolina, but also a spate of physical attacks across the United States. As part of that report, the Commission asked NERC to evaluate three things in particular. Number one, the adequacy of the applicability criteria. Number two, the adequacy of the risk assessment methodology in the standard. And number three, whether a level of minimum protection was needed for all bulk power system substations. And that report was filed in April of this year. And I'm going to let Howard briefly recap the contents of the report.
And the reason for that report is why we are here. NERC analyzed some information. We were able to provide answers to those three questions, and we're going to talk about the answers to those in each of the panels that we have today. But we recognize that, while we were able to look at a lot of information that both the EISAC had collected and we have collected over the years, that there is a collective brain trust out there that has a lot more information than what we would. So our recommendation was that we pull an industry group together of experts and begin to go through each one of these the topics that we have and ensure that we have some good answers for that. So first of all, I'd like to thank Lonnie, Terry, and Ryan for assembling the teams that we have for each one of these panels. You all have done an excellent job, and I look forward to the conversations that we have today. Our first panel today is looking at the effectiveness of SIP 14.3, and so I'm going to turn it over to our moderators, Teo Oyelade and Kyle Lyons, and they will. If you're on the first panel, if you could go ahead and come up to the table here, that would be great.
Well, good morning and welcome to Panel 1. I'm Kyle Lyons, Senior Manager of Compliance Assurance at NERC, and I'm joined today by my colleague and co-moderator, Tayo Oyelade, Deputy Director of the Division of Operations and Planning Standards at FERC. This panel will explore the facilities subject to reliability standard SIP 14-3, While the NERC report filed with the Commission did not recommend revising the applicability section of the standard at this time, the report determined that this could change based on additional information. Panelists will discuss whether the applicability section of Standard SIP 14-3 identifies the appropriate facilities to mitigate physical security risks to better assure reliable operation of the bulk power system. Panelists will also discuss whether additional types of substation configurations should be studied to determine risks and the possible need for required protections. We are going to move right into our questions for our panelists, and I would ask each of you to briefly introduce yourselves at the start of your remarks for the first question. First question will be a two-part question. The first part of it is the applicability section of SIP 14 properly determining transmission station substations to be assessed for instability, uncontrolled separation, or cascading within the interconnection? Specifically considering, are the correct facilities being addressed, and what topology or characteristics should the applicable facilities have to be subject to SIP 14? And the second part of that question being, what other assessments, such as TPL-1 planning assessments, may be used to identify an at-risk facility or group of facilities that should be considered for applicability under SIP 14. Considering how stringent those assessments are, any procedural differences between those assessments and the current SIP 14 R1 risk assessment, and whether SIP 14 should apply to entities other than those transmission owners or transmission operators to which the applicability section currently applies. And we'll go down the line. So Jamie, we'll start with you.
All right, thank you. Hi, Jamie Calderon. I'm in the Standards Department at NERC. Previously in compliance, do come from a utility with some transmission planning and system operating background. I was involved with the NERC report. In that report, we did evaluate the various criteria used in the current version of SIP 14 and found that the criteria was broad enough to cover those substations that would potentially fall out under the risk assessment as critical. To be very clear, a large majority of the substations that are identified as applicable and then studied within the SIP 14 risk assessment do not come out as critical. There was no indication in our analysis that expanding out that list of substations to review within the risk assessment by modifying the criteria, such as lowering the voltage thresholds, would find any additional substations that were critical to the interconnection. The NERC report noted that some additional items could be investigated further, such as modifications from planned system changes. As built sometimes differ from what planned system changes are, but we essentially found that the list of substations that were being reviewed within the risk assessment were appropriate for identifying those sites that were critical to the system. We're keeping in mind that that's the intent of SIP 14, that looking to find those critical stations is paramount. For the second part of this question, reliability coordinators, transmission planners, planning coordinators do have the ability to look at different types of planning studies and assessments. The types of studies that are mandated by NERC reliability standards, specifically TPL-1, don't go into the level of specificity for physical security events, taking out substations in aggregate based off of their physical proximity to different elements versus those that are electrically connected. Generally, in a transmission planning assessment, you'll see faults being studied. So that's the main difference between those types of assessments. They can be studied. Different types of scenarios can be studied. Single points of failure, such as loss of a gas pipeline that affects multiple generating facilities, is sometimes studied in those types of assessments. The types of studies that transmission planners choose to do vary greatly based off their own facts and circumstances. So SIP 14 does have somewhat of a specialized type of physical security and planning assessment study that's represented in those risk assessments.
Thank you. My name is Adam Gersnecker. I'm a managing principal consultant with Power Systems Engineering Services Division, part of Mitsubishi Electric. So we are the consulting arm of Mitsubishi Electric. I guess kind of what brought me here today is I do support these analysis for customers from the stability analysis perspective and the steady state analysis perspective since the standard really kind of became effective. I guess my response is for question one. is the applicability section. I kind of see it as a minimum screening approach. It's the analysis that is defined in the standard is relatively vague, and I see there's a lot of interpretation out there in terms of the level of analysis that's performed. The way that we have kind of looked at this standard is the time sequence of the event. So, you know, an attack occurs at T equals 0. There's a fault. There's some collapse of structure within the substation. You lose your local controls. You have to remote clear from your radial substations. You might run into angular instability. Maybe it's local. Maybe it propagates throughout the system in these stability studies. Maybe you run into protection trips associated with that for generation. Maybe some branches in the system. Some utilities have load shed within their stability models, so you might see kind of a low voltage pocket with some load shed that occurs throughout these stability analysis. And kind of what you see varies greatly throughout different TOs across the country from my experience. And I guess the next kind of thing we do with that is we take the output of the stability analysis, any lost generation, lost load, lost transmission topology, and we feed that into the steady state contingency along with the initial substation outage. So what we're looking at in steady state might already have, you know, 10,000 megawatts of gen loss at some point in time. So in terms of the applicability section, with the changes to system topology that we see nowadays with interconnection of IBRs, where now there's 230 kV lines with 3 breaker ring buses and connections on each side, you can kind of form these little bit larger aggregate pockets of generation along these lines, where now your power transfer maybe on one side of that event is a little bit bigger than it used to be historically before the, you know, kind of increase of IBRs. And with the weighting factor approach, you know, you might be overlooking some of those 230 kV lines that can form kind of a larger aggregate on one side of the outage. So I guess that's the work that we've done for various TOs is some of them have actually requested us to look at all BES substations within their system, perform the analysis, and the results of that analysis identify what is a critical facility within their footprint, and then they go into their physical hardening. And I guess with the kind of rolling into the TPL standard, you know, the SIP 14 standard has kind of a group of BES substations that are not evaluated, whereas the TPL standard, I feel, it really looks at everything. It doesn't have kind of a starting point that excludes certain facilities. So when we look at the TPL type standard, it's a reduced severity to what a SIP 14 event would be. There are extreme contingencies. I don't see those studied too often in the requests we get for this work from the stability and steady state side. And then the severity of the extreme events is far less than the actual assumptions for the SIP 14 events, where long duration three-phase faults might occur. I sometimes see protection trips are beyond a half a second, so that's, for stability, that's pretty significant. I think that is kind of my thoughts on that.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Rollison. I am the Assistant Director for the Risk Analysis, Resilience, and Recovery program within the Department of Energy's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response. For the ease of saying that name, I'm going to call it Caesar from now on. I've been at the department for the last since December of 2022, and previously had spent time at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency of the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Energy, and the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. So it's very nice to be back. In regards to this question, there is benefit from our perspective in expanding beyond traditional reliability focus areas of instability, uncontrolled separation or cascading to identify critical facilities that exist on the grid that consider not only the real-time usage of that, but also the threat to those facilities. As the department and CESR, the programmatic lead for the Defense Critical Electric Infrastructure Program, has a vested interest in ensuring that electricity supplies to critical defense facilities are reliable and uninterrupted, both during steady state as well as under conservative operations. This could be accounted for in a revision to SIP 14 that expands the criteria for assessment to consider the nature of transmission-connected loads at substations, and if those loads are providing a life-sustaining or national security function. As the grid evolves to accommodate an increasing generation capacity from distributed energy resources, analysis and assessment methods need to improve in tandem with this development to account for the dynamic nature of the grid. And lastly, and before I turn over to my other colleagues, really what we're seeing also is substations at the interface of the bulk electric system and the distribution system are increasingly important to maintaining a reliable, monitored flow of power from the generation to consumer. And these substations have been highlighted as an interface point, as we see with the attacks in Moore County, North Carolina. So I'll stop there and turn it over to my next colleague as well.
Good morning. I am Mark Rice from the Pacific Northwest National Labs. I lead a group of about 60 power system engineers called Electricity Security Group. We study power systems across all hazards and large values of contingency. So as it applies here, the answers align a lot with my colleague from DOE, Eric, and that is for the reliability of the bulk electric system, it does suffice. But as we talk about the need to clearly deliver electricity to loads, there could be more work to be done and to be looked at, and that needs to be evaluated in that way. As also pointed out previously, some of this gets into the question of what should be studied, and while TOP talks about that in way of the analysis we do for weather and other non-concurrent faults, it does not really talk about an active adversary and what their mental model is. So there is a need to look at other ways to study that and to think about that. And so with that.
Thanks, Mark. My name is Larry Fitzgerald. I'm the former wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals. Sorry, he got a better paycheck than I did. But I'm with TRC. I'm the Director of Security and Emergency Management with TRC. TRC is a 7,000-person engineering consulting firm. Probably 3/4 of our annual revenue is from the energy sector. In our perspective, and I'm also a certified protection professional and a physical security professional, so I actually am part of the R6 standard applicability when we're certifying as a third party. We kind of, as a consultant, we work in the space between the regulated and the regulator, so we're trying to help our clients, which are dozens of utilities, understand and how to protect their most critical assets under the SIP 14 standard. I have a couple comments with regard to the applicability. In some cases, I think it's done a good job, that being SIP 14. It's grabbed the largest percentage, I think, of critical sites, but it's missing others. We'll talk about that in some of the other questions. But I know entire states that operate at 115 kV. So I asked the question, given the evolving threatscape, given that some of the intent of some of the bad actors are to sow discontent, to cause blackouts, is it acceptable for an entire state, I'm talking about hospitals, emergency services, military installations, to go dark? Because they fall under the 200 kV standard. So I think that's worth thinking about. We work across several different critical sectors as TRC. Part of it is dealing with SIP 14 in the electric grid, but we work with gas pipelines. We work with high security or high risk chemical facilities. Now, if you look at the DHS CFAT standards for high risk chemical facilities, they actually develop tiers. Tier 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it's based on risk. And the risk is not only what can happen right there, but downstream risk. What are the things that are reliant upon a facility? And I think that's kind of missed in some cases. The other part of applicability I think is worth talking about. We get put in an awkward position for facilities, substations, and control centers that are only on the drawing board. They don't exist yet. They can't cause a cascading outage, but we're being asked to do an R4, do an R5, and as a CPP, certify that everything's copacetic and working well. I can't do that if I don't know what the connectivity between the substation and the monitoring center is. I can't do that if I can't see a camera view or know how a facility is actually going to look on the ground. And so I think in some cases we're applying the standard prematurely. I do agree, however, that if you're building a facility that is going to impact the BES, that it should meet the SIP 14 standards. I think there's a matter of timing, however. And so I wanted to talk about that. We're also being asked, there's some ambiguity in some of our clients about, does the R4, R5, R6 process need to be repeated every 30 months for facilities that have already been determined to be in scope? And I think that's a complicated question, in that if a facility, from our perspective, if a facility's gone through the R4, R5, and R6 process, and there was no real big findings, there's been no big changes to it, there's been no big incidents, I don't think you need to repeat that process again at a 30-month frequency. But some of our clients are being asked to do that. However, if a facility's undergone major renovations, if a facility had a lot of planned security measures that have not yet been implemented, it probably does make sense to take a clean look at it again at some sort of frequency. We do have an evolving threatscape. The objectives to protect the BES are not necessarily objectives of some of these fringe groups that are looking to collapse certain aspects of the grid. And, you know, their goals are met if they can take half a state and make it dark. I would argue that's not necessarily in our best interest as professionals trying to protect the livelihood and the way of life of this country. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Larry, and all of our panelists for the very insightful remarks. One follow-up question for Adam. In your written statement, as well as the opening statement that you just made, you suggested possibly doing away with the applicability section of SIG 14 and instead run a risk analysis on the entire bulk electric system, which would kind of get to the point I think Larry made about 115 kV system serving an entire state. So my question for you is, how much more involved will such an analysis be in terms of computational complexity, as well as the resource requirements to do such analysis relative to what we do now, which is working off of a subset of substations and stations? And the second part of that is, in your experience as a performing system analysis, what would you expect to see? Would there be stations that would otherwise be picked up in such an analysis which we would not see when we kind of go with the current applicability criteria? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. You know, as was pointed out, the 115 kV network, there's a lot of systems out there where they don't fall within the applicability section. You know, ERCOT 345 system for basically the entire bulk transmission backbone. I've seen 92 kV systems that are actually below the BESS definition for the NERC has. You know, all of those are interconnected with generation and critical load that are in their system. So, you know, there is potentially entire networks that kind of fall out of even needing to run this assessment with the current applicability section. We have had customers request analysis all in the applicability section, and customers also wanting to do a deep dive and to really know, are there critical facilities within their system that maybe don't meet the standard? As far as the level of extra effort to perform a system-wide analysis per se, where you're looking at every BES substation, you know, it might be 2 or 3 times the effort, and the base effort that we see for a lot of these is maybe 2 to 2.5 engineers fully applied for 3 to 4 months. So it's something that you can do with appropriate planning. You can get ahead of it. To perform these analysis by the time the transmission owner needs to meet their regulatory requirements for SIP 14. It does take a little bit more maybe engagement with whoever if you're gonna do the studies in-house or if you're gonna hire it out to a third party to perform these standards. I would get ahead of it so that you have sufficient time to do that deeper dive into the system. To answer the last question about what we might see come out of these analysis that look at more than is required in the applicability section, I think a lot of that depends on the approach of the analysis. The standard itself really wants you to look for a cascading impact for steady state stability. And I think I even saw a governor response in one of the NERC documents. And a lot of times when we are getting involved with customers in these standards, they maybe have kind of decoupled analysis where I had mentioned performing stability, and then the outcome of stability becomes an outage in steady state. So you might start a contingency with significant gen loss. So, there will be systems out there where, like we said, the 115 kV networks where you're not even looking into them at all potentially because of this applicability standard, where you might see local or system-wide instability potentially that would remove generation. Maybe you have generation protection trips. All of these IBR resources have voltage and frequency protection models in the stability models. Some systems do have under-voltage load shed just due to the maybe residential air conditioning being a significant factor in their footprint where they might be prone to Fitbird type response, fault-induced delayed voltage recovery. We've uncovered those in some of these analysis. And with some of these large offshore wind projects that connect to kind of coastal communities, you might have a transmission corridor that serves a load pocket, and you've taken out that transmission corridor, so maybe 1,000+ megawatts has to be redistributed through the sub-transmission network. So I think there's system-dependent type responses you might see from this, but I think there are real problems that we do see in these analysis.
Thank you. So we are going to go to the next question. And this one I'd like to start off with Jamie. As we heard from our speakers at the opening of this conference, it was clearly highlighted that recent physical security incidents, such as the one that was foiled in Baltimore, as well as the Moore County event in North Carolina, involved to some degree an attempt to take down multiple facilities in a coordinated fashion. So given the changing threat landscape, there are specific transmission stations or substation configurations that should be included in the applicability section of C14, including combination of stations or substations to represent coordinated attacks on multiple facilities. If so, what should those be and why?
Yeah, it's a great question. We're looking at different types of risks when we do any type of planning assessment. Prioritizing risks is something that has to happen at a wider area view. We don't look at everything the same. Same thing with how we approach this report and our response for multiple configurations within the risk assessment. CIP 14 is very focused on that identifying of critical sites, single substations that respond to electrical disruption in a very singular way. We often looked at the smoking hole type scenario that said the entire substation comes out at once. There's a lot of different transient dynamic responses that need to be studied during that type of event that may or may not be appropriate depending on multiple configurations, or multiple sites being attacked in a sequential order. There is an attack on one, it's able to respond, then there's attack on another, and then the system responds. So all 3 or 4 being taken out simultaneously isn't something that seems to be the same as a CIP 14 critical site substation event. That was one of the things that was in our mind. When we looked at CIP 14, everything that came back to ensuring that we're identifying those critical sites. There's not a particular other type of study, as other of the panelists have mentioned, that's covered within TPL or any other type of assessment that would look at these pockets and different configurations. Where is that done? It's not done in a particular study to date. SIP 14 doesn't look at attacks at, say, 3 or more facilities. There's questions, and I think some of the later panels will get into that as to what's appropriate, how do we look at a pocket, it's the 2 or 3 closest to each other. Planners and reliability coordinators are going to have a better idea as to their individual system needs, the facts and circumstances behind where their own points of failures are, and if we want to look at different types of configurations, it may not be appropriate for SIP 14. Assuring that we can find those critical sites still needs to be prioritized. No one likes to have their power go out. I personally have tons of candles and batteries just in case, but in the event that we have a wider area type of outage, because the SIP 14 critical site was taken out, that is a much larger risk and something that we want to ensure is prioritized.
So I think one of the challenges is that we're talking about here, and kind of bring a kind of few kind of points in here. So CSER oversees the Department of Energy's Electric Emergency Incident and Disturbance Report, which is our OE 417 data, which collects information on grid incidents as we're talking about threats. A specific note on the OE 417 is that this data is provided as a snapshot of incidents, but that should be as a full capture of incidents affecting electric grid infrastructure, because this is more of an on-demand survey, actually when an incident occurs. So in 2022, just for kind of comparison numbers, in 2022, there were 390 OE 417 reports. This compares to 387 in 2021 and 383 in 2020. So we have a small, we're fairly consistent. I have not seen the data yet for 2023 be publicly posted, but this is kind of where we are, and want to make sure that we are not using the SIP 14 as a proxy for something else, and really thinking through if we are trying to conflate 2 issues, I think, into one. One, we're trying to identify what is critical grid infrastructure. That is the key question. And then separately, what of that critical grid infrastructure needs to be protected or hardened? What we're doing right now with the SIP 14 activity is we're doing both in the same standard. We're saying that there's SIP 14, which has an applicability standard, which is tailored to identifying critical facilities, but it may not capture all critical facilities that we've identified, but it has become somewhat of a proxy. And I think there's an opportunity to think about how we disentangle this activity longer term to identify what is actually critical, and then what may require for SIP 14 kind of hardening is a subset of what is critical, or based upon the threat we're facing. And I just don't want to continue to kind of, for this discussion aspect, and kind of it'll be raised in, I think, panels later today, is how do we disentangle these? How do we come up with structures that can be consistent and be able to objectively identify what is critical but may not need hardening or may need hardening, because they may be 2 different aspects.
Thank you, Eric and Jamie. Okay, so Adam?
Yeah, thank you. The one thing we have seen for some of these requests is a grouping of substations that are within kind of a physical proximity to each other be studied for R1 assessments. I think the thoughts for the utility were, maybe line of sight or 0.1 miles, something relatively close. So we have looked at some groupings of substations that are various combinations. And then I think there's a constant evolution of what groupings might be reasonable based off of events that occur, or maybe information from intelligence and law enforcement. At the end of the day, there is a finite resource of time and people to look at combinations, so we want to use our time effectively, but I think we also want to kind of keep in mind trends that might occur too throughout, as we see events occur.
Thank you, Adam. One question for Jamie. If I understood you correctly, it's not a question that we need to think about coordinated attacks, just not within the purview of SIP 14. So my question is, do you have any insights on what standard we may be looking towards to kind of do this? And similarly maybe I'll stop there first and just have you respond to that before I go to somebody else. Thanks.
Sure. There's not a particular standard currently that requires it. So there would have to be a conversation as to where that would be done, if it would be some sort of a revision or a new type of study that is to be performed. These aren't questions that are going to be easily answered. When we're looking at multiple configurations, we want to make sure, I think was previously stated, to ensure that the solution and the study type align with the threat that is being analyzed. What is the goal? If it's physical hardening and prevention of damaged equipment, that's a very different type of study than one that could look at different types of resiliency measures. Previously stated during the opening session was looking at different types of transmission planning projects that could be implemented as a means to mitigate that type of potential adverse impact to the grid. So don't have an answer as to where that specific study should be performed. That is an open question at this time.
Thank you, Jamie. And Adam, you indicated that you often, or you sometimes get requests from entities to study stations in close proximity, typically within 0.1 mile of each other, but also recognize that it may be impractical to go beyond that. Is the impracticality coming from computational limitations, or what is the reason for that?
Yeah, these studies are, when you get into more severe events where you start to see maybe divergence in your stability simulations, if we are continuously growing out these lumping of generations, these clusters, the analysis can become pretty methodical and time-consuming to churn through the results and figure out, you know, where is the loss of synchronism? What is the cascading impact? We might see diverged simulations in stability where the runs don't even complete. That's where a lot of the time is wrapped up in these analysis, is taking the bit of information you get from these log files from CPS to CPS-LF and interpreting them. You know, where am I seeing angular instability? And then maybe making some assumptions of, this one has gone unstable, if we trip this, what's the next thing? So we're kind of creating a time series cascade. So the greater and greater number of transmission substations we remove, the more challenging it becomes to get through that analysis. So there's probably a point where you have looked at such a severe event, you are really unable to come up with a meaningful result other than divergence for all these different clusters.
I have one additional follow-up for Eric. You know, you mentioned separating out, you know, between identifying the critical infrastructure and then protecting it. You know, in your mind, beyond the current assessment criteria, which focuses really on instability, uncontrolled separation, and cascading, what additional kind of criteria is needed to be able to identify that critical infrastructure kind of beyond the look at those three, in your opinion?
Sure, not a problem. And so this is work that kind of goes on through a variety of mechanisms and forums that could be further leveraged and utilized by not only the industry, but also kind of states as well, as they kind of evaluate these activities. Some of these programs exist not only at the Department of Energy, but also at the Department of Homeland Security, identifying critical infrastructure, whether that's the National Critical Infrastructure Prioritization Program, which is a program definitely which is identified by statute to identify what critical infrastructure exists in coordination with state bodies. But separately, and that's kind of state Homeland Security advisors, separately, it's also, we've worked very hard at the department to identify not only what are critical defense facilities, but also what's the infrastructure supporting those critical defense facilities. And these are opportunities to actually bring in those additional, I would say, layers or fidelity to actually identify infrastructure or systems that may be important or may need to be captured by SIP-14 that are not currently covered in. Separately, if a utility doesn't serve any critical infrastructure, I'd be hard to find, but also that it doesn't support a critical defense facility, well, there are other lifeline sustaining functions. Maybe there is a transmission-connected lifeline service load, whether that is a hospital, a telecommunications hub. We have to think through a variety of aspects that we can bring the power of the the entire federal government forward to help with utility planning and provide better insight and awareness of where those critical loads exist and how we can best serve them under a variety of contingency states.
All right. We are going to move on to the next question, which I think we've kind of set up well. And I'm going to start with Adam for this one. But the question is, should potential load loss or generation loss, be considered in addition to some of the other assessment criteria we were just talking about? And if so, why? And how would potential impact be determined? For example, how would potential load loss be determined, as an impact similar to instability, uncontrolled separation, or cascading?
Yeah. The generation loss that we might experience in these analysis, would be driven by angular instability, protection trips for maybe voltage and frequency protection. Maybe you lose a line and you've islanded a unit. Load loss, with the same concept of maybe losing a line, maybe you island a pocket of generation or of load, sorry. Maybe you have radio load connected off of a feeder and that's islanded as well. In the stability analysis, there's also potential undervoltage load shed that could occur throughout that analysis. So there's steady state load loss and there's potentially dynamic stability load loss depending on the utility, how they model their system. I guess I find the results of the analysis really need to dictate what the generation of load loss is. You might have localized instability. You might find an event where you have system-wide instability that propagates outside the TO's footprint, and there might be just diverged solutions, as I mentioned earlier. So I think the load loss and generation loss is something of interest to utilities when we perform these analysis. We do indicate what is the megawatt loss and try to give an idea for where would that occur for that specific event, in case they want to look at hardening or altering. As far as the magnitude of load or generation is lost, I haven't seen a utility necessarily have a threshold for that. We might see that there's generation loss that the system can withstand instability and then moving into a steady state time frame. Other events, we might see certain generators or just there's a propagation of angular instability in these analysis where we eventually see kind of system-wide instability. The system won't recover after that much generation has been lost. So there's kind of some result dependence there, I would say, that needs to be looked at.
So I guess when we talk about this, I look at the generation loss as loss of stability or the ability to support the stability of the grid in both reactive power and other items that come along with those generators. And so that is definitely covered at the wide area level. The load loss is really a question about how important is that load? And as someone with the Pacific Northwest National Labs or under DOE, there are certain criteria we really care about that we look at. But as already mentioned, our economy runs on electricity. So we have a lot of things that grind to a halt when the load isn't being served. And so we do need to consider that as a industry. But that being said, on load loss and physical damage, I guess the question becomes, what's our time to restoration? And are we properly prepared for restore times? Because they typically don't cascade into the same kind of impacts as generation loss at a wide scale level. But we still need to ensure that we are still maintaining our reputation of high nines and high reliability as we look at this. And so that is really the secondary question there as we evaluate the evolving risk. And the biggest part is that this is all evolving. Our threat actors are continuing to increase, and methods are increasing above what was used in North Carolina that could be used. And so all of that leads us to a risk-based approach to this, more so than a static analysis.
Yeah, total load loss and generation loss are very commonly used in planning assessment criteria. When you're looking at a wider area, designation of cascading is generally something that needs to be defined. When have you declared that cascading occurs? Is it after a certain number of thermal overloads that occur and then the system's allowed to respond? At a certain point, there's also a total number of megawatts loss of load or generation that are commonly used. This is type of criteria that's assigned generally by reliability coordinators or planning coordinators at these higher levels. Those may or may not be used within current FIP 14 risk assessments. Many that we saw within the Compliance Monitoring Enforcement Program when we were reviewing different risk assessments that were performed, some had this type of criteria defined by their reliability coordinators and they co-opted that criteria. Some did not, or did not have a very clear understanding of the basis of that criteria, even though they were using that criteria. So that type of consideration and nuance is important to ensure that the risk assessments that are being performed are done in a meaningful way, and we're looking at the right things. One of the current open standards projects that actually just initiated, Project 2023-06, is focused on refinement language to the risk assessment. One of the asks from that project is having a clear basis of documentation, methodology used, what criteria is used, and ensuring that's provided within the risk assessment that's done. There's some other language in there, but including in total and generation loss is something that is just a general practice for designation of cascading.
Thank you, Jamie. So just to be clear, I think what I'm hearing is that entity risk assessment to Jamie will be more robust if it includes some measure of load or generation loss consistent with the associated reliability coordinator or planning coordinator's criteria. And this ongoing project would actually clarify SIP 14 in that regard. Do I have that right?
Maybe not robust would be the word. It would be the consistency between entities' criteria applied with the reliability coordinators does seem appropriate.
Thank you.
The only thing I'll caution on kind of, while I have really made the point that the consideration of the end-use load, my concern is that we're going to set, that the process sets some default criteria of what that, like the load loss or the generation loss could be, that is not tailored to the operational area of where the entity operates. And you could have very different situations that exist here in Atlanta, in the Northeast, or the Pacific Northwest, that if you introduced a single baseline criteria, it may not capture kind of the inherent operational characteristics of that system and what is critical and needs to be protected.
One follow-up question for Mark. You had noted, a risk-based approach would be needed. In your opinion, what types of considerations would you expect to kind of go into that risk-based approach?
The engineering answer is it depends, but I mean, this is something that I think is incredibly localized, and there probably needs to be a better conversation in between our bulk electric system, the load serving entities that are capturing that, and understanding what is the electricity being consumed for. We've mentioned hospitals, we've mentioned Army bases and things like this. And I know in talking to some utilities at the transmission level, they have no clue what the load is. And they don't know that it's identified as critical to someone downstream. And so we have to get that information into our systems or into our evaluations before I can do the next step of evaluating risk. And it does evolve. I come from more of an operations background, so I say I care about the next 24 hours, and we're in planning now, so we're looking 5, 10, 15 years out. And so we have the ability to improve design and mitigate things at design level, while I have typically done more triaging at the 24-hour level of I will accept certain losses to ensure the grid continues to operate tomorrow in a reliable fashion. And so I say that to highlight that risk really does depend on what levers I have for protection too. And that's one of the things as we talk about going to more and more places under study, I assume a more and more advanced adversary, which makes me wonder what is our mitigation strategy for that. Current mitigations may not be what's necessary for a more advanced adversary as we go down that path. So doing those studies, are they necessary or are they helpful? Again, in operations, we'd say it as creating an alarm that we don't have a solution to. So we've just told you the sky is falling without telling you how to keep it up. And we need to, we have limited resources, so we shouldn't study all things.
Thank you, Mark. So we're going to move to the next question, and I'd like to start this one off with Larry. Larry, in your written statement, you mentioned certain security operations centers, as well as secondary transmission control centers that may actually serve as primary facilities to monitor security systems, but themselves are not addressed in the applicability determination by some utilities due to some ambiguity in the standard itself. Would you please expatiate on that? And more specifically, should facilities that perform physical security monitoring functions that are not currently subject to SIP 14 be covered by the standard as well? If so, what criteria should we use?
Thank you, Teo. The standard is pretty clear if it's a transmission control center, switchyard, substation, et cetera, that it's in scope. Physical security strategies typically rely on the deter, detect, delay, assess, communicate, respond. Security operations centers are integral to at least the detection, the assess, the response, communicate, all of that. They are not explicitly called out as in scope. So in theory, you could have a substation with all types of electronic measures being monitored by a third party, being monitored at some off-site location that it itself is not secure or minimally secure, or worse, it's ineffectual in its ability to perform the function that it is intended to do. For example, if there's a communication connectivity issue between a substation and a SOC, we are not mandated under the standard to consider that. We look at the site, the substation, and see various types of electronics, and without explicitly defining that the other end of that wire is part of that process, I think it's a gap. Now, most of our clients are understanding that it's sort of a front-to-back, performance-based, but the standard is unclear. And I think that's an issue, frankly, that if the standard called out the entire apparatus as being part of the SIP 14 protocol, I think that would help lend some clarity to that. Now, some utilities that we work with, their primary control center is their SOC, or it's right next door or whatever. Others, it's a separate place, maybe a state or two away or whatever. And as utilities are reaching out to us to help them in the R4, R5, R6 aspects of the SIP 14 standard, we're often in a position of explaining, even though the SOC is not called out, we need to look at it. And I think, and sometimes utilities are a little bit taken aback at that, like, well, it's not in the standard. And I think it would be I think the intent of the standard is it should be, but it's not called out. And so that's, I think, an important revision that I would advocate for.
There are other physical security standards, reliability standards that deal with physical access. I think it's important to keep in mind when we're looking at the functions, the goals of SIP 14, having the control center protected in those critical assets. But there are other physical security type standards. SIP 6 provides coverage via cyber systems, physical access, requiring development and implementation of security plans to protect such devices. SIP 3 requires security management controls, as well includes requirements regarding physical security of low impact via cyber systems. SIP 4 requires training of personnel, et cetera. So I think any type of overall assessment of concerns for the SOC should keep in mind the other SIP standards as well that deal with physical access, control capability, and anything dealing with personnel and sites with personnel in it versus maybe remote substations.
I just wanted to add to that, Jamie, that I understand some of those standards do apply, but as particularly in the R6 aspect of SIP 14, as a third-party independent review, if it's not specifically called out in the SIP 14 standard, we're in a position of sometimes having to make the case that we need to see the other end of that wire. We need to see that the cameras actually work. We need to see that there's connectivity between a BES sub and wherever all those security devices, be it access control, be it gunshot detection, be it whatever, that's actually working as intended. Without that called out in the standard, we're in a position of having to take it on faith that all that stuff out in the field is actually working if we can't actually go to the other end of it and see it. That's my argument on that. So.
Thank you, Larry.
One follow-up question for Larry. What type of expectations do you think should be established for the integration of the SOC into the standard? Are you looking for something similar to how control centers are considered in the current standard, or some other type of expectations that you think need to be developed around how the SOCs will be integrated into the standard?
I think it should be a performance-based approach in that it's just a verification that, one, the SOC is secure and the SOC is operating as intended. In some places, the SOC is actually ancillary. The primary control centers do a lot of the monitoring for some of the security apparatus. In other instances, the primary control is not doing that, and it's maybe even outsourced to a third party. And if it's a third party, I think as the R6 reviewer, we need to go to that third party site. We need to know that alarms are being prioritized, that it has the ability to function as one would expect a normal SOC to function. And we've seen them all over the board, frankly. And I think some clarity in the standard, just calling out that is a specific expectation. If you're relying on a SOC, if you don't have a SOC, then it's not a big deal. If it's all in the primary control center, I think it's covered. But any part of that taxonomy of deter, detect, delay, assess, all of that, if your SOC is primary on any aspect of that, I think it should be called out as in scope. If it's ancillary, secondary, and it's being covered elsewhere, then I think that's fine. But there's a gap, and I think that needs to be addressed.
So, I hesitate to bring this up, but
this kind of reinforces kind of what is actually critical to maintaining reliability and maintaining the delivery of power to end-use customers. And focusing on that and the effectiveness of that, what I don't want to encourage is kind of coverage of everything and anything that may have a primary or tangential relationship to actually delivering power, because I think all of us can collectively put our knowledge together in this room and identify lots of things that are critical. But we need to actually take not only a performance-based kind of outcome focus, but also a threat-informed approach. Is there actually a threat to kind of these facilities? Has there been? Is this something that people are going to look to target? Typically not. These are, depending on where the location is, I think there's a lot of additional criteria, and that's kind of why I introduced the comment earlier about we need to potentially separate what is actually critical for the operations of the system from what actually needs protection and hardening applied to it. And that's why I think that we need to kind of not lose sight of the end goal of the protection and hardening aspect of what we're trying to accomplish versus kind of identifying what's critical, because I think we can identify a lot more what is critical versus actually what actually needs investment for hardening and overall resilience to a variety of threats and hazards.
If the SOC is overloaded with activity and a alarm from a BES sub comes in, and it's one of 3,000 alarms they've got that last half hour, that's a problem unless it's prioritized. If the connectivity from that BES sub is intermittent, and we've seen it, where an alarm occurs out there and it is not received by the SOC, or the SOC cannot pull up a camera view because connection is down, that happens from time to time. And we understand that. If it happens on an ongoing, regular basis, such that the SOC loses connectivity more than it has connectivity, I would argue the electronic systems out in that substation are not doing their job. So if you have access controls on the control house in a sub, and the SOC can't see that access control, or you have ground-based radar or gunshot detection or whatever it is, or cameras, and the SOC has intermittent connection to that facility, that's a problem. And I think that's where it impacts reliability, because if it's down a lot of the time, you may not detect an event in a timely manner, or be able to assess it or respond to it. So that's kind of where I'm getting at. Thank you.
Looks like everyone wants to say something else. Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to go to the VIPs from FERC and NERC and others on the front row seat to see if they have any questions of our panelists, and then we could come back to you after that. Any questions?
Thanks, Tyler. I think that's the first time I've ever been called a VIP. Eric Vandenberg, Deputy Director of Office of Electric Reliability at FERC. So thank you. This is a really great discussion. One thing I wanted to just put a finer point on was, I think Eric mentioned that, you know, there's kind of a technical issue and a policy issue here. The way I think of ZIP 14 is it's really about identifying and protecting those crown jewels of the system, right? It's those stations where we're worried about widespread cascading, instability, and control separation, et cetera. So, you know, I think particularly Adam and Larry talked about some benefits of expanding the criteria. I think you both made allusions to, you know, right now, given the applicability criteria, there might be some things that utilities are not seeing, maybe some localized voltage issues, some, you know, some cascading. You know, the impression I got from your comments was that there might be those issues, but they sounded localized, more localized in nature. So I guess my question, just to put a finer point on it, is, are we missing crown jewels because of the applicability criteria?
I guess from a studies engineer perspective, I can't say with confidence until we've run the analysis and identified, you know, if there are some of those outliers out there where this looks kind of benign here, but there is some, you know, maybe the electrical proximity of that station to some critical units is closer than we realize. So an event here might start to pull the unit out of synchronism and then propagate potentially. I guess a lot of my comments were focused around some of the worst events that I've seen, you know, throughout these analysis. So there is a level of results you see in these studies where the results are very benign. You see localized instability, not a big deal. The system can accommodate that. You know, there's an additional level of effort to screen everything, but until you've done it once, you know, it's not a definitive. I guess we're not totally certain. So.
In some of our, well, let me preface this by saying I live on a lake in Maine, and the last pole in the line is in my driveway. So, okay, I'm buying a whole house generator anyway. We have worked for some clients that we see military, emergency services, state level EMA kind of things that are in areas that would fall under the SIP 14 applicability. And so, and maybe that's okay. My job is to raise the point. And as collectively we say, it's okay if state X goes down. I don't think it is, but that's a policy decision. So my goal here is to just bring some of this up for consideration, because I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think SIP 14 accomplished a lot. I think there's some fine tuning around the edges. I think there are some things that in the push to get it in place, you kind of had to get 80-90% of it, right? And I think it did that. But I think there are things that are not picked up. And Adam, you know, pointed to some of that. I'm pointing to some of that, and you know, it's for consideration. So, go ahead.
I think as we look at these regulations, we look at our crown jewels as internal to the bulk electric system, which is very important, and we need to maintain that. But I would ask us to kind of take a larger societal view on what our crown jewels are too, as the dependency of electricity continues to increase. I think that's the third time I've said that, but it is something that does keep me awake at night, of how many things require electrons to flow to work. And so that the question of the crown jewels is very valid. I just think sometimes we're too narrow focused on what that definition is.
Well said.
I just want to add and re-clarify that some of the work to refine that risk assessment language, ensure consistency, that dynamic studies are performed effectively, and that the risk assessments that are being performed against the current sites is robust and consistently robust. So that effort's underway. The idea of ensuring that the critical assets are protected and these other, like multiple configurations, additional sites, want to make sure that there's a distinction between that when we're looking at the crown jewels per se. Our report identified that the current applicability list does seem to be appropriate, but you know, we did have some refinement needed for the risk assessment language. So we put a lot of focus there. So currently at this time, yeah, we're not seeing that any particular crown jewels are missing from the applicability section of SIP 14.
So since everyone talked, I figured I should say something as well. I would say that we're getting very focused on a standard to solve all problems and trying to not make this be the solve for every type of solution that we have here. There are a variety of other venues to accomplish physical security enhancements, whether they're IEEE, whether they're just guidance documents. I don't want us to think that reliability standards are the end-all be-all. From the department's perspective, and that NERC's applicability is in the contiguous 48 states, the lower 48 states. From the Department of Energy's perspective, we also have to consider broader perspectives, whether that is Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, Puerto Rico, and thinking about how those different systems operate. How can we take attributes of what we're doing in the lower 48, transition it to those areas as well, and use those opportunities as well as like what work there that may work on kind of the mainland as well. So trying to not think that the reliability centers are the only way to accomplish this, that there are other ways that maybe we can approach this problem to identify and harden critical facilities on the grid as well.
Thank you all. Really appreciate that. And yeah, that policy question of, what is critical, those other gradations of critical. Looking forward to digging into that on the next panel. Thank you.
This is Howard Google, Vice President of Compliance Assurance and Registration at NERC. Eric, thanks for setting up the final two panels for today, because I think we'll have a lot of really good context around that and the extra standard work that I think a lot of folks are doing. So one question that I have for you, I've heard a lot of conversations about load loss and generation loss, and one approach that we take in TPL-1 is, forcing a conversation about load loss to occur between those that do the analysis and public service commissions that are responsible for, making sure that load is covered and cost recovery, if you will. Would it make sense to embed something like that approach in the SIP 14 standard, where if you did the analysis and you saw, hey, there's going to be X amount of load loss, to have a conversation with the state, if you will, or whoever's responsible for cost recovery, to say, is it prudent for the ratepayers to be able to cover the cost for this? Is this something that rises to a high enough risk that we think as a public service commission or whoever's responsible for doing that, yeah, it's something that should be covered and put into the rates?
I'll jump on that one. I always think I don't know if there's a need for a requirement to state that. I think that's part of good utility practice, to kind of have those ongoing and continued discussions with regulatory bodies. However, in certain states that we have already noticed that this has moved beyond just a NERC-FERC discussion, that there is at state level, whether that's North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, that there are kind of proposals to actually put in place more rigorous physical security activities, and this is going to be a requirement for the entities and utilities working in coordination of those states. I think there's an opportunity to kind of talk about best practices. How do you get the public utility commissions informed on the work that's going on, and how does that inform not only the current strategy, but the longer-term rate recovery strategy as well? Because I think there's potentially a misplaced perception that that utilities are going to just be doing this because it's good business practice. There needs to be rate recovery because there is a sensitivity with overall electricity prices on a variety of areas. And depending on where you live, there's different sensitivities of what the state commission is focused on. Whether in certain areas it's focused on economic development and keeping regulatory barriers low, versus other areas that are looking for a higher level of reliability because of X, Y, or Z.
Thank you, Eric.
I think one of the questions that I asked, the reasons that I asked the question was, we face a problem sometimes, and really even the discussions on the panel today, that if something isn't explicitly stated in the standard, that nobody's doing it. And so that was the reason I asked the question was, is it something that needs to be explicit, or how do you get that information out to I guess, folks at large, that the work is still being done, it's just not codified in a mandatory and enforceable reliability standard?
Jump on that. That's why I think that it's part of good business practice, and I've heard that too. That if it's not explicitly stated, but I don't think that we should be thinking about what the standards are attempting to accomplish here. Attempting to kind of encourage business practices, as I think that's beyond the scope of what a standard should be. I think it should be kind of guidance that the commissions, and maybe that's a longer and larger conversation with NERC or kind of the public utility commissions to kind of go, how do we best inform you of here's all the work that's ongoing, how is the traceability, and it may be a longer discussion with a variety of panels under NERC, that whether that's on the electricity or kind of overall energy reliability of the work that's ongoing, and it may be an opportunity for NERC to engage, FERC to engage, and I know both of you do engage already in those forums, to more kind kind of just drive a panel on this is what we're doing with utilities. Here's kind of leading practices that we've seen. Here are the gaps in what we've kind of experienced, and here's where we think that you can fit into this overall puzzle to help us advance both grid security but also electric reliability as well.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks. And I would take one, I think we have time for one more question, and I go to my boss, of course, Mark Adley. I saw your hand was raised, or Joe McClellan.
Hi, it's Joe McClellan from Office of Energy Infrastructure Security at FERC. Just a question for the panel. How does the standard, or how should the standard consider changes in operating conditions, such as, say, a shift to renewables or increased interdependencies, say with natural gas and telecommunications, or even extreme weather events that could cause the grid to operate in sort of a decreased capacity for extended periods of time?
Yeah, I think the standard today is really looking at, it's kind of the minimum of let's even the playing field across the industry so people could, meet this certain requirement. But we're seeing the changes in the transmission system going to, 50% renewable integration or more in 2040 for different utilities. The connections are changing. There's IVRs where we never used to have, control points now within the system. I think part of the standard that maybe TPL does, in my mind, a little bit better job addressing is it kind of gives a definitive analysis approach of what needs to be done, what needs to be in your analysis, what exactly do you need to study, and what's acceptable, and what different fault types. And SIP 14, because it has intentionally been left kind of high levels so the utility can interpret what's important for them, there probably needs to be at least some guide rails to help, set that minimum benchmark for the industry within that standard.
Yeah, I'd say some of the standards that we saw, pretty much most of the ones that we reviewed, the risk assessments that were reviewed, were looking at most of your cases being your summer peak load, where you have less bandwidth of available resources. Granted, there's other scenarios that are generally studied in other studies where you have, say, like a high wind, low load situation, and you're going to have maybe a different type of transient response, but you do have more availability of other resources. So there's going to be facts and circumstances that may differ. It's why we look at different types of scenarios in the planning world. For SIP 14 specifically, there could be language in regards to where the risk assessment moves to ensure that the study that's studied is actually the most severe contingency that could occur. We look at that smoking hole scenario for the same reason, where we're looking for the largest loss of capability and have the widest swing in your transient response. It's the very reason of pushing the direction in there, that type of scenario. So again, yeah, there's still some additional specificity that could be added to assure that we have a wide area view of the types of risks during that type of scenario.
I want to thank our panelists and moderators for this great discussion that we've had. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We are going to be taking a break until the top of the hour. And so we do, because of the tight schedule, we do want to make sure that we start promptly at 11 o'clock for those of you on Eastern Time, top of the hour for those that are joining us on the web. Thank you so much, and we will be back.
Check 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2.
Ready to go to talk? Check 1, 2. This is about how far you'd like to be away from your mouth when you're talking. But some check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Here you go. Hey guys, how's it going? Check 1, 2. Okay.
Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
I'm going to give the 1 minute warning here, folks, so we need to start finding our places soon.
It's interfering with the signal for this to talk to its base. Oh, so.
Okay, if I could go ahead and get the panel 2 folks to come up to the table, and if everybody else could grab their seat, that way we can stay on schedule. Yeah, go ahead. And I don't see Lonnie here. Yeah. Hey, Adam, is Lonnie out there? There he is. right. Hopefully we had a good time to be able to talk and discuss some of the things that were talked about on that first panel. And now we're going into the second one, which we'll be talking about whether or not there's a minimum level of protection that should be done for all substations. And for that, we have assembled a panel up here to talk through that, and we have a couple of moderators, Kaboyo Bajona and Lonnie Ratcliffe. So Lonnie, take it away.
Thank you, Howard. I appreciate it. That was a great first panel. So, the bar's been set. So here we go. My name is Lonnie Ratcliffe, Director of Compliance Assurance Certification here at NERC. With me is Kaboya. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. But welcome to Travis Moran from CERC, Mike Melvin from EEI representing EEI and Exelon Energy, Kathy Judge, EEI and National Grid, and Jackie Flowers, Tacoma Public Utilities. The purpose of this panel, we'd like to start it with that, is discuss the reliability goal to be achieved and based on what goal, what, if any, mandatory minimum resiliency or security protection should be required against facility attacks, for example, site hardening, ballistic protection, etc. This panel will discuss the scope of reliability, resilience, and security measures that are inclusive of a robust, effective, and risk-informed approach to reducing physical security risks. The panel will also consider whether any minimal protections should be tiered and discuss the appropriate criteria for a tiered approach. I'm going to hand it over to Kaboya to start with the questions.
Thank you, Lonnie. The first question is a two-part question. What is our reliability goal, and what are we protecting against to ensure grid reliability beyond the current standard? So we can start with Jackie.
Oh, green. Got it. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you all today. As mentioned, my name is Jackie Flowers. I'm Director CEO of Tacoma Public Utilities. I'm also here representing the American Public Power Association as well as the Large Public Power Council, of which we are members. And just wanted to, share that we share the interest and concern around reliability and maintaining not only reliability for our customers, but protection of the investment of our infrastructure systems that we have built over decades plus. It is an interesting time in this industry, and we recognize that we have a very significant, evolving threat scene, if you will. So there's obviously a variety of new threat vectors that are appearing. And for us, central to all of this is reliability and resilience, not only our ability to keep the lights on, but importantly, when something happens, whether it's a saboteur or whether it's weather-related or, whatever the specific risk mechanism may be, that ability to respond quickly and restore power with minimal disruption and hopefully minimal impact to our infrastructure. Having gone through the situation, the Christmas Day situation, as was mentioned by NERC CEO Jim Robb, just want to share that, for us, we recognize that we can't predict and protect against every risk. What we need to do is maintain a good, strong, resilient risk assessment methodology, a continuous improvement mindset, and continuously work our network of resources throughout our industry to share information. And that's why I feel like conversations like this are important. We need to be adaptable and flexible with our risk-based response to security threats. It's key to our reliability. We believe that a uniform, bright-line set of physical security measures is unlikely to offer as effective of an approach because of the varied site-specific conditions and varied risks that we have from infrastructure to infrastructure. So it's very important that utilities are at the table and part of identifying what those risks are and including in their methodology evolutionary responses to the evolving risk threat profile. And then also just want to share that, partnerships, and I really appreciated FERC Commission Chair Phillips's statement that, you know, we're all in this together. And while we have historically maintained really strong reliability numbers and have, you know, good responsiveness in our communities as we deal with new emerging threats in a different world that we're in, that partnership with federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, the regulatory entities, Department of Energy, Department of Homeland Security is important to our ability to continue to assess and be responsive and ready for different risks. We're not in this alone, and we need to continue to maintain that dialogue and use that infrastructure to build that operational resilience. So I think just wanted to highlight that we're committed to, you know, continuing to, I guess, question our approach and continue to strengthen our robust response with the evolving risk factors.
Thank you. Mike, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mike Melvin, Director of Corporate Security with Exelon. Just a quick background on Exelon for those who aren't aware. Serve more than 10 million customers through 6 fully regulated transmission and distribution utilities. We operate in Delaware, D.C., Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. And those utilities include Atlantic City Electric, Baltimore Gas and Electric. Yes, the incident that was referenced earlier today that happened back in February, or I shouldn't say, thankfully, it was not an incident. The plot that was thwarted by successfully by the FBI have some knowledge of that. I may make comments at certain points during this panel today about that, but we'll keep it high level just because there are pending court proceedings related to that matter still. So in addition to Baltimore Gas and Electric and ACE, we have Commonwealth Edison out in Illinois, Delmarva Power and Light, and PECO in the southeastern Pennsylvania area, and Potomac Electric Power Company, otherwise known as, frequently referred to as PEPCO. You know, what are we, you know, the goal is to me, is to lower your security risk as much as possible. As Jackie commented, realizing that you can build Fort Knox around some of the assets you're trying to protect. And if you have a determined and sophisticated enough actor with ill will, you're never going to get that risk down to zero. And it's about lessening the impact if something were to occur through reliability and resiliency measures as well. You know, what are we protecting against? I think everybody in this audience knows, and that's why you're here today. Threats come in a variety of forms, not just, you know, the ballistic attacks get the headlines nowadays, but, you know, still the most common threat that we defend against every single day is your vandalism and threat incidents that through steps we take have minimal impacts most often, but can impact customers, so they're important, right? And there's emerging technologies. Not to spend a lot of time on it today, but, you know, you talk about things like ballistic protection, and they buy your risk down to a certain point for ballistic attacks. But, you know, what about the threat of emerging technology such as a drone? And then there's the threat of, to me, of major concern right now is the information sharing that these actors, you know, the BG&E incident in Baltimore is an example of that, where there's readily information out there. I know you can never pull it back in, but just like with our security measures, it's about making life harder for an actor with ill will, right, to successfully attack a site. You know, same thing with information sharing. I think, or I shouldn't say information sharing, available information out there of concern right now, just making it harder for those with ill will to be able to access information that should be better protected. You know, as far as prescriptive minimum requirements, you know, mentioned this industry faces challenges just not with emerging tech. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that in a little bit in regard to the minimum protection, if we could table that.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Kathy, would you like to go next?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Judge. I'm head of physical security for National Grid here in the U.S. serving customers up in New York and New England area. I don't want to repeat what Jackie and Mike said. Really a great concern is that information that's out there. A lot of the groups targeting us, it's really easy to go online, and they're encouraging people to do different types of attacks, and it is made easier by that information, as Mike said, that's readily available online that we're required to put out there. So that's something else we need to look at, is information protection as part of this whole package. The threats are always changing. We still face, as Mike said, mostly low-level, copper theft, vandalism, et cetera, but we do need to look at ballistics, drones, et cetera, and the threats coming from all those. And they keep changing, and their tactics and techniques keep changing rapidly. So we just have to all really communicate well together between industry members among ourselves, as well as information sharing between us and government.
Thank you. A follow-up question to Jackie. I believe, because of what I heard you say, was that it is good practice to protect, I guess, the facility, but to also look at the ability to restore the system. So, question in regard to that, could you talk a little bit about how utilities could accomplish having enough, I guess, spare equipment to recover with the possible supply chain and storage challenges?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So obviously, as a utility who understands that our services are essential to quality of life, we take the contingency planning seriously, right? When we do our system design and our system modeling, we are looking carefully at, how we're going to function with loss of certain critical infrastructure or disruptions. And there was a lot of conversation in the last panel, around that, with some of it focused on generation and resource adequacy from that standpoint, but then also, we look at it in the transmission, sub-transmission distribution system. Even in the distribution system that's not the focus of regulations, we understand who our critical customers are, which critical load centers are served off of which lines. We are always looking to make sure we've got redundant feeds and the ability for switching to occur to reroute service to areas if it's a critical customer. We have our key accounts that we stay in touch with. We coordinate with them when we have to do outages for switching that may impact them. So there's a very high touch point with us and our customers, centered around our ability to provide service that meets their needs. I would also just say that, we have known for a long time in this industry that we have supply chain issues with transformers, right? And we've been talking about this for a really long time. This is a very critical area. So again, we cannot, there's not a way that we can 100% eliminate every risk. So when you think about our ability to respond to a risk, we can do what we can, switching internal, in our system to try to pick up load and deliver. When we have a transformer that's impacted and we're looking at a 3-year window to replace that transformer, that is one notch against the resilience that we have built into our system, right? So we've got to be able to work together to address supply chain issues and supply chain availability if we're really going to be able to deliver the strong resilience that we're all aiming for. This can happen, an impact to a transformer can happen from a sabotage incident. It can happen from a hurricane. And we see it every storm season as we're running on tighter margins of supply chain capabilities. We're all holding our breath when hurricanes come through the Southwest and what's going to happen to supply chain there, right? So I think this is an area that we need to continue across the different levels, whether it's regulatory. I know Department of Energy has this on their radar. We all need to be working together to find ways to ensure that we have a good, robust supply chain of critical infrastructure components so that we're able to maintain that resilience.
Thank you. Mike, would you like to take that as well?
Sure. I'll just piggyback off of Jackie's comments. It's important, and this might sound a bit odd coming from somebody that's focused in my day-to-day position at Exelon on physical security, but the importance of being able to recover in the event something were to happen. It's not just spare transformers, you know, but the supply chain issues. And let's face it, some of the industry has substations that have parts that are 70, 80 years old. And it may not be as easily obtainable, regardless of supply chain issues, to find replacement parts if needed, if something were to occur at that particular site. The importance of just making sure you our recoverability equipment is properly planned for and obtainable, you know, long lead times, not, outside of even just spare transformers, and the importance of engagement in industry organizations for sharing programs, robust mutual assistance planning, so that in the event of something happening, you're able to obtain what you need to quickly recover, and not just 100%. It's a balancing act, right? It can't just be about focusing on security of the asset itself. There has to be planning for resiliency as well.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yeah. One other really important thing that we look at, as I said earlier, it's not a matter if, it's a matter of when and where. And as Mike mentioned, mutual assistance is super important. The EEI spare transformer program, in really making sure that where you have your critical equipment, you have those spares. Where are they strategically placed, and are those protected? We have to protect those spare parts that we're going to need in quick lead time situations. So it's making sure you think of all of that when you're doing your assessments.
Thank you. Okay. We'll jump into the next question. What are the specific physical security threats, both current and emerging, that all station and substation on the BES currently face, like 100 kV substations? So we can start with Travis.
Travis Moran, thank you for the question. With FERC, obviously one of the regulators, but I don't have any regulatory role. I want to make sure that that's known up front before we go any further. Retired law enforcement guy. I see some of my former friends here in the audience. So fell into this wonderful industry with a lot of smart people. So it's a wonderful collaborative industry, and I always want to make sure we get that out there, because I think people think that we don't talk. And as Kathy mentioned to me earlier in a private conversation, we talk all the time on the security piece. For the threat, I want to level set a little bit, and Mike highlighted this a little bit, as did Jackie. The vast majority are still garden variety. Garden really isn't the right word, maybe, but vandalism, theft, things of that nature. Those are still break-ins through fencing and so on and so forth, and it can be targeted to where a particular substation is, urban environment with, let's say, high drug use or something. So these are all risk-based decisions and things that come in terms of the threats. But those are the primary ones that happen. Why we're here, obviously, is because of a lot of ballistic stuff recently, and Mike alluded to the problems with trying to protect everything ballistically. But the problems we have in this industry is, that can be regional. Depending on what time of year it is. We see an uptick always depending on what time of year it is, if there's a lot of hunting going on and so on and so forth. And let's face it, we have shiny stuff, people like to shoot at it. And that's unfortunate, but it's very true. But bullets are damaging, and they're more damaging to our equipment. So Mike also alluded to, there's an explosive piece that does get into and has been arising to some extent, and there's also the drone piece, which is extremely complicated. And as many of you know me, I can go on and on and on and on for days about that and all the different manifestations of that. But those are kind of the individual pieces. Then you want to think about the motivational thing, that what we're seeing now, and really also why we're here, is there's an uptick in this motivational piece, and whether that's domestic violent extremists that are trying to get some, racialized things in motion with regard to societal impacts, ideological, that was mentioned here in South Dakota recently with the individual who came across from Canada who had environmental issues that was top of his mind, to conduct a ballistic attack. So these are all evolving, and they're learning. You know, our adversaries learn, right? And so coordinated attacks, to the rest of the panel's point of that evolving threat of learning is one of the key pieces we've really got to keep our eye on. Is, you know, they pay attention to what's successful just like we do, and we have to learn from that and be able to adapt to that. There are other things that we aren't, as a panel, going to discuss, like actual protections and some of the technologies, because we don't think it's appropriate in a public forum. But by and large, that's a broad brush of the kind of threats we're facing.
Thank you. Jackie?
I think the only thing that I would add is, you know, we also face a series of threats or risks that are not man-made, right? So as we're having increased weather challenges, wildfire issues, depending on the location of facilities, rising sea levels could impact them, wildfires in remote locations. You know, there's a variety of things that other risks that we also monitor and plan for that aren't necessarily human-induced. But of course, the ones that are more emerging and more concerning is the complexity around human-centered. But I would share what Travis said as well. You know, the traditional vandalism things are more prevalent in substations in particular. But we are monitoring these other areas so that we can also continue to advance our risk mitigation profile.
Thank you. Mike?
I touched on this a bit before, but I'll just come back to, you know, of concern for threats to our industry right now is the info that is available about easily available and accessible to those with ill will on our industry, and that recognizing, you know, Travis alluded to, you know, the increase in domestic violent extremists, ideology, those actors with ideology concerns or motivation. You know, the Baltimore incident in February and is an example of two actors that had, you know, this is publicly available information, so I'll just note, you know, criminal histories for a variety of different criminal acts, but, you know, in this one, you know, there's more online chatter now than there ever has been before, and there's evidence that's part of public documents already, so I'll comment on it, of them researching what substations should be their intended targets. And you're not talking about sophisticated criminals at this point, and are talking online about what's out there to research our industry, and that's a threat that is of concern. But on the topic of info sharing, you know, that's a great example of, yes, concern about info that's out there for those that shouldn't have access to it, but a great example there of the importance of info sharing between the law enforcement community and our industry, in that there was good coordination once we learned of these two actors plotting against the assets of Baltimore Gas and Electric. And the importance of continuing, you know, I'm also former short stint in law enforcement when I came in this industry. You know, one of the first things I said is, what the heck did I get myself into here? But in 19 years, it has vastly improved the information sharing, the coordination between us, our counterparts across the country, and then also our law enforcement partners. But that being said, there's always, you know, room for continuous improvement, and we got to keep driving that.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yeah, the low-level threats, you know, of copper theft and you know, petty vandalism, those happen everywhere. The larger threats from DVEs, ideology, appear to come in pockets right now, but you have to look at it holistically, because it could happen to us soon in a geographical location that hasn't happened yet. And I can't tell you how much the information sharing between utilities, between local law enforcement, the fusion centers in our states, really helps to make sure that we're all aware of what we're seeing. It might be really easy for someone to miss a threat that someone else picks up on, and we openly share all the time, which is of great value to us in helping protect against those threats.
Thank you. Okay, jumping into the next question. So as threats are continually evolving, how can we identify those specific threats? So we can start with Travis.
Sure. That's a great question. How do we stay on top of the threats as they evolve? One of the processes that the industry uses, which is very effective, is called the Design Basis Threat Methodology, the DBT. And it's an iterative approach, right? So it's not just a one-size-fits-all every time. You iterate that as you discover new threats, and you should probably iterate it annually. We advocate for it being done annually within the physical security sector. And that's the process that you go, and it's a process that you go through to identify what threats are out there. They may not change from one year to another, but they may change from one year to another, right? And you may all of a sudden, years ago, we were aware of drones, but we really didn't have anything more than anecdotal evidence to put in there as far as that being a threat. Well, that's evolved, right? And as you iterate that DBT, then all of a sudden now that you include these new threats. And that's one of the ways, and all the utilities do it. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here, is that they constantly iterate that process.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Travis. I think that's a great example, just continuing to ingest that threat intelligence and, using that in a continuous improvement mindset, right, to assess assets and then assess your risk profile and how you're mitigating that. That's important. It's important for us to continue to monitor and acknowledge that it is evolving. There are great communication mechanisms. So we talked a lot about the pros and cons of information. On the one hand, we need to be able to exchange information with each other, with our regulators, with our partners at the federal agencies, but also need to protect that information from getting in the wrong hands. And as a public utility, that's something that we're very concerned about, is making sure that that critical infrastructure information does not land in hands that could be used against us. I do want to put a plug in for EISAC. I know that this is an area that the industry has become more comfortable with over time. We used that when we had kind of an unanticipated threat vector. We shared that information in industry so that others could be aware, and I think that's really important for us as we continue to evolve and understand that evolving threat together. We benefit from learning from others what their situation is, what they're encountering, what they're seeing, and sharing that information is going to be critical to us being responsive. Also want to mention state fusion centers, super critical to us in our particular situation and a key part of our continuing to monitor threats. And then also DHS and CISA, is another great resource for us that we've used. So.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you. Yeah, we'll just keep piggybacking here off of Travis and Jackie. And I had planned to bring up the EISAC. And just there's so many great industry forums right now for engagement. I mean, NATF, EISAC, various forums through EEI. Just keep talking, like Kathy said, sometimes there's so much intel you might miss something, but when you're involved with that many different forums and the industry engagement's that good, that lessens the likelihood of that. And we've even spread it out now to as Travis mentioned, with part of our planning around assessments and DBTs is around engaging like other sectors too. Obviously not natural gas, but also the water sectors. And one other thing I'll add too is just the importance of DHS, CISA, FBI, local law enforcement engagement, but also actionable intel that you get from them is important. We let them know through our various meetings that reoccurring meetings that we have scheduled with them is like, hey, when we call you, it's going to be important. We know not to. Most of us are former law enforcement. We know not to call you for something insignificant. We're not going to waste favors. We're not going to waste your time. When we call, it's important, and that has greatly helped with the relationship building and being able to get actionable intel back from our law enforcement partners as well.
Thank you. Kathy?
Sure. In addition to what's already been stated, want to highlight too that most people probably don't know, there is an energy sector analyst roundtable, which is basically all of our intel analysts who get together and share any threat and intel information they receive, and it's hugely successful because that's probably where we get some of the best information we have. 15 years ago, you probably never heard of someone at the utility having a threat or intel analyst, but it has definitely become more of the norm, and it's an area we've all been building out based on the current climate we're dealing with.
I'll just piggyback on that too. A good example of how valuable that forum is a trend has started recently with the increase in something wouldn't normally be on the radar, right? With marijuana stores, and a burglary trend started where actors would look to cut the power, so that there was no alarm when they went in to burglarize these dispensaries. And first heard about it happening in Florida through the forum Kathy just mentioned, and lo and behold, it seemed to start happening everywhere. But just a piece of intel we were able to put plans in, analyze what we had within our service territories and put plans in place for.
And then that information also gets shared back with the EISAC so we can blast it out so everybody has it. I think you mentioned DHS and how important DHS is to us as well, using those protective security advisors in your region to come out and do infrastructure survey tools that look at security and resilience measures. And it really just opens that door to further information sharing, enhancing that. And really key, too, is making sure that your local agencies really understand our industry and really understand our critical sites, why they're critical, how they fit into the bigger picture, and it certainly helps with information sharing. And then they have much better familiarization with your sites if they have to respond.
Thank you. Okay. Next question. How do you identify threats that vary across all stations on the BES, and how will defenses against those threats vary? We can start with Kathy.
So we already, I think, exhausted the how do we identify those threats. So I'll go on to kind of how we protect them and how we evaluate them. So every site is different. The different geographical areas, different regions, different political, environmental areas. So what we do and what most companies do is we go through and pretty much rank our critical facilities in order of criticality from high to low. And we do have some security standards that are very flexible, and I think Mike will speak to that as well, that we do use at each tiered level of sites that we have. And we don't just look at security measures that need to be put in place for those. We look at redundancy, resiliency measures such as spares, et cetera, that all weighs into that calculation. Then we look at what makes sense to deploy at that site on a site-by-site basis.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. Yes, similar. At Exelon, we operationalize a risk-based approach. We developed a tiering methodology that analyzes the criticality of each of our sites, not just on the transmission side. Involves our gas sites as well. And then the analysis of that criticality leads into our tiering, and it's based on factors, such as, but not limited to, customer count, critical customer served, direct, indirect connections, feeder number types, et cetera. while the tier for us dictates the protections implemented at that site, the protections are designed for the threats within the service territories that particular site operates within Exelon. There's flexibility in the program, and you know, compared to like a prescriptive approach that would reduce our flexibility in response to, you know, the new and emerging threats that we've discussed here today. Just want to note, we're not don't take a SIP 14 or bust approach. The tiering expands beyond SIP 14 sites.
Thank you. Okay.
I feel like Mike gave me a good segue. We actually don't have a SIP 14 substation. So I think that his example is, you know, we're using information and intel in industry through the risk assessment across all of our substations, and we're incorporating that into our best practice, right? So we know our critical loads on different feeders. We know different risks to different facilities based on its physical location, and we're using all of that to do our assessment across our entire system. So it's not either we're regulated or we're not. We are committed to a reliability, resilience posture, irrespective of the standards. And again, it's because we want our customers to count on our electric delivery. We know as we're electrifying more and using more product, customers have even a lower tolerance for outages. Additionally, we want to protect that investment that we've made in our system. And so this is part of the best operational practice that we just are going to continue to learn from others, assess what we're doing, and wash, rinse, repeat, right? And then I guess the other thing, and I've mentioned it already, you know, use of industry expertise from EISAC, consultants through the vulnerability of integrated security analysis workshops are examples of risk-based approaches that we're using. Also, we're leaning into DHS's CISA's SAFE program, security assessment and first entry programs, and implementing an infrastructure survey tool to enhance resilience. So just wanted to be sure to illustrate to folks that we are committed to, you know, that reliability and resiliency for our system, for our customers, and for the grid.
Thank you. This is somewhat of a segue into, I guess, what has just been mentioned. Speaking of the different, I guess, the tiers of protections, should the protection be based on instability, on control, separation, cascading? Should it be focused on also preventing also service to customers? So, we can start. Kathy?
Yeah, all of those things need to be taken into account, for sure, when you're looking at what you're going to deploy at each location. Can you repeat the second part?
Sure. So, should the tier protections be based on, I guess, on the instability, uncontrolled separation, or cascading? Or should it also include preventing loss of service to customers?
Yeah, as I said, it should include everything. It should be based on, like I think Mike mentioned earlier, we take a risk-based approach and factor it into the criticality criteria, the threat in that region, location, et cetera. So it's more of a comprehensive look at it than just, we're just looking at customer counts or we're just looking at impacts to the area.
Thank you. Mike?
Yep, I just, you know, would echo what Kathy just said. You know, and to Jackie's earlier point about the customer, say, patience for an outage is never going to, it's only going to, they're only going to have less patience, right? The more we're reliant on cell phones that we're all, you know, have on our person right now and whatnot, and more people working from home nowadays, you have less patience, right, for outages. So yes, customer count needs to factor in, outage concerns need to factor into your tiering, and then also just with the changing threat landscape too. You know, more if operating in larger cities, high-profile events. There needs to be a focus on critical customers, such as, of course, like public health care, concerns with hospitals, and those types of assets, but also, we take a look at the red face test, I would call it here today, kind of high level of if you have an outage in a major city you operate in, what's that impact on the community protection that's needed of the customers you serve.
Thank you. Jackie?
I feel like I've touched on a few of these, but maybe we'll highlight again. Again, using the risk-based approach and that flexibility to mitigate risks in each location is important. I mentioned we don't have SIP 14 assets, but in my conversations with others in the industry, they have noted that it's important to evaluate the risk and determine the scope of those potential threats appropriately to help them focus their resources on realistic threats to the grid. And as I mentioned, we're doing a similar thing to all of our assets. Other feedback that I've had from other colleagues in the country is the importance for regional entities to respect the discretion of the responsible entities as they implement the standards, because they really do know those risks. They know those site-specific areas of concern, and they need to have that flexibility in order to respond.
Great, thank you. We're going to move on to the next question, which is we've had a lot of discussions around threats and the risk-based methodology that each of you all spoke about quite often in resiliency. So as we start to speak about the threats and what that looks like, and the tiered approach that many mentioned, especially Travis said most utilities he sees, should there or do we need minimal or mandatory minimal protections on those different tiers, and what would that look like? I'll start with Jackie.
So I'm having, gone through the experience that we did, I'm not convinced that a uniform bright line set of physical security measures is going to be the approach, given the wide variation and site-specific characteristics of critical infrastructure. And so for me, I think it really is important to highlight that rigor and that operational practice where we're doing constant risk assessments. And Travis talked about this, risks may not change or they may change. But if you have a good continuous improvement mindset, you're continuously evaluating your risks, looking at your changing circumstances, looking at your changing loads, because we know people are maybe converting to more electric use in some areas, that may change the risk profile in a particular area. So having that rigor and that, constant refresh of your risk assessment and then using that to drive your mitigative factors, I think is as important or more than a hard line, bright line standard.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
There's always room for improved security posture, right? But it's a balancing act. It's important to be risk-based, the approach. And, right now with the SIP 14 standard focused on your most critical sites with it could have a cascading impact. So that's appropriate. Any minimum standards would need to balance reliability, resiliency, and affordability, right? I wouldn't want the security standards to impact other investments that have the ability to drive down your risk far lower than perhaps minimum security standards would. And that's where would want, let's face it, we're all operating in environments where we don't have unlimited funding, and would want the priority of the investments to be more on the reliability and resiliency end. That being said, there needs to be, it's a balancing act, right? You have to make security investments, in my opinion, that lower your risk to a point that investment makes sense. And you can't go around building, we've used the term, Chairman's used the term Fort Knox. I've used that previously, like I said in the opening question, or my reply to the opening question, you could build Fort Knox around it. You're not going to get your risk down to zero for that particular asset. So it's a balancing act. Needs to be risk-based approach, and there needs to be flexibility. You know, one fear I would have is if minimum standards get set, you know, you have a lot of people, not so much in our industry, but think, you know, it's just easy to go around, put cameras up everywhere. Those that have operated in a substation environment know it's not so easy. It's not like an office building or warehouse complex where you have good connectivity. You're often dealing with remote areas in the middle of nowhere. That it's hard to get connectivity to those cameras. And there's the whole tail end piece around, you know, the first panel got into the importance of Security Operations Center. Well, you know, your alarm points and your detection methods are only good as your person oftentimes systems monitoring those alarms so that there's appropriate response to whatever is occurring. So to sum it up, I would just say the focus should be on the most critical assets, and then, you know, use a risk-based approach with the balancing act as far as, you know, prioritization of the investments you're making, whether it's resiliency, reliability, or security.
Ms. Judge.
Nicely said, Mike. Yeah, just to follow up. I really liked earlier on the earlier panel when someone said reliability standards are not the be-all, end-all, and just thought it was really important to point out, even with our standards, we look at that, most of us anyway, as a baseline of what we're going to do. It factors into our overall security program, but it is not like that's the highest level we achieve to. So mandatory minimum protections, as I think Mike said, are not really efficient and sometimes just not effective, because each asset has its own unique characteristics, unique vulnerabilities, et cetera. In tailoring those protections for each asset using a threat-led, risk-based approach, which has been mentioned several times this morning, allows for more targeted protections, which is more effective and efficient program.
Great. Travis, would you like to add in?
Just completely, I agree with the approach that they're taking, and it's a common, for lack of a better phrase, it's a true common sense security posture approach. You can't. Every substation is different. You know, where they're located is different, so the protections will be different. Their criticality will be different. As Mike said, you know, redundancy matters. Can you get your load so where the customer doesn't see it if something happens to that one? Well, okay, you've solved most of your problems. So everything they've said is absolutely on point.
Great, thank you. As a follow-up to that, you know, we talk about the minimal security protections, and I think what we heard is it's risk-based. It goes back to the criticality of the stations. Earlier, there was a lot of discussion about resiliency and recovery. Is there general thoughts on should there be minimal recovery and resiliency measures implemented since the risk-based methodology is being followed for those tiered stations? I can open up. Jackie, you got any thoughts about that?
Well, I think, you know, we've touched on some of it in terms of the supply chain issues and being aware of critical supply chain and having capability to stock. Obviously, we can't have redundant transformers, substation transformers in stock. That would be cost prohibitive. But to the point that Mike made earlier, you know, we do have aging infrastructure, and so having, again, an active replacement and refurbishment process is important. I also think about, you know, in response, it's also our partners, right? So, you know, having the fusion centers I mentioned earlier, the connectivity between local law enforcement and federal agents is critical to having timely responsiveness so that you can, you know, apprehend a perpetrator if it's a saboteur, for example. And in our case, that was key to our ability to be successful. You know, our perpetrators are facing 20 years for the, you know, conspiring to impact the infrastructure, and then another 10 for unregistered firearms. So 30 years. And having, prosecutions like that on the books that folks are aware of, the severity of this will be critical to mitigating risk to some degree, right? This is a serious situation. So I think the response is not only internally how we plan the redundancy in our system, how we do our staffing and switching real time, but also equal parts that enforcement and that immediate reaction by law enforcement.
Mr. Melvin, anything to add?
Sure. I'll just add a minimum requirement on resiliency measures. I think the issue with that is, again, I know probably like, oh, here he goes with that word again, but flexibility. There's a lot of different equipment that goes into that, and it could get, in my opinion, it would be too prescriptive. The companies have been operating with this equipment that they're familiar with, and we see it within our own utilities that operate under the Exelon umbrella. What is used at a particular site at one utility might be different from the other utility, and I think that's I feel like that's going down too much of a prescriptive path as far as your resiliency.
Kathy, anything to add?
No, but I did want to just touch on, as Mike said, flexibility is key, and in really sharing with those in your local area. And sometimes you can't share because the parts don't line up. People use different systems, different equipment, but there shouldn't be minimums on that side of the house either. And I wanted to hit on what Jackie said about prosecution. I know it's not really a topic here, but it is, because the more people see people doing, activist type events and taking stuff out and damaging equipment intentionally and getting away with it, they just feed off it offline, and it incites other people to do the same. And if there's no repercussions for doing it, they're going to keep doing it. So the more we can get some help on that front too, would be really helpful.
Thank you. Travis, anything from the regional entity perspective on resiliency? No? Perfect. I think I'll hand it over to Kaboya. Go with question 3.
Thank you. So this question will be for Mike to start off. So would it be fair to say that, fences and structures or enclosures are currently de facto minimum protection for substations and, substation and stations, across WES? And an additional question to that is, what will be the pros and the cons towards having, detection requirements as a minimum protection?
Okay, I'll start with the first one, and I'll just paraphrase the question back here to make sure I got it correct. But is it fair to say that your fencing of a substation security measures need to go beyond that at this point?
Let me rephrase that a little bit. So, would it be fair to say that, fencing and enclosure, like a building, is the current de facto standard for substations?
No. If you would have asked me, I mentioned I came to the industry 19 years ago, and at that point, I would say, that is pre-Metcalf, right? Your substations were guarded by your chain link fence, which I call the safety fence, right? It's good for keeping the bouncing ball out of the yard that the kids are playing with. That's about it. If you drive, my feeling is if you drive, around the industry or the country now and actually take notice of some of the assets we're talking about today, such as substations, that has vastly changed where there's more deter protections in place now. That being said, I think everyone in this room knows, there are millions of substations, across this country. They don't all, the security, because of its criticality, the security of that asset being a fence is appropriate. But if there's, control houses in there, they need to be properly protected, not just the fence. But, what I'm driving at here is I think it's safe to say gone are the days of your critical assets being protected by a chain link fence, and that's it.
I just a follow-up note on that. So, in regard to, what I believe I heard you say was that stations, substations, or critical infrastructure have, at a minimum, either a fence or an enclosure. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So a follow-up question to that is, could you speak to maybe the pros and the cons in regard to adding, a detection requirement to, as a minimum, protection to substations and stations?
Sure. Pros, if we knew it wasn't going to impact other investments and customer affordability concerns, we would say let's put detection everywhere. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Quite a bit of effort will be going on into educating the states we operate in too, and the importance of protecting our assets, because I mentioned earlier there's a balancing act. There's that affordability concern where sometimes we get challenged in the states we operate in on the spend, particularly the security spend. So what I'm getting at here is, from a security perspective, yes, we would love to put detection methods in everywhere, but that's not feasible. There needs to be a balancing act, but they should be in your critical assets. But there are some assets that you can quickly recover from that aren't on the lower. They don't necessarily need detection methods, because I come back to that balancing act with, is this the security investment you're making, does it make sense from a risk standpoint, as far as how much is it lowering your risk, and is that worth the investment? That's kind of the balancing act we're dealing with.
Thank you. Jackie, would you like to add to that?
Oh, I don't think I have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, again, having a minimum standard based on the things we discussed before. Everything should be risk-based, threat-informed. And again, affordability is a huge issue that comes up quite often in the areas we all operate in. And detection's not perfect. I mean, you can keep tweaking the systems all you want. You get a lot of false alarms from animals, some weather events. No matter how much you tweak them, you still end up with some issues. That's putting more into your control center to monitor. And it's just not the most effective thing to do at every single site, as a minimum.
Thank you. Travis?
Adding detection to every substation across would be prohibitively expensive. I mean, it just would be the infrastructure that has to go into that, in terms of not just the technology, the wiring, the fiber, so it really pivots back again to the whole, what are your unacceptable consequences? Do you go through your system, which they all do, and tier it? And so this particular substation it's an unacceptable consequence for us to lose this one. And then they go about a process of, okay, we're going to put a certain level of protection in for those. And we're not going to get into details of what those are, but they think very holistically about that, and that process about how and what should get detection versus what should not. Because again, every substation is different, every environment's different, its importance is different, and being able to delineate that is the key to enhancing and being able to do the security posture in the best way.
No, I appreciate that, Travis. There's a follow-up question for this around the potential cost. It was a good segue into our next question around the potential cost associated with implementing some type of minimal security protections or detection, like Lloyd just mentioned. Could y'all expand a little more what those ancillary costs might include? Would it include the communication paths? Would it include security operations centers, other costs? Can you expand a little bit on that? Jackie, can we start with you? Oh, Kathy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the costs range everywhere from, civil engineering, license and permitting, depending on whatever you're operating in. Sometimes you don't get the permits you want to put the fence you want, based on cities and towns and their rules against that. You could want to put up a 10 or 12-foot fence, and they want you to put up a 6-foot pretty fence. And it is a challenge sometimes going back and forth with them to balance, hey, we want to put this here because of security. Other costs, trenching, communication equipment, and it really depends, what are you putting out there? What types of sensors are you using for detection? But communications is a huge part of it and getting those comms back in a efficient and effective manner.
Thank you. Mr. Melvin?
Yep, just echo the same. I go back to everyone's thoughts always go right to cameras, right? And cameras are a great tool, but they're especially in the post-COVID environment where there's more frequent mask wearing, sometimes you just get an image of somebody with a mask. But the talent piece of that is just the price of that. I can't put an accurate figure on it. After the Duke incident happened, we were already in the midst of it, but we kind of paused and did a full reevaluation of our physical security standards that we utilize. We review them annually, but we did real focus on, hey, what lessons can be learned from the recent industry events, and we priced out a push, I would say, for, hey, let's take a look at expanding our deployment of cameras at our assets, and just the cost is astronomical. Now, the talent piece, right? The piece of equipment itself isn't all that much. The camera, after you properly vet where the camera's origins are, right? I just couldn't believe the tail end cost of, Kathy mentioned, operating in a substation environment. You got a trench, look out. Dollars are going to quickly rise on you. And that's, we talk about educating our states on that. That's one of the things, we talk about. That being said, if it's a critical site, yeah, we're going to figure it out. We're going to get it in there, but just struggle with if it's a site we could, if something were to happen there, we could recover quickly from, does that investment make sense? And then, what Kathy jotted down here, which is an excellent point, is maintaining the systems. Talk about expensive, and that, I mentioned pre-Metcalf, right? Pre-SIP 14, a lot of the industry had your chain link fence for security, and that was about it. Now, the cameras were deployed, speaking for us at Exelon, as part of our physical security upgrades that took place as, post-Metcalf. And, now you're looking at cameras that are 8-9 years old. The maintenance on them is only getting higher, and you got to come up with, which is very complicated, a replacement program, for a life cycle replacement program, and similar as to you would do for company vehicles. You got to look at that for company cameras at this point. And just a couple, examples of where costs can quickly escalate on you.
Jackie?
I appreciate the conversation about the cost sensitivity. A significant part of our customer base is income constrained, and this is an area of focus for our governing body. So, we do need to consider that risk reward, if you will. I'm going to borrow from Lawrence. Hopefully I get this right. Deter, detect, delay, communicate, respond, assess. We need to think about where we're going to put the dollars and for what reason. And again, so if you get back to risk base, if it's a critical infrastructure that has critical impacts to the grid, to the bulk electric system, maybe you are putting, staff there 24/7, cameras, multiple cameras, et cetera. Whereas if it's a neighborhood distribution radial feed, like my substation was, you build in the respond and how you're going to move the load and pick it up somewhere else, because you can't afford to do all of that other, investment at that at every location. I also would just note that even if we were to build, you know, the redundant fences, the cameras, the detection, then a drone comes in. And did our detection system actually consider aerial? So I think we get back to, it's going to be difficult, probably impossible, to eliminate every risk. So it's what can we invest in these other areas to respond quickly and minimize the impact, both localized as well as more broadly.
Next question. To what extent would, I guess, protections in general help mitigate the likelihood or reliability impact of, I guess, simultaneous attacks and multi-site attacks? As we're all aware of, I guess, the past events that have occurred that have shown the possibility of those attacks being possible on 2 or 3 400 kV substations. So I guess, what are your thoughts in regard to a realistic possibility? And also, at what point, I guess, do we, or should the industry determine, I guess, when a detection system should be implemented? So I can start with Jackie.
Thank you. So, you know, given that the situation in Tacoma last December involved 2 substations of ours and 2 of a neighboring utility, I think it's an important fact to reflect on, again, risk-based, right? So we had 4 individual substations that had some sort of intrusion, and we did not have a cascading outage. So again, you're not going to need the same degree of protection in that situation as you are in other critical infrastructure. So I think it's got to be risk-based. It's got to be, you know, centered in modeling and assessment. And then I think the other piece, and I'll just say it again, you know, having that relationship with local law enforcement so they respond quickly and are able to prosecute, that they understand the federal laws in this matter, is going to be critical for us all in mitigating future risks.
Thank you. Mike?
Yep, I'll just add, you know, I keep going back to the balancing act. I mean, how many sites are we talking? You know, 2, 3, 4, you know, what was planned in Baltimore was 5. You know, to me, as an industry, if we better protect system data that gives those with ill will actionable insights to our operations, that would decrease the likelihood of a simultaneous multi-site attack. You know, and I know the question around detection, when it should be required, again, I'll go back to that risk-based approach. You know, but when you talk about deter, detect, delay, respond, communicate, to me, in the security role, we can't always put a number on it, right, or a metric on it like our industry likes to, because you often don't know about the positive result is deter. Deter is the best result for us. Somebody takes a look at an asset or plans an asset and can't figure something out because there's not a lot of information available on it through public means, or you know, they look at a site and can see that there are it's not just a chain link fence, that, you know, that's the ultimate result, and then is to deter somebody, or they see heavy law enforcement area in that presence because you have good relationships that you've worked on, and make sure that when they're writing their reports at 2 o'clock in the morning before finishing a shift, that they're doing it outside, sitting outside in the parking lot of your site. That all, to me, that's the best result, is deter.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. You pull up to a site and there's some visible stuff there, a higher security fence, and barbed wire on the top. They're going to leave and go down the street where it might be a little bit easier. And again, it's really looking at, we do look at, sites in close proximity to each other and make sure that we're protecting them or we have the ability to recover from an incident there as quickly as possible. Really the best way to mitigate, a simultaneous multi-site attack is, actionable timely intelligence, close collaboration between industry and government, and partnership with local law enforcement. Like Mike said, the more you can bring them out and they see your sites, they understand your sites, and they know the critical nature of your sites, they are very cooperative and responsive. Doing drive-bys when we ask, making sure their shifts are looking at them, not just a once-and-done type deal. So.
Thank you. Travis?
Oh, I just have one thing I wanted to add, and Kathy reminded me of it when she was talking about, inviting local law enforcement. We also have, the biennial Grid X exercise that I think is a great opportunity for industry to share that risk across multiple systems and that responsiveness, and not only involving the utilities in a regional assessment or an exercise, but also law enforcement in that would be a great way to continue to build awareness of the risks and response that's needed. Sorry, Travis.
No worries. No worries whatsoever. So there's a couple of important points on that. Deterrence, right? We can't measure deterrence. We can visualize it, we can conceptualize it, and we hope. But the deterrence is it's a difficult one without actually interviewing the person and say, hey, why did you pick this one versus that one? But we know it when we see it, right? And that's what they're talking about and speaking with enhanced security posture. The second piece is delay, and that doesn't get mentioned enough. The whole point of protections is really, quite frankly, is to delay, so you have enough time for your response to get there, right? And to engage whatever that threat is. So, and speaking of minimum protections across, again, it's got to be considered under the construct of what's unacceptable on that particular location, and if that's an identified unacceptable location, then maybe you do want to put some protections in there, but it's going to be all built in that construct of A, can you get them to go someplace else, and B, can you delay them long enough so that you can respond to, we don't like to use the term neutralize, but that's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I'll just add on there too, talk about, flexibility. An example of that would be when you're putting in delay measures, right? You may have an asset that can get a law enforcement response or even your own employee response, within, 10 minutes versus a site that has state police tells you it'll be an hour before we can get somebody there. And that's, just an example of when we talk about flexibility that's needed.
Thank you. And a follow-up question for Mike. You had mentioned, I guess having flexibility in regard to designing protection system. So at least going back to the CIP 14 standards, which actually offer a certain degree of flexibility, would you have, any type of recommendation of how that could be improved to actually address, multi-site attacks?
No. Again, the flexibility that's there is currently appropriate, and I think it allows us to protect the site the right way currently. And you're talking about sites that are in scope because of as Travis said, the unacceptable consequences if something were to happen there.
Thank you. If anybody else wants, I'll open it up if anybody else wants to add.
Just on that point, again, we're here because the system worked on the CIP 14 sites. And we're examining what happens outside of that scope or with the standard on certain parts of the standard, right? But these particular things that we're talking about are outside of that and in terms of going down. And so it's always important to know what is within and what is without. And so I just always want to make that point.
That's our last question, unless Mr. Rob or anybody has a question.
Yeah, I've got
a couple that are related. I think I know what the answers are, but I'm just curious. First of all, and this relates to a conversation I had with NERC, or the FERC state task force on stuff when we talked about physical security. So have any of you ever presented to either your PUC or no, in presentation to your PUCs, or I guess, Jackie, I'm not exactly sure who approves your rates. I mean, affordability is a huge issue, right? They're the guardians of that for the most part. Have you guys ever presented what you thought was a prudent investment in security of any of your infrastructure that was denied? Maybe not ever, but I mean, just in general. I mean, is it hard to get PUC approval for investments in inappropriate hardening, in your judgment?
For substations only, no. We get a lot of questions and a lot of data requests, and we really have to prove why it's necessary, but have not had an issue. In other areas like security measures that protect our employees in a major office building, yes, we've had some trouble in the past.
I would just say not like a no on you can't upgrade security here, but there's good challenges at times around do you need to do it this fast? Can the cost be spread out a little bit further? And you know, we would try and be proactive and get to them before things like rate cases, so they understand what most do, but just be proactive in making sure that the changing threat landscape, there's good awareness around it.
It's not an easy yes. It's a lot. Sure. We're getting the questions a lot more and going a lot deeper, especially around replacement of old systems.
So our rates are set and approved by our Public Utility Board as well as our City Council. We have not had a denial as relates to a request for enhancement around security, physical security, but we've also not attempted to, build the fortress in 1 year. But there's general pressure for that upward trajectory on rates and general concern about a rate increase above some level, right? And so we're consistently trying to find that right balance with the risk assessment of what makes sense at what location so that we can bring forward a rate case that can be supported. And just knowing then also, how we can mitigate rate impacts for our income-constrained customers through other ways. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if those customers are the ones who, need that reliable power, they also need to be able to afford it. So it's a balance for sure.
So a related question. So let's assume that there wasn't a minimum security standard put in place, which I agree with the perspectives you all brought on that. But if there were I don't know how this would be promulgated, in a reliability guideline or something like that, but there were a uniform way of assessing risk. This is one of the things that a couple of the commissioners pushed me on, is whether or not a standard way of assessing risk so that the utility could then have a conversation with their PUC or whoever, right, to justify whatever investments. Would that be a helpful thing to have? Or could such an assessment even be created?
Obviously a complicated question, and trying to get that uniformity. There's a lot of trying to get that uniformity across to be able to fit in every particular situation with every particular modality. To have a tool that could do all three of those is more of a conceptual process. I always pivot back again to the DBT. There are all sorts of vulnerability assessment tools out there, but how you apply your vulnerability assessment against your threat and then test it is a process. Now, if there's a standardization on agreement on the process, I think that's good. But on the tools are going to vary by the individuals and the individual companies, I think, to some extent. I think and you bring up a more important point about educating those state regulators about what the industry faces and what the challenges are and what the threat really looks like, so that they understand and have better questions is to me, it seems also another thing. It would be a great initiative to have and do, is so that they know that, wow, this isn't just a rate-based issue. This is way more complicated than just a dollar and cents construct, for lack of a better term.
Sorry about that. We've had some luck using benchmarking data and showing that we're continuously benchmarking through, say, EEI Security Committee, plus a peer of us of similar shapes and sizes talk very often and bounce stuff off each other, and that seemed to really help when we're trying to say, we're not the only ones doing this. Here's what we're doing as a group.
Actually, two questions. Eric Vandenberg, I'm the Deputy Director, Office of Electrical Reliability. So, picking up a little bit on what Jim was saying about risk analysis, I think one of the things we've been struggling with, and Kavoya touched on it, was, we have examples now of multi-site attacks, or at least plots to execute multi-site attacks. And Travis, I think to your point, getting your arms around the risk, the impacts, that threats are creating. With the rise of multi-site attacks as a real probability, I think we've seen some people struggling with how to address that and how to kind of get their arms around that risk. And so my question is, if you start taking a really analytical approach like we have in SIP 14, we do power system simulations, but that's really focused on the loss of one substation. If you start looking at, N-2, N-3, N-4, N-5, you can quickly go down an analytical rat hole, which, as engineers, some of us would be really happy to go down. But others, it kind of gets you into a weird place pretty quickly. So in terms of assessing risk in a multi-threat, or in an environment where there's the potential for multi-site attacks, thoughts on the value of, that kind of hard power system simulation analytical approach versus maybe a slightly more heuristic-based approach?
I think that plays into how we tier our assets. And when I say we, security coordinates it, but we have the right subject matter expertise from across our utilities participating, engineering and whatnot. But that's the whole topic of multi-site attack. It's where does it end, right? And I would just point back to our tiering. That's why we tier. And I mentioned we don't just do the SIP 14 analysis and that's it. That's where our tiering comes into play as far as identifying the criticality across the board and making investments that lower the risk if something were to happen at, more than one site.
I'm kind of still noodling on both questions combined, but I think instinctively I land at focusing on the assessments element of it feels like the right area to focus. So, because the assessments will lead to that risk reduction, through detection and response. So then the question becomes, what's the mechanism, and how do we, is it peer review? Is it benchmarking? Is it things like the vulnerability of integrated security analysis? Is it the SAFE program? I think there's a lot of things here that maybe are currently in place that could be enhanced a bit around that center. It feels like that's the right area of focus.
And then one.
It's almost all of them do it. Tabletop exercises, they game it out. That's why GridX, I think, is a very, very good model that you can put those injects into to try to game those thought processes out to understand. But to Mike's point, N-1, okay, N-2, okay, well, all right, now we're down to N-3. Well, when does one rise? When does one fall? What kind of environmental conditions are also, at the same convergent at that particular time. So if you have environmental conditions that, I mean, it's a difficult subset of problems, and it's, as you said, there's a lot of engineering in terms of the stability analysis and stuff that has to go in to even get to that point. And that's a key point, is having that connection between the engineers, the transmission planners, and the security people, particularly on security by design, meaning to have them involved at the very beginning of when you want to build a new substation, or you want to do enhancements, or you want to do transmission lines. That part, and when you can think about that holistically, that really makes a piece of that puzzle.
Appreciate that. One other follow-up question. Since the attacks in Moore County, one question I've gotten pretty frequently, particularly from both elected and appointed officials at the state level, is they drive around and they see a lot of substations still with the safety fence, like you were talking about, Mike. And one of the questions I get from them a lot is recognizing, a more robust fencing solution wouldn't stop everything. Doesn't a requirement for more robust fencing at least, make sense in almost every situation? So wanted to give you all an opportunity to answer that question.
I think it's working now. I think that plays into the importance of deter delay, right? Defense gives you that visual, right? Yeah, it would be great. I go back to if we had the funding and the state signed off on it to go around putting hardened fence, another item that's not cheap, but you don't have as much of a maintenance piece as you do with, say, cameras. We would make that investment where it makes sense. I think it's part of the education effort with the states around how many substations you're dealing with. Pretty much every company has hundreds, if not thousands, of subs, and just, without going into the details, in case it gets released to the public, right, of how exactly you protect your sites, but having those discussions around, I know you drive around a lot, and just, understanding your program has that incorporated somewhere, needs to be into the education effort with the states as far as, we're making investments that make sense depending on the criticality of a particular site, and painting the picture of just, there's a lot of substations out there. They're not all going to get the robust fencing, but they will get upgraded security measures appropriately based on their criticality. And remember that when we come to you at the next rate case.
Yeah, pretty much the same as Mike. Fencing does help. It is the first thing they see. Again, we take a risk-based approach. Not every site needs a crash-resistant gate. Not every site needs expanded metal mesh over their fence either. Where we need help, I think I mentioned earlier, was around the siting and getting the permits to put the types of fences we want to put in all localities, because it's not allowed today in some areas, which is not helpful.
Thank you.
Howard, you want to go next?
Yeah, and I'm afraid this may take a little bit of time, and I know we're getting to 12:30, but I have a concern that a lot of the analysis that's done for SIP 14 focuses on detect and deter, and there's not a lot of focus on response and recovery. And given the changing threat environment, there may be some more focus that we should put on that. My question is that something that NERC should encourage? Is it something that maybe should be embedded in the standards, or is there some other way that should be addressed to make sure that that's part of the analysis and not just deter and detect?
From my perspective over the years is that most of them do consider response and delay in their package. I mean, it's basic security protocol for them. I don't. Would you agree?
I mean, yeah, for everything from, the way the system's designed to think about N-1, N-2, right, to what risk assessment we have at that location, which then determines what types of equipment we put in, what type of security posture. So as it relates to the utility practices, I would say yes. For me, it then becomes the coordination with local law enforcement and the response, that element of it as well is part of it.
I feel like it is there. It is part of our anyone, speaking on behalf of Exelon, it is part of our security plans, the response and resiliency.
All right, one last question, Mr. McClellan.
Okay, I think I can go pretty quick on this because it builds on what I've heard from Jim Robb, from Eric, and from Howard, is that if it's not going to be minimum requirements, what I've heard from several of the panelists is that after Duke, there were particular actions that were considered. There are particular actions that are important for deter, and probably even from a law enforcement perspective for forensics. So is there a menu of best practices that can be considered based on lessons learned and engagement, say, with the law enforcement community on what would better deter and then catch the perpetrators that would also lead to further deterrence, right, in conjunction with penalties? So is there a list of best practices? Is there a menu of best practices based on these lessons learned?
I don't think there's a published list of best practices, but as I said earlier, we talk about this at great length at our security committee meetings, and we do share those best practices. But is it broadly available in print somewhere? I don't think so.
EISAC has put out some documentation, but high level. Yeah, high level. I personally am trying to make the push for better. You've heard me say it several times today about being more careful about what information is out there, realizing you can't pull it back. That gives people insight into our operations of these particular assets for planning purposes. Just making it, to me, a best practice guidance should be about better, making it harder, realizing some of this information is already out there. It's always going to be available, but just making it harder to access would go a long way towards lowering our risk against a sophisticated attack.
I was going to mention EISAC. The other one that I would was just in our collaboration with law enforcement, we have come to understand better what some of the operational best practices aid them in their investigation. And so I go back to having those relationships and maintaining that open dialogue with them, before the situation rises.
With that, I'd like to thank our panelists and moderators for this panel session. Excellent conversation about this. We're going to be taking a break now until the top of the hour, 1 o'clock for those that are here in the room, 1 o'clock Eastern, and for those online, we'll be back at the top of the hour. Thank you all so much.
Check, check, check. Check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2.
Okay.
Push it and flash it. Go green, but it might.
Well, it is the top of the hour. We're going to go ahead and get started so we can stay on schedule. We now are going on to panel number 3, and so Joe McClellan, Bill Peterson, we will are the moderators for this panel. I'll turn it over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. I am Joe McClelland. I'm the Director of the Office of Energy Infrastructure Security at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Is it not working? Yeah, it's red, so let's do. Okay, how's this one? Nope, still nothing.
Use this till I can get you another one.
All right, thank you, Howard. There, this one works. Well, I am Joe McClelland. I'm from the Office of Energy Infrastructure Security at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I'm joined here by Bill Peterson, who is the Director of Entity Development and Communications at FERC. I'm pleased to say that we are joined also by a distinguished group of panelists who are both principals and subject matter experts and will be able to represent how their organizations are already using best practices to help prevent, protect, respond to, and recover from physical security threats. Now, without further delay, recognizing that we have a very short period of time and a lot of topics to cover, I'm going to turn this over to the panelists and ask that they make any opening remarks that they may have. So, Scott, if you would introduce yourself, please, and any opening remarks that you may have.
There we go, and I'll use this mic. We are showing resiliency and redundancy. Hey, good afternoon. My name is Scott Aronson. I'm EEI's Senior Vice President for Security and Preparedness, also serve as part of the Secretariat for the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I think just to keep things really tight, I will provide a quick overview of my framing of my thoughts around physical security of the energy grid of North America. I think the first thing I would say is, and Joe and I were talking about this during the break, I'm threat agnostic. Yes, physical security matters. So does cybersecurity. So does storm and fire preparation. When we're thinking about the design basis of a threat, if we get bogged down in any one particular threat vector, we are going to miss something. So, we're really concerned about a lot of people shooting at substations. What about insider threats? What about Molotov cocktails? What about improvised explosive devices? On and on and on. So we really need to be thinking holistically about the security of the system. The other thing I'll say is when we talk about security, we usually talk about it in terms of 3 legs of a stool, and I'm going to come back to these 3 legs throughout the course of the conversation today. First leg of the stool is standards. Yes, as I sit here at NERC and as I look at my friends from FERC, we are a heavily regulated industry, And standards absolutely do make us better. They create a foundational level of security. But I tell people that if you put too much emphasis on regulation, on standards, security is not a check-the-box exercise. Okay, I've done X, Y, and Z, I'm secure. No, you're complacent, and you're not going above and beyond, and you have telegraphed your defenses to the adversary. So let's not pretend that standards by themselves equate to security. Second leg of the stool is partnerships. Industry and government at all levels working hand in glove to identify risks and threats, share information, deter adversaries, and put people in jail when something bad happens. And then the last leg of that stool is when all of those things fail, response and recovery. The ability to be resilient, the ability to take a punch, the ability to get the lights back on as quickly as possible, which again, this sector has a lot of experience with through history with storms and natural hazards, but increasingly capability to share material, equipment, people, expertise to get the lights back on as quickly as possible. So that's my opening salvo, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
All right.
Go ahead, Mike.
Can you hear me on this? No? There we go. All right. Hard act to follow, actually. But anyway, first of all, I just want to really thank FERC and NERC for hosting this event, and just really the leadership that's shown on this topic. From that leadership has really been instrumental to keep this dialogue going. So really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm Michael Ball, and I'm the Chief Security Officer for Berkshire Hathaway Energy. I'm responsible for both the cyber and physical programs across our businesses. We are an investor-owned utility, like some that have been up on panels earlier, and we serve 12 million customers, over 28 states in the U.S., and we also have operations in the U.K. and Canada. Our operating companies include U.S. electric companies like PacifiCorp, Mid-American Energy, NV Energy. We have renewables business. We also have a pipeline group of businesses that for natural gas, and we operate that infrastructure from coast to coast again here in the U.S. So we maintain more than 211,000 miles of electric transmission and distribution infrastructure, and we operate 49,000 miles of natural gas pipeline. Within our company, we prioritize security in our core values and the way we do our business, and it actually starts at the very top of the organization. It cascades down to every employee. So it's a really important part of the organization that I'm privileged to be part of, and just to see that permeate through everything that we do in our business. Our culture encourages ownership and accountability, again, out to each and every employee. We take pride in those results of that work, and we see it as benefiting our customers in providing, the focus on that, providing our customers reliable and low cost energy services. So it's really important. Our philosophy, across Berkshire Hathaway Energy embodies those traits. We operate our business and we spend a significant amount of money in really bolstering security across all of our businesses in the pursuit of the best possible security outcomes, our customers and the communities we serve. So but it also embraces not just the things that we do, but our partnerships with our government partners, our peers. We heard a lot earlier on about the dialogue that occurs between our industry partners, and it is exceptional. In fact, working even across multiple sectors and being able to engage with them, I think is an example that leads in terms of industry and the ability to share information. It's just truly exceptional. And so I just really want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk today about this important topic.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Vinay Gupta from ITC Holding. First of all, I would want to say is that I think that the thing I appreciated most is that when NERC issued the report on SIP 14, the idea of technical conference was there. That is a really positive step for me to collaborate with the industry to talk about some of these issues like the prior panels talk about. Because I think we always find better solution when we work together, rather than having a unilateral standard or a rule. So my function at ITC is I work as Vice President Operation, and ITC, I'd just talk a little bit. We're a transmission-only company. We're spread out across 7 states, about 16,000-mile transmission, and close to 700 substations. So I handle at ITC operations, corporate security, safety, and compliance. So it's somewhat of a mix of different roles, and that's why I kind of see physical security from an operational perspective, and I also look at some of the learnings from the safety side of the word. So some of you may have heard the capacity model concept in safety, where what we look at from worker safety is that if a bad event happens, something happens, what capacity do we have to absorb that impact so that the person doesn't get severely hurt? Because you can never prevent 100% of the bad events. I look at the same way physical security in our company, that what are we really doing or we can do that when something bad happens, that we can minimize the impact. And then the words, the prior panels talked about resiliency and redundancy come to the mind. So and I'm not saying that prevent and deter is not part of it. Actually, it is. The prevent and deter is also part of your resiliency. So when I look at, I hear some of the other panels talk about the systems are unique, the assets are unique, the characteristics are unique, and that's exactly what we do. We look at our substation sites from different threat vectors. We look at, okay, what neighborhood, what area, what region, what kind of traffic, and then you start thinking about if you model different attack scenarios as things keep changing. Is it a ballistic simple attack, or could it be a direct fire weapon? Could it be an explosive carried on a vehicle? You can name multiple scenarios. Point being is that I think the key part of prevent and deter is that we model those scenarios, we study those, and then we see what is the best plan for this site based on the criticality. So I think I'm appreciative of the opportunity today, and throughout the questions I would share, probably continue the theme, share a lot more thoughts about resiliency, redundancy, and minimizing the impact on our assets.
Thanks, Manit. I'm Tom Galloway. I'm the CEO of the North American Transmission Forum, and appreciate the opportunity to participate in the panel today. For those that might not be familiar with the Transmission Forum, our members represent about 85% of the U.S. and Canadian high voltage transmission system, and as such, we cover most of the SIP 14 assets, so particularly relevant topic for us. Our members are acutely aware of the evolving threat landscape, the increase in physical attacks in terms of frequency, and to a lesser extent, impact. And I have to give the disclaimer that my comments reflect the membership generally, but not necessarily the views of every individual member. So I have 4 points I'd like to make. And some of these are consistent with what you heard earlier, which is a good thing. First, the forum members implemented significant tiered, no regrets physical security mitigations that go beyond the SIP 14 requirements. And those include things like site design improvements, better lighting, and video surveillance, and barrier and equipment hardening. We've also focused significant effort on effective restoration through training, mutual assistance, drills involving local authorities, and spare strategies. And second, we look at mitigation of physical security threats as part of an all hazards approach that balances factors like effectiveness, cost, timeliness, adaptability, and supply chain concerns. Third, and this will probably kind of go to the last panel today, the construction of sufficient, resilient, by design transmission could provide significant benefits, including improved security. So placing transmission with sufficient robustness, redundancy, and diversity at the optimal locations will reduce system risk concentrations, namely the number of SIP 14 assets. The new transmission construction could enable decarbonization goals, but to aid in resilience, we'll have to keep pace with renewables growth. My fourth and last point is we cannot cost effectively prevent every malicious act, and therefore we must maintain a strong focus on effective restoration, specifically resilient communications and innovative solutions for key spare parts. So resilient communications is key to true electric system resilience. Most large utilities have multiple means of communications, but as you go through that triaging of those normal communications, several of our members have looked to black sky communications methods. Companies like Dominion Energy and PJM have looked at communications efforts that should withstand even the worst events and be available as the optional last resort. In terms of key spare parts innovations, I looked at EEI STEP program and the Transmission Form Restore program, where we have voluntary but formal methods to share key spare parts in the event of a significant event. But one other area I'd like to point to as a significant innovation is modular mobile gap spares. So a specific case in point is Con Edison of New York has developed what they call resiliency transformers. And those are designed to be deployed in any number of different locations. They can cover up to 20% of the Con Ed's high voltage transformer fleet, and they can be installed and operational in 3 days. Okay? So that provides a level of redundancy beyond their normal spares. And I think that concept is scalable to other equipment types, and we've been promoting it, pretty aggressively internally, and I think it warrants additional focus and consideration. So with that, those are my remarks. Look forward to the discussion.
All right, well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Randy Horton, Director of the Critical Power and Electromagnetic Threats Programs at Electric Power Research Institute, or EPRI. So my area primarily focuses on national security type R&D, but EPRI as a whole, we are a 501c3 not-for-profit R&D company that primarily focuses on R&D for the electric utility industry. And like Tom, our members represent 90% of the energy that's created or generated, I guess I should say, in the U.S. So a wide swath of utility members that we work with. So EPRI takes physical security threats seriously, and over the last decade, we've been working on collaborative research projects in a number of areas related to physical security. Some examples include ballistic testing of bushings, transformers, and ballistic barriers, development of spare equipment strategies and methods to prioritize substation assets, testing of UAS and also counter-UAS systems in what I'll say representative electromagnetic environments, high voltage substation type environments, testing and development of robots and UAS to detect and identify physical security threats and intrusions in substations, providing technical support and sharing of best practices for utilities, integrating security operations center concepts into their plans. Also, a lot of work in the intentional electromagnetic interference space, IMI, testing and assessment to identify what potential impacts those threats can have on not only substations but also transmission control centers. Development and deployment of RF monitoring systems that detect ballistic impacts on equipment like transformers or circuit breakers, but also can identify whether someone's trying to climb a transmission tower, for example. And then also developing software tools and methodologies to help transmission planners identify the critical substations we've been talking about earlier today. So in the asset space, one of our primary roles is to provide utilities with a technical basis for which to utilize new technologies throughout not just the initial deployment stage, but through the full asset life cycle: acquire, maintain, operate, and dispose. And through that process, the testing and evaluation that we perform in collaboration with these utilities increases their confidence when they're going out and using these types of technologies. We learn about unintended consequences, how to mitigate those, and so on. So ultimately, you're providing a solid technical basis for folks to use these technologies. So in closing, we're committed to developing science-based solutions to combat these emerging threats, and we'll continue to provide technical guidance and leadership to the electricity sector, public policymakers, and other stakeholders interested in increasing the resilience of the bulk electric system to physical security threats. So appreciate again, just thank you for the opportunity to be here. Look forward to the questions.
Thanks. I'm Craig Lawton from Sandia National Labs. I want to thank Joe McClellan for inviting me to this and joining you guys today to talk about some of these really important issues. So for those of you who aren't quite as familiar with Sandia National Lab, so we're a Department of Energy National Laboratory. However, we're a nuclear weapons laboratory, so we grew out of the Manhattan Project, for those who may have caught Oppenheimer. In the theaters nowadays, the Trinity site is literally about 100 miles from my home. So we have a pretty unique perspective on national security and really focusing on sort of that nuclear deterrence role to bring to bear on some of these other national security challenges like energy security and physical security. I want to mention, my background is in systems engineering. So I've spent about the last 20 years working with primarily the military on systems engineering-oriented problems. And so I'm going to beat the drum today a little bit around taking some of these systems engineering approaches and applying it to some of these problems that we talk about in the physical security area in particular. Although I'm one of those who feels you can't really separate all the different threats from the problem. There are many interrelated aspects of that. When it comes to systems engineering in particular, I'll mention a couple of things in my opening remarks. One is when we talk about understanding the physical security of the grid or even the bulk power system component of the grid, this is really, not just a complex problem, it's a wicked problem. There are so many different parts to that problem that we have to focus on and understand. And if we think about systems engineering as a way to bring about managing of complexity, I think there's a lot that we can learn and bring to bear from that perspective, sort of from a top level. It's also been mentioned earlier, a lot of this is around balancing competing objectives, right? So we can't harden everything. We can't, gold plate every component. And so we have to be very selective about where we focus our resources. And a lot of effort has gone into, sort of the systems engineering approach to balancing some of those competing objectives, developing models that can help us understand the trade space for where to invest most of our resources. Just a little bit about my current role at Sandia. I'm Sandia's energy security program manager. I also manage a fairly large research portfolio where we focus on resilient energy systems. We've been doing this for about the past 5 years, and so hopefully I can share some of the details of that with you as well. So again, thanks a lot for having me here today.
Well, let's see if this works out. We're online. So thank you, panelists, for those excellent opening remarks, and thank you for taking the time to participate today. So we'll jump right into the questions. Just a quick clarification that the questions will be directed to individuals, but if anyone else has anything that they feel they really want to add, please just let us know. Put your hand up. We'll call on you, and we'll get those perspectives as well. So the first question is for Annette and Michael. We'd like you to briefly describe the physical security threat landscape for each of your companies and what best practices have been implemented to mitigate the risks and vulnerabilities of physical attacks on energy infrastructure. So, Michael, I'll start with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So I'd say just from a threat landscape perspective, from physical security, our industry has been facing, threats for, as long as we've been operating. So, I think the reality is we will see those evolve. And certainly, recently we've been really concerned about the rise of domestic violent extremists. I think that's a real threat. It's something we're tracking. And I think, we've heard about it in several discussions throughout the various panels, but I would say that's probably one of the more predominant ones. And we've seen certainly the ballistic level attacks on that. So, we recognize that's the current theme, but we also heard about other threats. The UAV threats, so drones. I mean, we've seen that play out in the Ukraine to show us really how devastating that type of tactic can be. And so, what we have to realize is that we have to continually evolve and build on our practices. And from a security perspective, for example, when we've seen that threat emerge with the increasing ballistics. We're actually looking at increasing our ballistic protections around our assets, whether that be perimeter or within the perimeter. So we've been working very hard building new standards and establishing and deploying that, not only just to try to bolster what we have today, but to ensure we're strengthening our assets as we build them for tomorrow. So that's one of the key things that we're incorporating. The other thing is that, just in the spectrum of things, it's not just that perimeter. We're having to try to make sure that that's the deter side of it. We want to make it a formidable thing to try to attack. But, at the same time, our ability to detect and respond is essential. And so we see that as part of the mosaic of solutions, the standards and the practices we apply. So there is no one best practice. The best practice is having lots of options, making sure that drive towards resiliency. And I think we owe that to our customers. We owe that to the areas in which we serve. And I think, and certainly as as critical infrastructure, we owe that to the country. So.
Thank you, Michael. Annette?
Sure. Yeah, I think a lot of what Michael said, I would agree with that. And one of the things in security threat landscape, which we're seeing is, I know that the threats are changing continuously. So we're all sitting here in this room. We're familiar with a lot of cyber attacks, which were state-sponsored, that has happened. Now, we keep to think about it. When we look at our physical security systems, access control, monitoring system, what we use, they're more and more digitized nowadays. We see kind of a real threat or possibility, even though it hasn't happened yet, is some of those attackers getting into those systems, making them inoperable, and then facilitate a physical attack. So that's something we have been looking at it, and one of the practice I would share in that area is for us and others to protect against some of these vulnerabilities is to do independent penetration tests or assessments. So what those penetration tests do is that they would look at your physical security control systems and what you have in place and what are the loopholes in that. So I'll share an example. A few years ago, I think like 2016, 17, we did one at ITC. We hired an independent third-party company, and they did deliberate penetration tests at some of our larger substations and control center buildings. And guess what? They used a lot of techniques and tools that are available on Amazon or YouTube. Examples I would give you without going in detail is badge cloning, creating a diversion to climb a fence and get into a substation. And you'd be surprised to see that you can buy a $10 device and do some of those activities. So when we looked at some of the recommendations and we start to think through it, that actually prompted us to reevaluate our whole physical access control systems and video monitoring systems. And we're right now in the middle of replacing that and looking at where do we go from here, because as the threat landscape continues to change. So we do utilize some of the state agencies, DHS, we've used State Fusion Centers, MIOC, Michigan Intelligence Operations Center for assessments, and that has helped us point some vulnerabilities. One other area I would share as I look at, as Mike said, there are many best practices that come together to protect the grid. But one thing that I would want to point out is having physical security as part of your design practice. So when you're building a site, building a substation, we do electrical, we do civil design, we do site scoping, we do walk downs and everything. I think it is important that to have a security-specific design mindset based on the criticality of that site. So we today currently have that standardized design based on criticality of the site. So when we go out, we look at a design for a site. When we create a design package, security design is a part of it. So that then kind of becomes as part of your standard practice when you're building or upgrading your facilities.
Thank you, Vinod. Moving to the next question, that's be directed at Scott and Tom. What asset management and preparedness best practices have your member companies implemented to protect against, respond to, and recover from physical attacks on their energy infrastructure?
Thanks for the question. So I'll lead it off, and I have a feeling that Tom and I are going to say a lot of the same things. He already referenced some of the spare equipment sharing. Let me go back to the last question and kind of lead up into this one. As Michael said, for as long as the grid has been around, it is a soft target. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. With that, back in the day, it was vandalism, it was sabotage, it was copper theft, it was you name it. In recent years, that has evolved to more sophisticated threats. And you can go to the 03 blackout as a sort of inflection point of, well, that was naturally occurring, and a couple of other things. But it resulted in, well, if that can happen because of a tree hitting a transmission line in Ohio, it could also be purposeful. And I think the framework of critical infrastructure security really grew out of that recognition. And so where we've come since then, to answer the question more directly about how electric companies, EEI's members and others, but EEI represents the investor-owned segment of the sector, how we have come at this is, I think, maybe 3 or 4 pretty big themes that I'll hit. The first is integrated security operations centers, of far more aggressive monitoring of infrastructure at any given time. It is ubiquitous. It is everywhere. How do we keep an eye on that from control centers and from headquarters? Moving on to more traditional response type activities, mutual assistance has been around literally since the 1930s. Actually, even earlier than that, there were these bilateral agreements between Edison illuminating companies that would help each other when something broke. That evolved into more regional construct, and now we have something known as the National Response Event Framework. That framework has facilitated the ability to share people, expertise, material, equipment, you name it, and to partner more closely with government when incidents do happen. And so that culture of mutual assistance, which goes back 100 plus years, really has also evolved to reflect this newest threat, or these growing threats, we'll call them. In addition to the sharing of the people and the expertise, the sharing of material and equipment, so material mutual assistance, or some of the spare transformer and spare equipment sharing programs that Tom referenced, whether it is the spare transformer equipment program, Spare Connect, Restore, Grid Assurance, and there are others. Tom also mentioned the recovery transformers, this notion of how do we get some of these truly critical assets that we need to operate, have a sufficient supply of those for a single company or sort of a joint sharing agreement and the ability to share between and among companies so that we have a sort of called a virtual stockpile, for lack of a better way to put it. So again, now just going to keep referring to everybody who's been speaking throughout the day, but as Michael said, this sort of mosaic of approaches, it's not one, here's the leading practice, just do this. More guns, guards, and gates, and you'll be fine. Whoever it was that said, I think it was Vineet, gold plate everything. Yeah, okay, we can gold plate it, we can platinum plate it. That still doesn't buy down the risk. There is still the opportunity for somebody to do something so that defense in depth, and I'm not going to define defense in depth for folks, but just think of a bank. The vault, that is the crown jewels. You've got to go through so many layers of security to get to the things that really, really matter. And even then, there are other ways to prevent really catastrophic things from happening in that bank. That defense in depth, that layered approach, that mosaic of solutions, that partnership, that sharing of equipment, that sharing of people, that monitoring the systems, that deterrence are all the different ways that electric companies are thinking holistically about the threats we're facing.
Got it. All right. So, a lot of focus rightfully on the recent physical security events, but when we kind of talk about this, the turning point in the transmission forum was 2013, right, with the Metcalf event, which was a watershed event. It was a ballistic attack, but it was very sophisticated, right? They took out communication, security apparatus, and so forth. So kind of a little bit of a precursor of potentially things to come. Based on the Metcalf event, we pivoted and put a lot of focus on resilience in addition to reliability. And to that end, we worked with EPRI to create a definition for resilience. We recently updated that, and we published it openly so others can use it. And a big reason for doing that was to really kind of align the members and really kind of get to a common vernacular. And I think that that's been very helpful. Building off of that, we started annual resilience summits covering things like hardening of key transmission assets, restoration and recovery, black start capability, emergency communications. So EPRI and the Transmission Forum will put those on annually. Over the last several, NERC has participated as well. We talk about leading practices in each of those dimensions in those summits. In addition, we developed and deployed a transmission resilience maturity model. So that was done with EPRI, DOE, and the national labs. And that helps our members identify their relative maturity on the business processes necessary to promote resilience. And that's been actually, we've had really good uptake on that and good feedback on that. And I say all of that to say that, again, physical security is one of the all hazards considerations that we look at, but it's just one of the things in the portfolio that you have to address effectively. Specific to the question, the Transmission Forum has something on the order of 16 different practice groups around different technical disciplines. Those practice groups all meet at least monthly, and some of the ones that are relevant to this point are system operations, operations training, asset management, substation and lines equipment, and physical and cyber security. So those folks meet confidentially at least monthly, have multiple work stream efforts around best practices, and then we'll reinforce the implementation of that through peer reviews. We'll do about 10 peer reviews a year that have on the order of 30 participants to go in and review performance at a given member facility. But the whole idea is that that exchange gives rise to what does good look like, what does excellent look like in each of those dimensions, and then we share that broadly across the membership.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to move over now to research, development, education, and training improvements. So for the first question, I'd like to call on, let's see, it'd be Craig, Dr. Horton, as well as Tom. So the question is as follows. So what research and development efforts are underway or needed for understanding and mitigating physical security risks to critical energy electrical infrastructure? And Craig, why don't you go ahead and start, and then we'll just move up the table. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks. So at Sandia, we think about our research in sort of three areas that are related to this. The first area is really vulnerability assessments. So can we understand how the system is vulnerable? An example of that might be developing a quantitative risk model of a system or a component. And then, because at Sandia we like to break things and destroy things, which allows you to understand its vulnerabilities, we gather empirical data so that we can feed that to our risk models. A second area is in computation. So we are living in an increasingly data-rich environment, right, where we're gathering information from many sources, and in many ways we're overloaded with data. So developing novel ways to synthesize that data and to analyze that data. So obviously AI, machine learning are areas that are quite hot in not just this area, but broadly speaking. But high performance computing, scalable modeling. I was talking to somebody at one of the breaks. Things that support like the North American Energy Resilience Model Initiative that some of you may have heard of, DOE funded activity. And then really a third area is once we understand the vulnerabilities and have developed some empirical data, can we now focus on actual technologies that could mitigate the vulnerabilities that we can model and understand their cost effectiveness, for example. So scalable modeling and computation feeding sort of a mitigation strategy. I could go into a lot of the details, but I'll hand it over to Randy.
Thanks, Greg. So our R&D, I'd probably fit it in two buckets. One's assets, and then one's more transmission planning, power system analysis. I'll speak primarily to the asset side, but I'll talk a little bit about our analysis side as well. So we're looking at things like, I would say ongoing R&D, and then sort of future is additional ballistic testing of like bushings, for example, seeing how different types of bushings, how they respond, and noting that, doing more research on counter UAS. We've done some, but there's a lot more to be done there. Also trying to investigate other technologies that might be leveraged in this space. For example, there's cameras that exist that are used in schools that can identify if someone's holding a firearm. Is there some way to utilize that technology in substations? I mentioned the IMI. So one of the things we're kind of seeing as an emerging threat is, sort of like Ocean's 11, someone using some type of technology to actually take out the surveillance systems that you've put in and then try to attack. So doing some work in that space. Another thing, we've done a lot of work, and there's lots out there on barriers, but is there a way that potentially to design a more cost-effective ballistic barrier that's more specific to a substation's application? So, for example, maybe the barrier is designed to actually keep a round from completely penetrating, so you're trying to protect a human, but maybe if you're only trying to protect the transformer, if the round projectile doesn't have enough energy to actually damage the transformer, maybe you can back off on the standards, make it more cost effective. So looking at things of that space. From a power system analysis standpoint, the gentleman this morning from Mitsubishi was talking about how complicated it is to actually determine whether or not the system's going into cascade. So we've got a team of experts looking at developing tools that kind of help with that process. So basically looking at better ways to do power system analysis to not only detect whether a system's going into cascade, but also identify substations for SIP 14.
Want me to respond to this?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I can't really speak fully to R&D that's underway. A couple of things that I would say warrant attention, and I believe some of them are already being focused on. Resilient communications, I mentioned in my opening remarks, right? Part of the reason for my focus on that is in the transmission forum, we did an evaluation in 2017 that kind of surmised a broad area loss of EMS and SCADA. And could you operate the system even given that somewhat catastrophic loss? And the positive conclusion is that you could for a finite period with a big if you could talk, right? And that's an open question. We're starting to make some inroads on that now. I mentioned a couple of member companies are focused on that, but I think that's a significant area continued focus. I mentioned the plug and play kind of modular mobile spare parts at Con Edison. I think, especially in light of the supply chain challenges that we're having, scaling that mindset to be, create a pool of plug and play, like gap resources, right? Not intended for the life of the company, right, or the life of the asset, but to be able to kind of fill in the event of a real adverse situation. That's an area that warrants more focus. Resilient by design configurations, a number of our member companies are doing that. So how do you set up things that are either hardened from known situations or designed to fail in a way that you can recover them that much more quickly? Drones, both in terms of kind of use for surveilling, making sure that you understand your terrain in terms of the threat actors, but also anti-drone capability. You see in the war underway between Russia and Ukraine, like heavy use of drones, and not too big a stretch to envision it happening here. And then the last thing is, I think each of the individual companies do a good job in terms of their risk analysis, but I think there's some opportunity to kind of look at either kind of a broad footprint or common mode type of area. And one example might be, I think Sandia is actually working on this, is looking at the threat of fire affecting a number of assets in a broad area and what the impact that would be. And that could be either, an act of malice or just an act of nature.
Sorry, you made me think of something that I wanted to add here. I think we also need to think about resilience when we have no comms, right? So, what if the communication systems are disabled or damaged. And so I know that there is, not just at Sandia, but research going on to develop capabilities that can help us understand and detect faults, for example, in situations where we don't have comms, like traveling wave fault detection, as an example. I think that has some application to the bulk power system. So I wanted to mention that I think comms, focusing on comms as a capability is critically important, but understanding if we don't have it also.
I wanted to give Scott, I know you were involved with wildfire, so it's not really on script, but I wanted to give you an opportunity also to comment on this question, what research is underway and what needs might there be, for the industry with research and development.
I appreciate that. I will side with a lot of the things that Tom said very closely, and just maybe build on those a little bit. So this notion of resilient, not just communications, but resilient capability operate in a degraded state. It's something that through the years we've called different things. Some folks call it the MacGyver project. We've heard spare tire. I'm partial to supplemental operating strategies, SOS. How do we operate degraded? But the idea is to have these ability to hold the grid together. Maybe we're not billing customers. Maybe it's held together with bubble gum and duct tape for a period of time while we can restore the system more fully. But for the purposes of, look, there's a concept in deterrence. There's two ways you deter. An attack has a consequence. That's government, right? Cyber attack, physical attack from a near peer nation state. You attack our stuff, we're going to attack back. But also you deter by an attack does not have the intended consequence. So you're driving up the cost to the adversary, and now they're spending a lot of time and resources for minimal impact. And I think putting some attention into these degraded operations really does change the equation for the adversary. So adding on to what Tom said with respect to supplemental operating strategies, to needing resilient communications to be able to enable that, I would also add training. The humans who knew how to operate the grid for the better part of the 20th century with pistol grip handles and slide rules, unfortunately, are retiring. And so having that capability, I think, is something that the training for those people is something that we need to continue to focus on. With respect to some of these recovery transformers and other spare tire assets that we could plug in for a period of time, we also need some more standardization. And that is something that the Department of Energy and the electric power sector are working on as we speak. This is something that, look, every engineer for a company is the smartest engineer because they're the engineer for that company, right? And over the course of the last 130 years, companies made engineering decisions that absolutely made great sense for their company, but didn't necessarily help holistically. And so now that we are seeing a more integrated, connected grid, now that we are seeing the impacts of potential longer duration outages across larger areas, we need to be able to share material and equipment more effectively, and more standardization across the infrastructure will help to do that. Oh, and by the way, as we face supply chain challenges right now, standardization helps with just blue sky sharing as well, and with manufacturing capacity and things like that. So those are some of the areas I'd build on Tom's really good points about R&D around resilience.
Thank you. Thank you all. Let's move over now. I don't want Michael and Danette to think we've forgotten about them. So the next question is directed at you two. What research and development efforts, including the development of tools, would you like to see the national labs undertake to assist your companies in addressing physical threats to your critical electrical infrastructure? We can start with you, Michael.
Thank you. Got the battery low.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Well, I think in part of it, I would actually align to some of the earlier conversation about resiliency because, I think we can I think we can look at certain emerging needs, certainly trying to drive more effective, cost-effective, more options from the commercial market that's going to be picked up out of some of the lab and accelerator work. We're very eager to see good solutions come out that way. But, I think from a security perspective, it really does land in the area where is modeling, are able to better understand our assets, be able to more effectively establish response and recovery and resiliency approaches. So I'm going to would be looking more that way. The other thing is, our grid has been around over 100 years, and we've seen it evolve, over many, many years, and we should be thinking, what's it going to look like 100 years from now? What does it look like? It's going to be drastically different. And so I would be looking for, are there ways that we can anticipate some of these things that we oftentimes even speculate on? We know, and I know there's work being done in labs around quantum computing capabilities, both positive and negative. And I think we need to understand those more, particularly as those capabilities become more of a reality. So again, just partnering with the labs to be able to assist us in understanding that, so that we can plan ahead, so that we can actually start to incorporate those thoughts into our design, so that we're building for the future.
Yeah, so I think I'll pick up on something which Craig said. I think the use of AI and newer technology that labs are looking at. So one of the areas I see it, and what we have faced in reality is, as I mentioned in my first comment, the more assets in physical security monitoring area, the more your reliance on alerts and alarms and what you rely on, what that system is telling you. We have had high wind days where the alarming systems went crazy. So I think one of the areas that would help to have some research in that and use of technology and AI, and to make the alarming and alerts a little more smarter, reduce the noise, because that actually cuts down the cost, because then you can have more effective monitoring and detection. The other area I would point is more, again, going into resiliency. I think it would help for labs to maybe define some resiliency metrics more on transmission sides. What is a resiliency criteria or metrics for line corridors or sites that can then be maybe used to justify resiliency-based investment? Because I don't think we have a uniform criteria like that exists today that we can use in the planning process. And the last thing I would say is, I think the cybersecurity area, I would think, is a lot more mature than the physical security area as we sit here. So there are a lot of learnings from that area that maybe labs can use and apply some of those into physical security area.
Thank you, Vinette. At this point, I'll turn it over to my co-moderator, Bill Peterson.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you all. And as we had some great ideas, I'm a cyber expert myself, so pulling that in, hearing quantum computing, like that's a lot of the future, and that's new stuff that we're going to have to figure out. As we think about physical security, we want to give the labs a chance also to reply. And a question I have for the folks, and I'd like to start with Craig, because you mentioned that you think you can bring a unique perspective coming from kind of that nuclear side. The question for you all is what do you need, or would you like to see from the industry, from energy, to improve your ability and accuracy in addressing physical security risks to critical infrastructure?
So that is a great question. In full disclosure, actually, we work relatively closely with ITC. They sit on our advisory board, so we actually get a lot of input from industry, on directing our research. But, I would say, to me, sort of industry represents, the operations of the system. How are we actually delivering, the energy that electricity that is ubiquitous and important to everything in our life, right? So again, coming back to sort of my systems engineering drum, it represents the end user, and whether that's a commercial end user or an independent user, this is the most important part of the system, actually, right? The people who use the energy. And so the partnerships that we develop with industry, with utilities, grid operators, and the entire community are incredibly critical. And we can't inform our research, we can't do our job as a researcher, as a national laboratory in this area without really strong partnerships. So we strive to develop as many of those partnerships as possible. Those partnerships lead to additional information that we get that we can feed our models with, that we can use as elements of our research, of our test and evaluation, and they allow us an avenue to demonstrate, is what we're actually focused on going to work? Is it feasible? So more information, more data, so to speak. We often also get hung up in sort of the proprietary, elements of our world. We work on things, and we have to be careful about how we share that data, absolutely. But there are mechanisms that we can put in place, NDAs and CRAs and things like that, that can certainly facilitate the sharing of information. Without getting into sort of the specifics of individual, aspects of the research, that's kind of how I would characterize the relationship.
Yeah, so I think my comment would be basically the same thing, but maybe in a slightly different way. I think the overall theme, and I think back to the work that we did, like on high-altitude EMP, when you've got these man-made threats, there's a lot of national security information that's involved, and utilities, it becomes a very squirrely problem very quickly. It's very complicated for one thing, but then also you're trying to keep all the information, because it's secret, because it's sensitive. But on problems like this, if you can do the R&D in a collaborative way, where you're not doing like 50 one-off projects, you're doing one large project, but do it in a way that the information is sensitive. There's lots of shared learning that can go on, and together as a utility industry, you can kind of move the ball forward way down the field using that approach. So that's what I would like to see from the utility industry, working with the labs and also our government partners. If we could put together some kind of large collaborative type effort where you're bringing in the intel, but not you're hiding basically the methods and sources, but using that information to inform the R&D, and then basically just working together to advance the ball.
Is that relevant to me? Yeah. This question?
If you have input.
Not on this one.
All right. You? Good.
Excellent. So, I heard more data, more collaborative projects. I love that, and I love your comment about, because we heard it on panel 2, we need to protect that data. So when you aggregate your members' data, we got to make sure we keep that secure. So keeping all that in mind as we move forward. Excellent. This next question is around some local jurisdiction. We also heard about that from panel 2 and how they work with local responders and government partners to respond, look at forensics, et cetera, when it comes to physical security practices. So I'd like to start with Vinit. With this one, we'll hit some of the other folks as well, and anybody jump in if you've got input on this one. But what best practices are in place? And I'll expand a little bit, if you don't want to hit a best practice that we've heard about today, to any ideas or potential solutions that would accelerate electric utility situational awareness of an incident and to involve local jurisdiction responders.
So I think what I see is that the key aspect of situational awareness for us, or system operators or security coordinators, is to know when an event is happening, what is causing it. Is it a normal fault, or is somebody created an attack? So one of the things we found useful was, as Scott says, most utilities have 24/7 security command centers. All of us, almost every one of us, have 24/7 transmission operation centers because that's a requirement. One thing we found useful is having those two in close proximity, along with your cybersecurity monitoring center. So years ago, we redid our security command center, and we put them right inside our control room in a corner in a separate area. But We saw real benefits of that. Like, for example, when some of these events were unfolding in North Carolina, our security command center operators were analyzing it as they do part of their daily job. They get up and they go talk to our transmission system operators and start talking about it. Most recently, we had RTU comm system go down in a substation. General way you would think of, something happened and RTUs went down, but it was actually somebody broke into a cabinet. So with the security command center operator being there and the system operator, they were both starting to look at the cameras and inside the substation. So the whole focus changed from why is this event happening? I'm not just assuming that this is the way it has always happened, so that's why it's happening the same way. The other area from a local law enforcement perspective, I would say what we found beneficial, and this is something I would say I learned through the NATF and some of the other members talking with them, is know your local law enforcement officers. Know who your local police officers are, who your local FBI liaison is. So when something happened, that's not the first time you're calling them. You have their numbers, you know them by name. What we do is that we bring some of them and even their frontline workers to our buildings, to our facilities. We do tabletop drills for insider threats, as well as we make them familiar with our layout because our assets are unique. They present different hazards. You can't have a fire truck or policeman directly enter the substation, even though you called for help. So having that prior familiarity and contact helps a lot to reduce the time it takes to respond to an event.
So I'll just kind of take a look at it from the perspective of, information sharing and situational awareness. It comes from so many different sources, and it can. And I think what's really important, the way I characterize it is almost like a hub and spoke. Your own organization is a hub and spoke. You got local, you got things that may be happening physically in a local area. If I got 28 states, and then each of those states have X amount of counties, and each of those counties have towns in there, and so each of these law enforcement agencies locally are a node of that hub and spoke. And those relationships, so I can't echo Vinet's comments even more, and those were also echoed earlier in earlier panels as well. So those local law enforcement relationships are essential. But the other aspect of it is, we will learn from our peers, also heard and discussed extensively in an earlier panel, that our relationship with each other is very important. We hear a lot of things that are happening just because I can pick up a phone and share some information or ask a question. I also, just a real tip to hat off to our ISAC. ISACs are a really important part of disseminating information and getting it out there quickly, and I just can't say enough about that. But our nodes are, so being able to be plugged into that as a resource. Again, as an individual entity, I have a hub and spoke, like a tire, but so do all our other organizations. Now the real trick is, how do we get all the tires working, the hubs and spokes working together, right? And we hear about a lot of those different, and each of those have relevancy, and they're important. The key to me, in my mind, is how do we connect those dots down the road? And so, like for example, one of the things that we're really focused on for Berkshire Hathaway Energy is we are pilot participants in the energy Energy Threat Analysis Center. So this is really an important aspect of trying to coalesce that information, be able to share it, because it's not just with our entities, it's not with other utility partners, it's not just with the ISAC, it's with Department of Energy as our sector-specific agency, it's with our government partners who have information but want to get it as much as give it. So being able to build a construct by which we can actually disseminate information more rapidly is something we got to continue to strive for. I think we do exceptionally well even today. I think it's really, I think we've seen evolve, but we have so much more to do. So our focus on the concept around that Energy Threat Analysis Center is a coalescing aspect of that is really one of the things we're looking at to drive things forward. So moving the needle, so to speak.
So the downside to going last is or maybe it's the upside. All I have to do is say, yeah, what they said. let me maybe dig just a little bit deeper. I want to put in the same plug that Michael just did for the EISAC, not just their portal, not just their information sharing capabilities, not just their convening capacity to help to sort of socialize some of these leading practices. And a lot of organizations do things like that. EEI has a security committee that we're very proud of. I think Kathy Judge referenced that in an earlier panel. We have a number of different venues where these, and I always hesitate to call them best practices. We don't know what the best is. Leading practices, sharing with each other, socializing good tactics. The other thing that the EISAC does is, and this was something we did immediately post-Metcalf in 2013, we conducted a roadshow. We went to 13 cities in North America, 9 in the U.S., 4 in Canada, and to Michael's point, individual companies have very good relationships with local law enforcement, with their state regulators, with other stakeholders. But those ebb and flow. There's new people all the time, and it's the old line, don't waste a crisis. And so Metcalf presented an opportunity for the electric power sector to resurrect some of its relationships with those important stakeholders, in particular law enforcement. You're going to hear me, I mean, you've already heard me kind of harp on this. Deterrence, deterrence, deterrence. An attack on critical infrastructure is never just vandalism. And the more that we can help to socialize with those people that matter, that when this happens, the justice system, courts, law enforcement, do not just sweep this under the rug. These need to be treated seriously because we need people in handcuffs, because that is a component of deterrence. Another interesting tactic that has been used globally, and this is something that EEI with its international members, the United States is seeing an uptick in domestic violence extremists, but we're not the only ones who have seen this. We've seen this globally as well. There is a company, I won't name them because I don't know if they wanted to be named. They happen to operate in some pretty dangerous areas, and they had really good experience calling the grid. So we all know, see something, say something, right? DHS, see something, say something. That sort of has lost some meaning. What this company did was had a communications campaign about, this is your grid. When somebody steals copper from it, it makes it more dangerous. It impacts your reliability. This is yours. And all of a sudden, the general public saw something and said something, and the incidents affecting this particular company and the incidents affecting their infrastructure went down. So there are some really interesting things that we can do in the name of deterrence and partnerships with important stakeholders, like the roadshows, like socializing leading practices, like communicating globally with companies who have been through this before, and really socializing those leading practices for the benefit of all.
Great, go to Tom.
Just jump in on that real briefly. So, Scott did a good job talking about, like, and I think before that, like the value or the importance of kind of the relationships, right? But we're looking at another layer of challenge getting superimposed is you've seen a lot of churn in the workforce, right? And that's not just in our workforce, it's in, the local and state authorities and so forth. So I think one of the keys going forward is to proactively maintain those relationships as you get that turnover, right? Never more important because we're interconnected, and never more of a challenge because of that turnover. In terms of the situational awareness, again, kudos to the ISAC. Look at it both from a kind of a tactical near term and then from a longer term type of analysis, and like what are we seeing in terms of longer term trends. And then there's also the operations situational analysis. So we've spent a fair amount of time within our practice groups focusing on, situational best practices for the operators, discernment between what's just a normal system event and what might be an act of malice, and then standardizing kind of threat assessments. And the last thing I'll say is in the context of a transmission resilience maturity model, a domain within that is all around situational awareness and the importance of having like an incident command structure and so forth. So, you have to have those processes in place ahead of time, and you have to know who you're talking to on the other side of the phone before the event.
Thank you all for that. I heard a couple things. Oh, Randy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just real quickly, one of the best practices, I guess, with regards to, being aware of what's going on is like trying to minimize false positives. And so we've seen folks, we've got some projects where you are aggregating different sensor data to make sure that, you're basically trying to minimize those false positives. For example, you may have a shot spotter out there, but there also may be a deer stand 50 yards from the substation. So, November 1st, the thing goes off. But if you couple that with, a monitor on the transformer and maybe even oil levels, if shot spotter goes off, you also got a ding on the transformer and all of a sudden the oil level's going down, you need to do something immediately. So things like that we're seeing some of our members begin to do.
Thank you all. Yeah, the turnover challenge really kind of jumped out at me because we've heard a lot about skills, right, and the need for skills here. And when you have that challenge of turnover or aging workforce, et cetera, you have that challenge of being able to bring those skills into this space. And I love the addition of we need the accurate information, right? You can have the relationships, but if you don't have the information that you need to share with them, that may hinder their ability to respond. Thank you all for that, and I'm going to turn it over to my co-moderator, Joe McClellan.
Thank you, Bill. So I'll open this question up to everyone, and feel free to really expand on it. Question is, what can the federal and state regulators do to assist the energy industry in improving their physical security posture? So we can start anywhere you like, but I will make certain that everyone answers. Thank you.
I'll jump on the grenade first. So, look, I think the electric power sector, certainly over the last 10 to 12 years, its relationship with its sector risk management agency, its regulators, both at the federal and state level, has really improved. And a lot of that is because I think we recognize that we are all on the same team. Again, industry is really good at operating its infrastructure. Government is really good at things like intelligence gathering. Industry has certain capabilities for mutual assistance, but those are supported by our government partners. Because of the uptick in incidents, cyber and physical and otherwise, I think there has been largely an appreciation for investments that need to be made. But I do think that there is always opportunity for government at all levels to be communicating with each other about what the threats are so that there is an eye toward, yes, we have to do this affordably, and yeah, we can't gold plate everything, but also that a government does have a role in helping, federal government has a role in helping state regulators to understand what the risk exposure is so that state regulators can make appropriate decisions about investments electric companies are making. So that's one place where I think there's a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of good work to this point. The point that was made earlier, and I didn't jump on it, but about, I think Michael talked about securing the grid of the future. I think some of the R&D folks were talking about the value of collaboration. I want to piggyback on that a little bit. The grid is changing dramatically. And I think the understanding of what the threat vectors of the future look like and preparing to bake security in today, not bolt it on later, going into this with an eye toward this is critical infrastructure and therefore it is a target, so we need to act appropriately or act accordingly is something else that I would, we could spend an entire day talking about what that looks like, but I think there's some opportunity there. And the last thing I would say is with respect to sensitive information, actually I'll take two more things. Prioritization. I think it was said earlier, I've said it a lot, I think I've said it to FERC before, you protect diamonds like diamonds and pencils like pencils, and what is the crown jewels are going to continue to change. And so I think open dialogue about understanding where those truly critical nodes reside and how to best protect them and or ensure redundancy and resiliency and opportunity to recover is going to be key. The last thing I would say then is around protection of sensitive information. And we've talked about this with respect to collaboration. Hey, let's collaborate and identify really cool, ways to protect this infrastructure. Let's not share that with everybody and sort of telegraph what our defenses are. Similarly, with respect to prioritized assets, there are a couple of substations that are more important to defense critical operations, more important to a large metropolitan area, more important to homeland security or other critical functions of government. Let's not print that on the front page of the Wall Street Journal with a map. And so I do think looking at ways to truly protect critical electric infrastructure information, truly understand that operational security is critical to the protection of, or at least making it easier for us to protect that. And I'm even thinking of things like Form 715, anybody can get their hands on that information, and that really gives me and EEI's members pause. So sorry for the kind of rambling answer, but I would say lots of collaboration. I think building on the great partnerships that already exist, I would say, and then I would say helping with prioritization through the years, going forward. And then I would say let's not make it easy on the adversary by sharing all this information publicly.
Yeah, no need to apologize. Those are great points and give us some great follow-up discussions as well. So, Michael, you can't say ditto, right?
Well, I know, and the fact is actually I just want to kind of reinforce it, to a degree, because, working with our, our regulators, both at the federal and state level, those partnerships are very important. And we do spend, different state commissions take a really strong interest in it over others, but we do spend time working with our regulators. But we also recognize that they have a responsibility to their constituents, the citizens within that state. So they feel a lot of pressure to publish information. So I think, and I really applauded the earlier panel too, about, as much information that goes out there, the bad guys will start to evaluate that and use that as a way to build their whatever it is that they want to do. And I think we have to really, and I would look to our regulators to help make sure that information is protected. I think there are countries that would be adversaries to us that do a much better job of protecting their information, of their critical infrastructure. It is the nature of our country and the openness of our information sharing that actually is also a weakness. And I think we do need to address that. And I think it's not, I think we should always be tuning the standards and regulations that we're obligated to. I think that just needs to always try to improve. But I don't think raising that's it's really about helping us manage, and just coming from our own leadership perspective, we actually feel we need to lead. We feel as an industry, we need to lead forward, and we need to partner with our regulators and our government agencies to actually help us with that. And that's probably my only addition.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. So I think, again, I'm going to say agree with what the other panelists said, but I'm going to add a couple of different perspectives here. So I think we have had a theme since morning that what I'm gauging is that the most impactful strategy for us to improve physical security posture is build redundancy and resiliency. And I'm going to get to somewhere through this what we need from the regulators. So if you look at, resiliency, as Tom said, and I look at their pre-definition and NATF definition, it is prepare, anticipate, absorb, adopt, and recover. Now, when I look at recover, that's the portion, and even prepare, I would focus on a couple of key things. The two key things that I would mention are important are standardization of design and material, and having emergency response plan with some technical basis, and I'll elaborate more on that. So when you have standard designs and material, it really helps to restore the system faster. For example, I go back to 2020 when we had a major derecho in our Iowa footprint, over 1,000 poles down, a lot of lines down. We were able to pull material from Michigan, get it there quickly, and get the system restored. Now, as far as having the technical design base as an emergency restoration plan is what we do, and I'll give you an example to see what I'm saying. What we do is that we look at some of our larger substations and bigger assets, and we kind of look at, okay, what happens if this station is completely taken out? What is a temporary configuration we can build to get it energized temporarily, like Scott was saying, with the duct tape or whatever? So we have that plan in hand, and what do we do with that is we use that to baseline our inventory. We not only use that, but also the storms to baseline our inventory. And what I'm going with is that resiliency has a cost, but it's not cheap. However, if you look at long term, I think it could be very cost effective because the cost of outage to customers and economy is a lot more. What we are seeing in some of the, the order 1,000 projects where we see some transmission developers are coming out where don't have a standardization or design of materials, don't use domestic manufacturers, don't have solid restoration plan. To me, it degrades the resiliency of the grid. So what I would, I guess, ask is that for state regulators to provide some guidelines to RTOs to use these resiliency attributes when evaluating transmission projects. The other thing on redundancy, I would say, is that I think we're very much appreciative and like it. I think FERC supports the cost recovery of spare equipment because that is the right thing to do. But we still lack consideration of resiliency-based projects in regional planning criteria. It is very hard. They get bogged down. So it would help from regulators that we all realize the value of resiliency. And I heard the first panel said that if we look at the entire system instead of just selective substation, and then let's say more stations come critical, then what are we doing about it? Could we include resiliency in regional planning criteria to mitigate some of those problems?
Thanks, Vinod. A couple of points. One is, I made this point earlier, right, that I think it's important to engage with the industry on ensuring that we get a timely build-out of resilient by design transmission. This will get covered, I'm sure, in the next panel. But, if you look at the study work that's been done recently by DOE, both the congestion and the transmission planning studies, it takes into account a range of potential futures, right, in terms of different transmission build-out in different areas, different times, based on different decarbonization goals, right? So if you posit that you need new transmission to get the power from where it's going to be generated to where it's going to be needed, right? That represents a tremendous need and also a tremendous opportunity, right? So if we do that right, with the right timing, we can de-risk the system through those designs, right? The conundrum is it's a lot easier to build in new renewables than it is to build transmission, right? So I think we really need to think about can we harness that opportunity, but it's right there in front of us. Second piece is we started out talking a lot about SIP 14 in the context of the EVIL 3, the objective of the EVIL 3. So set SIP 14 aside, I think it's important for both the federal and state and other governments and the industry to engage on what the other performance objectives are beyond SIP 14. So if you think about like defense critical energy infrastructure, think about nuclear offsite power, hospitals, financial districts and so forth, getting a common understanding of what that hierarchy is, and a lot of our members already have that type of hierarchy, and then working to enable resilience justified investments in those type of loads. Okay, and then the last thing, this has been said at length, but I agree with it, strengthen the laws to ensure harsher penalty for attacks on infrastructure.
Can I just say ditto also? Seriously, what these guys have said, I don't know that I can add much to it. But I'll emphasize a point. I think, helping us prioritize is a really critical thing. So I was reading a report on the plane over, flying over here, and the quote that it made kind of stuck with me, and that is, the grid may evolve more in the next 10 years than it has in the last 100 years. That's an incredible increase in the rate of evolution of that system. Now, a lot of it's going to be on the distribution side, right? But that's going to impact the bulk power system. It's going to have rippling effects on everything. And so we can think through that evolution in a smart way, I think, and by applying some of the things we've talked about, but also by prioritizing, how we allow that evolution to take place. So I think that's an area where, federal and state governments can really help us sort of through that process collectively. So that's what I would add.
Thank you, everybody. It sounds like to me a key takeaway is greater collaboration. So, you know, better information sharing, better exchange of ideas, concerns, and then greater collaboration. And that would include not just federal government, but that also would include state regulators as well. So thank you for your perspective. With that, I'll turn it, and it also gives us some takeaway items too, Scott. But with that, I'll turn it back over to Bill.
Thank you all, and I do want to leave some time for some questions and some follow-ups out here. So a couple of you will call on for this next one around training improvements. We talked about some skills and training needs. So the question is what training improvements can we implement to aid in real-time identification and recovery from physical attacks? Bennett, would you start us off?
Sure. I think we all know we train our system operators. I call them like our first responder. They're the eyes on the system on different things, and we do it by drills, exercises, tabletops, simulators. So when I look at it, how the scenarios and things have changed and how system can get into abnormal conditions, one of the things I would think is useful, and we're looking into it, is having some of those physical attack scenarios in your simulators and training your operators on them. And not only just your system operators, but do a joint training exercise with your security system monitors, and even involve your law enforcement and utilities if you have joint-owned assets. So the more you kind of, you know, typically, like I said, we've trained on traditional scenarios, line overloads, this and that, voltage collapse, but now it is like an additional layer that can we train our operator to recognize what is going on at the site? Is it an act of nature, or is it terrorist attack? The other thing is, as I mentioned before, that we are preparing in the prepare mode to have those temporary plans available. When something bad happens, we can put together that temporary configuration and run the system. But is your operator familiar with what that configuration is, and are they comfortable running the system in that configuration? So having some of those scenarios and modules in your training to prepare your operators, so when something bad happens, they have that background to operate the system, I think would be helpful.
Okay, well, I would be saying ditto here. But I think that's really what it comes down to, is really training the operators. I mean, I'm a security professional, so I'm probably not the best one to represent an operator. But I do know that we can tip our hat to, from a NERC perspective, like to GridX. We are going to be in a scenario where we have the ability to follow the scenario, and then and those that exercise have the ability to challenge your business. And so I think, you know, in the conditions where our operators are going to work under some of the most stressful conditions, we need to introduce those scenarios and challenge them. And then I think what we need to be able to do, and this is a philosophical approach on our part, but is we use a phrase of test to failure. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that even under a certain scenario, our folks may be able to respond and restore, even if it's difficult. Then we like to introduce another element that actually takes that solution out of play. And then what? And so that's the kind of, I think, the kind of challenge we should be driving into, you know, how we're managing the system under the most severe circumstances, under a very degraded state. So, and arguably, it's not just the operators at that point. You know, it's your entire organization. So, you know, the aspect of that is trying to understand how does it trigger from, you know, what the operators are doing and what your operations is doing, but how does your business respond to it? Because something to that degree is going to be pretty significant as an organization. So your instant command structure should be actually triggered and operating in one fashion or another in such a scenario. So that's what I would probably add to that. But otherwise, really.
I mean, I'll be super quick because these guys are the actual operators, but I would say it is that training between disciplines, so security professionals, operational professionals, and outside forces, law enforcement, et cetera, right? And having those relationships, you know, you don't want to be exchanging business cards on the tarmac. And so that's let's have those relationships ahead of time. That's part of what we did with the 2013 roadshow, part of what we're trying to do with the roadshow coming up the remainder of this year. Again, huge thanks to the EISAC for helping to facilitate that and really just building on those law enforcement, not just relationships, but also, you know, we've talked about partnerships, we've talked about information sharing. The real phrase, I think, and it's embodied in things like the Energy Threat Analysis Center, operational collaboration, industry, government working hand in glove, side by side to protect some of and respond to some of the nation's most critical infrastructure.
And before we jump off that, Joe would like to add something.
Yeah, just real quick. Your comments really triggered something. So collaboration, GridX, again, collaboration. Just as sort of a scenario of when we go through the exercises, we identify the problems. I think that the after action reports will also be particularly critical so that we don't have the same issues over and over and over again. And it's when I heard you talk about communications, for example, a consistent finding for these exercises is we've got to focus on comms. So I think that's an excellent opportunity for government industry collaboration, including the regulators, so that we can really zero in on some of these after reports and identify those particular problems. So excellent points.
And just to piggyback on that, coordination across industries, plural, right? Yes. The electric power sector and those. We rely on water, generate steam and cool system. We require telecommunications capabilities, transportation pipeline to move fuel. That's a lot of different sector risk management agencies and a lot of different regulators. And I do think that, back to the question about what can government do to make all of us work, what can government do to help? I think one of the things the government can do to help is to organize effectively across federal and state sector risk management agencies and regulators of jurisdiction so that we're all kind of rowing in the same direction.
Excellent. Let's jump to the last question. This is open for any panelist that has an opinion or wants to comment. We talked a lot about information sharing at a local level and federal level. We asked what can the federal and local folks do to help us. This one I want to key in on what changes would improve information sharing between the federal government and industry. Who'd like to go first? Finn, please. Thank you.
So I think one thing that would help is that we get a lot of useful information from EISAC as well as the State Fusion Center, and it's very helpful. Our security center analyzes it and informs the operator. Having some threat patterns coming out from that information would be helpful. We try to do it ourselves, but I think it would be helpful. And I would just quickly cite an example. I think some of you probably a few weeks ago, you heard or saw that rumor going around where fentanyl-laced water bottles were passed to workers, kind of try to create a panic among the utility. I think it was great that we were part of Michigan Emergency Operations Center, the Fusion Center, and within hours we got a message from them, hey, they verified it, it's a hoax, not true. So I think more coordination between state and federal agencies, as well as if you detect some threat patterns using some of the artificial intelligence and technologies like you mentioned, that would be very helpful.
I think we've come a long way, and we've thrown a lot of, rightful positives towards the EISAC, right? But I think we still have a bit of a way to go in terms of making sure that we get timely, actionable information, right? I don't know another path forward other than to get more folks with higher clearances in the industry and sharing information at a very, granular level, or even if it's a one-off briefing, and we've done that before on certain topics where you bring industry folks into a skiff, right, and brief them in on something, but it's real clear what they can act on, but what they need to hold close going out of there. So I think more of that would be useful.
Yeah, and I think along those lines, also being able to distill, sort of looking forward, and this kind of gets back to something that Craig said earlier, is from an R&D perspective, sort of knowing what the art of the possible is years out, so that people can go ahead and design for that. And then, because you could use classified intelligence to inform that, but you can distill it to a point where you don't have to provide, how you know that information. Just you need to protect against this, this, and this. Don't worry about where it came from. And then as you get more immediate threats, bring people in, say, hey, we think this particular substation's a target, and this is why, and do what you need to do. But I think there's like two avenues we need to go from that perspective.
Yeah, I just want to add on to something Tom said. Get people clearances. I think that's really critical. When we hire somebody at Sandia, for example, it's expected that they're going to get a clearance because they're going to work with sensitive information, and we need to control it. And I've been in a situation where I am working with an industry partner, for example, and I can't share the information that I have with them because they don't have the appropriate clearance. So suddenly things come to a grinding halt, and what could be really important, actionable information can't be shared. I understand we need to protect it, absolutely. But one of the ways we do that is through security clearances, from the very low level to high level clearances. So just put a plug in for that. The high end definitely goes,
not talking that much. There you go, right.
Yeah, I actually, I think there's a challenge because in some ways our, the what we need to do to protect our information and the clearances need to get there, I think that is valuable, but I also think that it's actually too slow. To get folks cleared and then you got turnover and then it's a real challenge. So I think the way it's built today probably could use tuning. Now, I do like the read-in capabilities because that's where it's kind of a need to know, that becomes really valuable. I'd like to see more of that. And I think we can build much more confidence to understand. And then you can kind of understand, it doesn't have to be all of the information on attribution, but so I think that could be a better, an improvement in terms of information sharing. And then I think maybe it's just a last plug for what I'd already mentioned, which is, that's part of the vision around even the Energy Threat Analysis Center, being able to create, areas by which we can share that by just regular participation and engagement. And so being able to participate, so that pilot, I'm looking forward to seeing how does that move the needle and being able to share that information and use every node of information that's available, whether it's the ISACs or our government partners or what have you, in an environment like that, where you can then start, because, we hear, so on the cyber side just a little bit, but on the cyber side, we'll hear about threats around particular vulnerabilities around certain assets. And if we don't know about that, we may be sitting there completely ignorant of something happening in our environment. And so again, if we had a construct by which we could have, get to the need to know and not be so dependent on the clearances that are necessary to be able to be maintained. So that would just be my addition to that point.
I noticed that they were keeping the microphones away from me. I don't blame them. Actually, I think Michael, everybody just hit it very well. I think I just want to foot stomp this point about we're not going to clear ourselves out of this problem, right? There are too many employees in the electric power sector that would have something to do with some sort of an incident response. And so I think this notion of a small cadre of organizations who are sophisticated, helping to, and this is the promise of ETAC, having this ability to identify threats far left of boom, develop some mitigation strategies that are then socialized through things like the OE's ARES reports. And that concept has been proven. At the beginning of the Russian-Ukraine war, there were a lot of cleared briefings that resulted in really good mitigation efforts that most people who were mitigating didn't know what they were mitigating against. And that's great. So I think there's a lot of capability here to take those who are sophisticated, get them clearances they need, have trust throughout the industry that when something comes from organizations like that, I don't know why, but I know I'm taking an action. I think that helps with speed, and I think that helps with some of the clearance issues that we have. I think one-day read-ins for those who need to know for a specific incident. There have been good examples of that, but I think we can be better. That's one where, there's a real reluctance to do read-ins. If we're truly critical, there can't be a reluctance. Last thing I'll say is we need to do that for state regulators as well. State regulators who are the ones who have an economic responsibility to regulate this industry, ultimately, for the most part, ultimately, and especially as we have more incidents at distribution level, absolutely need to know what the threats are that are out there so they can help us to invest and to mitigate those threats. And there's some really good ways, again, I'll harp on the point of not doing it in a way that hurts with things like sunshine laws. I love the fact that we live in the United States in a very transparent country. We live under a constitution. That is amazing. And we can still have sensitive conversations that don't end up being shared with everybody. There's been reading room approaches where, you go into a room and the company brings some important information, but they pull that information back. It's not owned by government at any point. Government doesn't have an obligation to share at that point. There's a lot of different ways that we can solve for both transparency, but also sharing of sensitive information.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much for your time here today. We're out of time. I'm sure we could listen to you all much more. Thank you for your excellent points and information, and also thank you to my co-moderator, Joseph Clellan, for hosting this discussion.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, panelists and moderators. We're going to take a break until 1:45. So at 2:45, we will convene back here.
Good work.
green, and they should start working.
They both went. Great.
All right, if we can all grab a seat. It is time to get on to panel number 4. Yeah.
No curveballs. No curveballs. Just a little fight. A little fight. Yeah. A little humor, we appreciate it.
Spitballs, but not curveballs.
Not curveballs.
All right, we are going to go ahead and begin with panel 4. This has been a very informative day. I think we've gotten some great information throughout, and I have extremely high expectations for this panel also. So I'm going to turn it over to our 2 moderators, Ryan Quint and Terry Kilgan.
Great. Thank you so much, Howard. And welcome everyone to the closing panel here, end of the day, panel number 4 on grid planning to respond to and recover from physical and cybersecurity threats and potential obstacles. I do want to highlight that the title has cybersecurity in it, but this is a physical security conference. But what we have recognized is when we start talking about the things that we're going to cover in this panel around transmission planning contingencies and the consequences, electrical consequences of outages, it's very similar in terms of if I lose a whole substation for cyber versus physical, the electrical connectivity sort of dictates, what will happen. And so there are some similarities there. I do want to introduce Terry Klingen from FERC's Office of Electric Reliability. And this panel is going to cover 5 key topics. The first being broadly the concept of security integration, integrating physical and cybersecurity with conventional engineering practices, particularly in the transmission planning phase. And I know this is something that a lot of organizations, NERC, FERC, Department of Energy, have really been trying to push and advocate for. And I think it's a sort of a shared goal across the industry, but the question always comes to how do we make it happen? What do we do? And so we're going to discuss that. Number 2, planning practices that could potentially reduce the number of critical stations on the system, and any possible improvements or enhancements to NERC TPL1, which is sort of that guiding light transmission planning standard that we folks that work in planning know so well, that would support improved reliability and resilience of the bulk power system. Number 3, determining that balance, as we heard throughout the panels today, between eliminating the criticality of a station through network upgrades versus protecting those assets with improved physical security protections, and then any of the challenges or obstacles that we may face with implementing that balance. Of course, we heard it on the last panel, as well as other panels, the changing resource mix, the changing evolution of the grid, multi-sector electrification, and how moving towards a decentralized distributed generation mix could either support or challenge protecting the energy sector's critical infrastructure. And then lastly, whether and how we can bring the concepts of resilience more to the forefront of grid planning that could support physical as well as cyber security of the grid as well. So very briefly, I will introduce our esteemed panel here. We have Ken Seiler from PJM, the Vice President of Transmission Planning, Tracy McCrory, Vice President, Transmission Planning and Projects at Tennessee Valley Authority, Daniel Sierra, Project Development Manager from Burns & McDonnell, Kent Chandler, the Chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and Eric Double Duty Rollison, who we saw on the panel earlier today, Assistant Director at CSER, as we already defined the acronym. So let's get right to the questions, if we will. I'm going to take the first couple and then hand it over to Terry here. We're going to run our panel a little bit different. We've got kind of a primary, secondary respondent, and then we'll open it up to anyone that wants to add any color to the discussion there. Let's start at a 30,000-foot level, I guess, to get warmed up here. I want to start with that concept of security integration, bringing security and engineering practices together. We've heard about 30 examples of it if you were reading or listening closely on the last panel, just example after example of security integration, which was very exciting to hear. But historically, we've been relatively siloed in that respect. And I really want to focus on the transmission planning practices, which is really the beginning of a project or an asset's life cycle. Planners are ensuring that the bulk power system meets a defined set of performance criteria for defined disturbances, study disturbances, what we call contingencies, in the planning realm. However, historically, transmission planners have been focused on asset failures, environmental events, et cetera, and generally not so focused on physical or cybersecurity effects from a potential outage within the TPL1 paradigm, and don't want to ignore the criticality of those CIP14 risk assessments, which we'll get to here in a little bit. So my question to get us started here is, how can cyber and physical security be integrated with engineering, particularly in the planning horizon? What aspects of cyber and physical security need to be incorporated into the transmission planning process? So I would love to hear, Eric, maybe your thoughts and DOE's on this to start.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Ryan, thank you for the question and appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Department of Energy on this critical issue overall. I didn't expect to go first, but it's perfectly fine. Sorry, trying to kind of really a few things to kind of highlight here, and really coming from kind of thinking about this is we're thinking about from a planning horizon, not only kind of what are kind of, I would say, environmental aspects that we're going to plan for, and I say that environmental both from a climatic perspective, but also environmental into kind of what are the demographics that the substations were wishing to serve. But really we need to think about the operational environment at which all of these substations and facilities need to operate against, whether they are short-term or long-term. Just kind of highlighting from recent reporting that we remain in a heightened threat environment as kind of lone offenders and small groups motivated by a range of ideological beliefs try to attack our substations. Our partners in law enforcement do a great job of kind of thwarting and responding to these attacks, but we need to kind of think about not only the operational parameters of what that substation is, but thinking about also more of what the threat environment of that substation is, and is it serving a critical facility or a critical aspect? How do we build that into standards is a larger, kind of more complex aspect, and thinking about how do the standards remain agile and flexible to respond to the current and future threat environment, and don't become bogged down with a lot of kind of, I would say, specific requirements that do not accomplish end-use reliability goals. So that's my way of kind of starting this, and I hand it over to anyone else.
Great. Yeah, maybe we'll go to Ken and get PJM's perspectives here.
Yeah, I guess my response would be
Thank you. Yeah, I guess my response would be something like this. I think we need to understand what some of the cyber and physical security risks are, and then translate some of those risks into contingencies then that we can study. Look, we can study almost anything, and we can take outages on anything. We can take N-1, N-2, N-20. But at the end of the day, we got to have some sort of communication as to what the risks are from both a cyber and physical security viewpoint. And we got to translate those risks into some sort of contingency that we can then study, and then decide, based on that risk to the system, what are we actually going to mitigate, and how are we going to go about mitigating it, because we don't have endless funds to spend on these things. So I think, I had a discussion at lunchtime with one of the gentlemen from one of our utilities, who is a physical security expert. And I learned a couple of things just in that little exchange today at lunchtime. And I think getting the parties together from both the planning, the operations side, as well as the physical and cybersecurity folks to identify what those risks are, we can then take a look at it, study it, and then figure out how to best mitigate some of those types of concerns.
Great. Anyone else want to add anything to that? Please do feel free to chime in.
Is it working? I want to quickly state, out of respect for TVA, which is a wonderful agency that I've worked for 23 years, I've been enrolled for 4 weeks. And my predecessor actually would have been here today to represent us had it not been, for those who know our model, we have, we are a wholesale supplier at TVA to distributors that in the Valley, and 153 of them are in Nashville today in our biannual meeting with our CEO and COO and the rest of our executive board. So I am pitch hitting today. So I've got notes for those who may have worked with Nate Schweihart and Tim Willis in our transmission planning organization. I'm going to try to speak through some of the notes that they've prepared for me. But one thing you'll hear from me as a theme, which I completely understand, is in this subject, for us, it's about using redundancy. Priority one. We have done and had some success at TVA in changing how and understanding our protection schemes, where we went from POTT to DCB, where we actually have a better use of our faults. We have made some changes in that, and we've accepted that we are going to have more faults, but we can run through a greater majority of situations, and so I'll talk through that some more as this goes along. But and then third is improving resiliency and using standard equipment so that if an event does happen, we have the ability to quickly respond and get out of that situation. So you'll see that theme, I think, through these as I kind of answer these. But we're looking for at TVA, we do a 10-year plus planning horizon, and we know where our system is the weakest. We certainly we have a good idea. We use that information through our planning analysis to define what we need to work on and scope out that work. And in many cases, whether we're looking at strengthening a system from a cyber or physical security standpoint, integrating those situations in planning and knowing where we need to work on those, it's got to be part of our defined process, and it certainly is. I think we all would agree that maybe not, you said that, that's not what we did 5-10 years ago, but we certainly have to now. And I think we'll get, again, later into the impacts of where we're going with solar and renewables and what that's doing with distributed generation, and it's going to become more important. And we see a silver lining in that we actually are able to upgrade our system along the way. And these projects that we're defining and where we're finding these areas of vulnerabilities, we're able to upgrade our system through those. So we feel like we are gaining some ground, even though we know losing those spinning motors is certainly weakening our system. And so we're going to have to work through that. And we'll get to that a little bit more. But for me, I really just wanted to kind of say those for us, it's really around redundancy. We're really looking at changing a lot of our protection systems and then improving resiliency, making sure we don't make exceptions and stick with the standards that we've developed. Taking time and money, but we're trying to stick with it.
Anyone else before we go to the next question? All right, great. Well, I really want to transition here a little bit and hone in on the backbone transmission planning standard, TPL1, which really defines and drives reliability-based transmission investments and analyses, along with the interconnection, queue process, et cetera. While there is an interrelation, and a relatively close interrelation between TPL1 and SIP14, there are very distinct differences between the standards in terms of what gets studied, what gets analyzed, how it gets analyzed, the performance criteria applied to those contingencies and operating conditions, and then the requirements associated with developing corrective action plans, as in building transmission network upgrades or building physical security protections or any other sort of corrective action plan. But it's, from a planner's perspective, I think it really sort of puts their mind into different directions for the different types of standards because they sort of predefine different types of corrective actions or protections that are needed. So really the question associated with that would be what modifications could potentially be made to TPL1, if any, to bring in a broader attack focus. For example, coordinated attacks on multiple stations beyond the conventional N-1, N-1, N-2s, where you have a smart, capable threat actor that is able to target specific critical or relatively critical assets, and what sensitivities or examined contingencies might help identify vulnerabilities to those grid attacks. As you mentioned, Ken, we can study anything, but the question is, well, how do we study it? What do we come up with, and how do we think through that? So I'll go back to you first, Ken.
Okay.
All right, very good. Look, I think in the NERC report that came out, what was it, May of this year, there was 4 different areas that were identified in that. I mean, basically, it mentioned a number of things, looking at new categories or looking at different scenarios based on certain cyber and physical security attacks, and then what are those contingencies and what do we look at? Then furthermore, how do we actually mitigate those risks, right? What actions do we want to take from that? So those are sound pieces that could be done. I think the other thing is, well, maybe to Tracy's point was, let's take a look at each one of our systems. We do the TPL1-4, the extreme event analyses every year. We take a look at where we have extreme risk in the system based on certain issues, but we don't reinforce for those, right? So we don't reinforce for those today. We have a tool called a cascading trees tool that allows us to study the probability of those extreme events based on an N-K, we call it, but it's N-5, N-10, N-20, it doesn't matter. And then we identify if that cascading risk is bounded or not. So if it's bounded, that's one level of actually being able to mitigate the risk to some degree. But if it's unbounded and we don't know because it won't converge and it won't solve, that's a whole other issue, and that's a whole other risk. And based on our studies of running this cascading trees tool, we've observed different patterns where we've seen different corridors that come up time and time again based on extreme events and based on N-K type scenarios. So we've run a lot of scenario analysis, and I'm talking tens of thousands of scenarios. We've identified certain patterns. We've identified certain risks. We've seen different corridors that have had issues that we'd like to mitigate. And we're looking at ways now to put a resilience driver in place that we could then go ahead and make a recommendation to the board to reinforce that to help mitigate the risk. Now, is that the biggest risk in the system? I don't know. The one thing we did do, frankly, that was quite simple, although it's not completed yet, is the SIP14 facilities. We talked about that a lot today so far. And instead of just physically reinforcing around the SIP14 facilities, the other thing we did was we electrically mitigated that risk by getting those SIP14 facilities off the system. We haven't completed them all, but the grouping that we did have based on our footprint being, obviously in a pretty sensitive area of the nation. We did remove a lot of the SIP-14 facilities off the list. We did try to mitigate the risk, get that load loss, get the duration of the load loss off the system as well. So I think electrically mitigating the SIP-14 facilities, getting those off the list, identifying where you have vulnerabilities, and then what are the highest probability vulnerabilities that are going to cause you the most problems should an event happen, and where you see patterns and reinforcing those, I think would be the most logical and surgical way to go about it. Otherwise, I think we're just kind of shooting in the dark.
Great. Thank you, Ken. Maybe we'll go to Tracy next for TVA's thoughts.
So I could say ditto. For TVA, it's a lot of the same thing. But so I think we would be kidding ourselves if we thought we could figure out how to study everything, right? So you kind of have to look at what do you study, and back to SIP-14, it kind of leaves it up to the transmission planner. It's very ambiguous. So you study a station getting completely destroyed. What attack vectors do you start to look at or study? And I think the thoughts at TVA is the standard's already really big, and so if you start adding more to it, then you're just getting closer and closer to SIP-14, and you're just replicating some of those requirements. So like Ken was saying around boundaries, that's really what we're doing. So we've got sensitivities, and one thing we thought is maybe if you added anything, you add a requirement to run a sensitivity analysis of a coordinated attack, but you just look at what it says. You don't actually intend to do anything with it other than learn, because it'll probably be cost prohibitive. It'll probably be something but you might uncover something. And again, it may help you with the bounds you've already created. With budget constraints, I think this could be a wormhole that you go down and you just keep finding things. And it gets back to just setting boundaries and understanding what those are and making sure that you can operate within those. Another thing we talked about a lot is, attacks tend to kind of be new every once in a while. And so you may be working toward the attacks we've seen, and you're still not going to get what the next one might be. You may not be able to even figure that out. So about the bounding of cases, if you define the guardrails and keep the system reliable within those guardrails, and operating within those bounds, you're probably good. If you break down, when you look at those extreme scenarios, if you're looking at these where it's a dual attack or a compounding attack, you can understand the impacts of the system in those extreme scenarios and plan to bounce back so it gets back to the resiliency and redundancy. And it may really be about, if you're operating within those bounds and something happens, how quickly can you recover? I think that's where we feel like we're going to concentrate our energy and our time on. Let's plan for something. If it does happen, how do we get back to a stable system?
Great. So I appreciate the opportunity. I do want to give a quick sort of perspective here that, so first, anything I say is they're just my words. They're really useless in the big scheme of things. I don't speak on behalf of the rest of the commission, the other commissioners. I certainly don't speak on behalf of NERC or its other members. I'm just one commissioner giving my own personal opinion. And the job has been, it's been described to me, my job occasionally is just Monday morning quarterbacking. What real people are doing with their jobs, I don't ascribe to that, but it's going to sound like that here in a minute. So just wait. So Ken used the term shooting in the dark. I think that's, the question is very specific that you're asking. You're looking at coordinated attacks, or you're asking about, very specific actions that may result in some sort of contingency. So most of my comments today are going to be that I think that when people have very specific jobs, they seem to get very focused on the minutia. I don't know that it matters when you're doing transmission planning, again, from my Monday morning quarterback position, whether a car intentionally broke through chain link fences and took out a substation, or somebody fell asleep at the wheel and had the exact same effect, or whether somebody purposely shot a transformer and took it out of service versus it's not November 1st in Kentucky, but November 11th, modern gun season comes in Kentucky. Somebody misses a 10-point buck and takes out a substation from that. It doesn't necessarily matter from my perspective or my understanding on the reason necessarily for the outage. It matters that the outage actually occurred. I think we could probably all sit down and come up with an endless number of reasons why a substation goes out or why we lose a transformer. I don't know that it matters as much that we come up with that endless list of scenarios and then shoot in the dark as to which ones we protect against. I think that we have to take into account there's the possibility or the likelihood that those happen, and then figure out what's the best path to mitigate or to plan on those contingencies occurring.
Yeah. So I would kind of phrase my response as, I think TPL1's P1 through P7 contingency set are kind of perfectly fine. I would not recommend personally kind of going beyond, but really the Department of Energy is standing up kind of at a programmatic function, falls under me, that's actually looking at thinking about a PA contingency, the contingency that's beyond the normal kind of design basis threat activity, that looks at not only kind of steady state kind of extreme events, but looking at kind of when the utilities are in both conservative operation aspects, but also contested operations, which is kind of a watchword that we're thinking about right now of where the environment is, of really how the system needs to respond and operate through a variety of operational conditions. As we move into kind of this different area, and this was kind of highlighted in the previous panel, really what becomes very appropriate in a lot of these discussions is data security. We are talking about doing very high fidelity studies that have very sensitive results that don't need to be broadly disseminated, but can affect a large range of both capital investment at companies, but also state regulatory filings. How do we build a culture of kind of thinking through this in a more robust, rigorous way to actually ensure this aspect? And the question I've kind of posed is kind of, it's been kind of hanging over the conference so far today is the goal for an entity to have less or more SIP-14 covered facilities at the end of the day? I think the goal is actually to have less and really think about how are there different ways, because if you have less, you have taken the aspects to mitigate and think through your contingency set where you are more resilient or robust against a variety of incidents that you can still supply power against. Is that, and not that you're trying to manage success against how many you have, but it's turning the question around in a different way of thinking about how we want to accomplish overall resilience and reliability of the grid that has an ability to serve critical customers via a variety of operational conditions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just one comment to respond, Eric. You know, if we do come up with another category or another R8 or R9 or whatever we're going to do, you know, let's just not box ourselves into something where we're going to be kept in perpetuity doing something that may not make sense in the future. In other words, let's make sure that whatever we're going to do has the flexibility to respond to whatever the attackers may come up with in the future, not knowing what those may be. So my only request would be, if we do something in this space around adding additional requirements, that's great, but let's just make sure it's flexible enough, nimble enough, that then we can take the appropriate action to plan the grid and respond accordingly based on whatever those attack vectors may be.
Yeah, great point, Ken. Did you want to add anything, Daniel? Just save it, yeah. Okay, yeah, great, fantastic. Thank you all for the comments. I think there were some resonating comments there around we can study anything. It's the development of those contingency definitions, which is the challenge, getting the security folks to talk to the engineers to come up with what do I actually put into the simulation, and then there's the prioritization of likelihood versus consequence. Now, consequence is the outcome of the simulation result, right? How bad does this get? But the likelihood and the creation of that event is the challenge, right? I mean, that's what requires the security integration piece. And I know I've been talking to a few folks. You know, I wonder, and I'd have to go talk to some of my close mentors when we were creating the first simulation platform tools and developing the very first sets of contingencies, were we asking ourselves these same exact questions? How do we study whether or not a squirrel climbs onto the bus, or a line hits a tree, or a hurricane, or a tornado? But we've come down to a set of deterministic planning, criteria that says we will study these contingencies and we will meet a certain performance expectation out of them. So we're kind of going through that same situation here from a physical and cyber perspective. which is great. And that coordinated attack creates some challenges around the permutations of the millions and millions of potential things that could happen. So I thank you for all your great comments. And a number of the comments actually led into the sort of the next question here around sort of the crux of the challenge, which is there are stations and substations out there that are deemed critical. With the current SIP 14, that means, lead to instability, uncontrolled separation, cascading. Discussions and questions earlier today definitely centered around bringing in different types of loads served by those stations, national security, hospital, data centers, other critical infrastructure facilities, et cetera. Regardless, those stations those SIP 14 stations, the critical stations, must be physically protected, but there's no requirements for transmission planning projects or infrastructure development to minimize or eliminate the criticality of those stations, as Eric was just alluding to. And as we know, it's tough sometimes to justify that extra upgrade cost. And there's also the confidentiality challenges associated with my project here is more costly, but it eliminates critical substations, the criticality of substations. So it sometimes creates a challenge going to that multi-value project planning versus the least cost planning solution. So with that, currently, as I kind of mentioned, the risk assessments in SIP 14 deem a station as critical. That station must be protected physically. Are there best practices for reconfiguring facilities or developing new facilities, new infrastructure, so as to reduce the criticality of stations or substations, as Ken and Eric have alluded to? How do we go about? What are best practices for eliminating the criticality of stations? Because I think that sort of is the goal, the shared goal. But at the same time, there's that balance of cost and all those other factors, right? So we'll start with Tracy here and go from there.
Okay, I think you guys are going to pick up on a theme with me, and I think you're right. So I think for us, with the physical security, our recognition in the substation we went all out on, not only was it unbelievable in cost, it looks like a target. I feel like we made it more vulnerable because it's so obvious that it's important. So, yeah, I agree. I think for us, it's reducing how many assets we have on the critical list. And so couple things, and I'm interested to hear of others. So the answer I would say is yes. I think there's some best practices. What we've seen and I've talked about already is, changing our protection schemes has been very successful for us. And then also adding the redundant connection path. So given an attack, you've got the ability, that you lessen the ability for that attack to interrupt either locally or in the Eastern Interconnect, split buses and things like that. So just a little bit of the detail here. We look at the criticality. It can be steady state flows, but the majority of the time when we're looking at it through our studies, the impact is really system stability. So again, protection system can be updated to better see these different faults, clear them quicker. That's kind of our goal one. We can clear the faults quicker. And it requires some more detailed analysis than we typically do. So that's where we get in really exercising transmission planning. Some of the things they kind of go through is it does require more detailed analysis. So they ask what happens to the protection if communication systems disabled? What happens if the transformer's attacked? How long would the fault evolve on a system and how long until they're cleared? So again, we've went from our relay protection from a POTT to the DCB. So it reduces the reliance on working communications to clear faults remotely. So that's where we've seen the success is, especially in this situation, if you have a station that is completely no ability to respond. If you don't need that communication to respond back on your fault, then you are going to have a much quicker way to clear faults. And like I said earlier, we're sacrificing a bit of our security for that dependability because you will have overtrips at times, and we've accepted that we are tripping at times where we maybe not would have in the past, but we're ensuring that we do trip quickly for a wider range of fault scenarios. So we're achieving a system that performs better. It certainly would if attacked, and any future changes. So this is a comment that Nate said, you got to say this. Any future changes to SIP 14, it should prioritize reducing station criticality over physical protection, which I think we all agree.
Yeah, let me jump in the pool here. Sorry, I've been silent a little bit here for a second. So, my name's, just to reintroduce myself, my name's Daniel Sierra. I'm the project development manager for our substation business line at Burns & McDonnell. My background, I'm a certified professional engineer as a substation design engineer. That's what I did for my first 7 years of my career. Also, prior Navy experience as well. And so I say all that because I've worked on substation sites, West Coast to East Coast, right? And so this changes depending on where we're all at that point, right? And so also, I want to say thank you to Ryan and Terry and FERC and NERC for allowing me to speak today as well. And so, of course, I'm going to first suggest a transmission planning study, right, up front. Of course, it would be great, ideal situation if you brought in a certified professional engineer to talk about if this is actually going to work long term or not when it's all said and done. But if we can't get to that, which, hey, that's happened with our clients before, next major focus would be that, and it's been brought up in panels before, but we got to kind of look at that line of sight study of what that truly looks like, right? And so physicality-wise, I think we've talked about this throughout today, but what does that look like? Fencing, ballistic or non-ballistic walls, lighting, camera locations. We talked about cameras can be a mess, and regarding the communication back and forth between the sites, that can be messy at times too, right? But Tracy, just to piggyback off what you said, right? We can also protect our diamond assets, which was talked about earlier today. We can put those in buildings if needed, or we can put those in warehouses, right? And we can make them look terrible so people might not shoot at them as well, right? And so we've worked with different clients on that front on how we're going to be protecting those diamonds on site at that point. When I saw this question, I kind of thought in my mind, what kind of story can I tell about this, right? We worked with the client. They brought us, they subcontracted out the line of sight study to a third party contractor on that front. And there was a 120-foot wall that was recommended that was a ballistic wall. Now, I'm an electrical engineer, but a civil engineer almost slapped me in the face whenever we brought that up, right? And I'm bringing that up because really, look at the amount of money that's going to be spent on something like that. We can't protect every single thing on a site. We can't do that. And so we had to go back to the client, although we hate saying no to the client as a consultant, but we had to tell them, hey, this isn't in your best interest. Honestly, we have to look at this line of sight study again, and we have to recalibrate what's being recommended here because we can't do this. We honestly, it's putting our clients on as a liability of building something that large, and us being the EPC in that format, it's putting us in liability as well. So you have to consider that at that front. And so we just have to consider that whenever there are studies that are coming out that, hey, is this feasible of doing it? And so that's my input on that one.
Any others? Yeah, I'm sure others likely have comments on this. Ken, Kent, Eric? Yeah.
The only other thing I'd mention is, in addition to everything else, which I agree with, is that if we have two competing reliability projects that we're looking at to solve a reliability criteria violation, oftentimes we'll take a look at which one, based on some software and some tools we have, which one maybe mitigates some of the resilience type concerns we have for a particular area in certain corridors that I was talking about before. So if you have two very closely tied projects that are equal in cost, equal in risk in terms of siting or whatever else, oftentimes what we'll do is we'll take a look at it from which one impacts the resiliency of the grid based on the cascading trees tool work that we do. And then we'll pick the one that has the best impact from that perspective.
Great. And anything? Okay, great, awesome. Well, yeah, I think we, again, heard some things around sort of the need, but also balance with the cost around the, eliminating those critical stations to the extent that we can, and then looking for using our tools and capabilities to look for multi-value projects that not only solve this reliability risk over here because they've got a line overload or a wave trap overload or whatever, but also the construction of this corrective action plan supports the elimination of that critical station over there because I'm moving electrons around, right? And I heard that in a couple other panels that there is that underlying electrical connectivity of the system that is what is analyzed through the SIP 14 risk assessments, right? That is essentially what defines what is critical, right? It's the electrons moving in addition to the other assessments that are done. What load is being served? What does that station look like in terms of configuration, operation, et cetera? So, anyways, with that, I'm going to hand it over here to my friend and colleague, Terry.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and thank you everyone on the panel for participating. We'll go right on to the next question. And what this is designed to is just seeing how we would feel things out in situations where you've come to realize you have a situation where you have an asset that needs protected, whether it's determined from SIP 14 or, as we've heard, there are other areas of concern, whether it be loss of load, customer interruption, what have you, critical customers. You've determined that something needs to be done. In the simple case, if it's something like a simple protection change, speeding up the reclosing of your breakers so that a generator doesn't go in synchronous to stop a problem that is with dynamic stability, it may be a very simple fix, as opposed to leaving it as a SIP 14 identified substation and go through the process of requirements R4 through R6. On the other hand, you may have something at a distance that is cost prohibitive. It may take a 50-mile-long green space transmission line to cure the problem, and you'd probably be more likely to protect it. But there comes the gray area in the middle. Are there ways, strategies, ideologies that, when prioritizing resources, whatever you may have, how should entities determine which critical stations or substations to remove from the critical list and which to protect? And I'd like to start with Tracy.
So for us, it's certainly going to be around risk, and then you have to figure out how you're going to evaluate that risk. And so for us, it's, kind of walking through some questions we've got listed here, and I'll go through those. So how likely is the contingency and fault scenario that would cause the critical event? So likelihood, again, that's key for any risk analysis. How likely is it that that particular substation would be attacked? What would be impacted, and to the extent of the impact if the event were to happen? And to your point, would load be lost? Would generation be lost, and how much? So again, you're building all these questions to determine your risk tolerance. In transmission planning, we consistently are weighing risk to determine where to focus our time, energy, and budgets. And I think we're going to, as we continue down these questions, budget's going to be a big determining factor, unfortunately. I think everyone in the room wants to protect the interconnect at the highest ability, but unfortunately we can't afford that. And so if we think about different levels of protection, for a transmission planner, it's not all or nothing. It's going to take some time to fully protect a station. And so we've talked about a lot of these things, but some intermediate steps to increase the protection would be updating the protection schemes and systems. We've talked about that. So something else that we have looked at more, especially with Winter Storm Elliott, like in my mind, we talked about in a certain situation, you could post personnel there, whether it's, police or an electrician, and I think in the past we had thought of that from a sense of, our peers are having attacks on their assets, and we need to have visible attention so the public will be deterred. But what we're finding is in our substations that are critical, maybe there's a reason to just have someone there if you're in a peak load situation, where if you lost that station for any reason, back to your point, it may not be malicious. It could be a natural disaster or something that you've got someone there quickly to help. So we're looking more and more at that as we're thinking about having folks report back to substations and just be there on the ready to ride through a peak. You're always going to have your maintenance folks out and about during peak situations, hands off but ready, and we're starting to look at that more in this sense too. I don't think we had thought about peak loads in the past, but if we've got some substations that are super critical, we're doing that. Something else is enhancing physical barriers. You might be in a situation where you do feel like you need some additional barriers. And then we've talked a lot about configuration of the system, but all those are some examples that we've been thinking through.
Thank you. Looking at it possibly from Tracy having given us a utility perspective, Chair Chandler, could you maybe give us a little bit of perspective from, as a chairman of a PSC, how we look from your end?
Yeah, thanks, Terry. I've been uncharacteristically quiet through the first part because I've been saving up all of my comments and I guess efforts for this response. So everybody sit back and be prepared it's going to be a while. So so I just want to give a perspective on basically how I think all the utilities ought to do their job. So I like to reframe the question that I don't think it's which, but it's rather whether the critical facilities should be removed. I don't necessarily disagree with the comment that was made earlier that it should be a goal to remove SIP 14 facilities from the list. I just want to make sure that goal isn't necessarily synonymous with expectation. If for no other reason, then it really comes down to this, what I'm about to go through, my personal opinion of this massive balancing. All right, so, and I've written my thoughts down because I got a lot of, so, all right, so taking a bigger view of the issue, what we're talking about here is the fact that the generation, the transmission distribution systems exist for the singular purpose of serving customers at retail level, right? It doesn't exist for the sake of existing. It doesn't exist for the sake of meeting EPS growth targets or to make sure that people enjoy their cascading trees analyses, although it does really sound like fun doing those. That's the singular goal of the entirety of this massive machine, is to serve retail customers. And so I think taking a broader view when we talk about prioritization is necessary. So when just discussing SIP 14 priorities for a second, that broader view I think is imperative. So what we're talking about in this very narrow question is about transmission investments for the most part. And these are investments related almost exclusively to resilience and reliability. So the contribution to risk of reliability of the critical facility, the reliability risk that it represents, and the cost of protection of that facility first must be compared to other transmission needs that the utility has, and the cost of the status quo and the status quo risk of those other facilities. So you're really comparing keeping your status quo across a system, the risk and reliability, or the risk of reliability and resilience, and the current cost of whatever it is, whether it's paying people with paying armed guards and the O&M associated with a 120-foot wall, or rolling trucks because you have a frequent issue at a substation, right? That status quo is what you're comparing to when you're comparing your high-level transmission needs. So only after comparing the risk and cost of the status quo can you actually prioritize your transmission needs. Even then, however, after the needs have been ranked, the solutions and alternatives have to be determined. After the alternatives and solutions are finalized, I think you have to take another look at prioritization again. So here's an example in my feeble little mind. It only makes sense to look at prioritization a second time. At least a second, hopefully 10 times, but I understand there's resource constraints. So imagine if you initially have, based off of the current cost and the current risk profile of facilities, you have a ranking of 10 different needs, transmission needs. And you have items 3 and 4 currently ranked, and 4 can be fixed with a $50,000 investment. But the best solution to fix number 3 is a $50 million investment. If you aren't going back, if they both have, fixing them both gives you the same amount of reliability benefit, if you don't go back and put number 4 above number 3, I think you're crazy, right? I say right, I'm not preaching, but that it really makes sense to me to go back and say, we have to prioritize our needs based off of not the biggest bang for your buck, but the best bang for your buck. So all of these are looking exclusively at cost and risk and isolation of transmission planning. However, with maybe a small exception to TVA and to the two G&Ts, generation and transmission cooperatives we regulate, most of the time you're talking about businesses that across most of the United States have a generation, transmission, and distribution portfolio. So you're not just looking at prioritizing needs and the benefits of reliability and resilience of those transmission needs, but you've got generation needs. You've got distribution system needs. And the flip side of it is, if we're only looking at planning the transmission system to alleviate the risks caused by SIP 14 facilities, if we're not taking into account the possibility or the opportunity that distribution system fixes can provide in remediating or mitigating the risk that exists on the transmission system, I think we're missing opportunities to benefit customers to the tune of resiliency, reliability, and costs. How do I say this? I'd say finally on this, I call it governance. It's really not governance. It's just reality. Some dollars, when you get to commissions or you get to, when we talk about public power, when you get to boards, some dollars are easier to convince in investing than others. That's just a reality. Sometimes it's things that are big and shiny or sometimes easier to get through. Sometimes it's we'll approve the cheaper project because it'll have less impact on rates, even if the more expensive product gives you a bigger bang for your buck, whatever it may be. That is necessarily a qualitative determination that is almost impossible to take into account, I would assume, when doing just nuts and bolts transmission planning. And so taking that bigger global view of impact to customers, impact to the entire system, and then working across, I guess, the different portions of the business model, whether it's with your generation and with your distribution group, that's the practical reality of getting these things built and getting them in service for consumers, that those are going to be the considerations that I look at as a regulator. Did you take a global holistic view of what is best for your retail customer? Not the SIP 14 standard exists. We're going to put it in front of you for the first time. We're going to educate you about it. And we need, I don't know, X amount of money to no longer make it critical because it's better in the long run. Well, what is your recurring O&M cost of it? Is the load on the other that's served by that substation going to continue to be critical? Are there distribution investments we can make to make it no longer critical? Is it, for instance, I'm making up things, a hospital that's going to, in the next 3 years, plan to move their entire service to the other side of town? Without taking that global view, it's hard to get these things across the finish line if you need approval at the end of the day. But I think that it's even harder to prove out to yourself, a personal opinion, that it's a must instead of a should. I have lots more things. I have like 6 pages on this particular answer. So I appreciate the opportunity to go on a rant there, Terry. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Following up with the idea, again, of, like you say, maybe best bang for the buck, and balancing, and we've heard a lot today about resiliency, recovery, reliability balanced against physical protections of actually putting something in the field to protect the facility that may not have an electrical impact on that facility. Are there, if a project, say for instance, whatever that modification may be, is expensive and this would be a system improvement, this would be electrical, for clarity, and may have a long lead time to construct, does the degree, to what degree does the station or substation need to be protected? Is there a way to balance over time? And I guess where we're going with that, and I'd like to go back to Tracy and Ken again, and then open it up to the rest of the panel. Is there, again, I go back to my example before. Tracy said about system protections. Again, the idea that if we get the reclosers on the breakers faster, breaker doesn't go, or generator doesn't go asynchronous, and then we've saved an instability problem, and that's what made it critical, just in this hypothetical situation. So we've done that, and so forth. But that's a quick fix, relatively quick fix. If your protection people let you do it. But if you've got something that requires something longer, do we change how we approach that station? So I'll go back to Tracy again.
I think that's what I was getting at, is we're trying to think how we would do that. And that was where a lot of the conversation after Elliott came up of, I don't know that if we're already got a project that we're going to invest a ton of money, it's just further out. I think it is. It's these things like, you know, do we need to deploy resources to be available in peak situations or in, so those are a few of the things that we were thinking of, is really just not trying to spend more money while we're waiting on the permanent fix.
Yeah, and I just, back home we have a saying talking about throwing good money after bad. You try to not do that unless you have no other alternative. And if these are critical facilities, I don't see necessarily what the alternative is than to keep it secure until you ultimately have it to where it's no longer critical.
Other panel members, any comments on the question? Eric.
Yeah, I'm kind of going to echo and kind of fully concur with Chairman Chandler's kind of comments here on a variety of aspects of how you want to look at that. Really, I think from the department's perspective, we would kind of move towards, I'd say, a threat-informed, consequence-based analysis, which I think are definitely attributes Tracy had and Chairman Chandler had, of exactly how we're trying to think through this aspect. But really trying to think about, there's kind of a situation that can develop too, is analysis paralysis. Are we doing just analysis after analysis to actually identify or get the answer or the result that we think we're going to get? How do we kind of find what is that demarc line of, hey, we have done the requisite level of analysis, this is not hitting the mark, or yes, we've done that analysis, this is actually what's actually going to happen, and do we need to take action in response? And then how do we prioritize that action in the queue of activities that you have to undertake? Because we have talked a lot about, and Brian introduced this a little bit at the entry, is we're talking about physical security here. Physical security is just one of the threats and hazards that the utility owners and operators are balancing against. There's cybersecurity threats, there's environmental threats, there's a variety of other aspects that they're trying to balance their overall budgets against, and how do they make the best informed decision is going to be based upon a variety of factors that they're going to weigh to drive towards a solution and aspect. And just kind of clarify one remark from earlier, the goal on the CIP-14, when I said is the objective to have less CIP-14 kind of facilities, is more focused around, have we built more infrastructure to reduce the criticality of any single facility on the system, which is kind of a potential goal where you're having a mesh type network to actually be able to redistribute, redispatch, and be able to still serve load without interruption, versus kind of, we have ended up with critical facilities either by design, engineering, or policy decisions, because that's what was actually the achievable outcome to continue that service of the load at the time. It doesn't mean that we can't look at that and revise and go back on that as well.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that is, we certainly want to avoid, facilities, adding those types of facilities in the future. We don't want to compound the problem and make the problem worse and put more risk out there in the system as well. I guess the other question is, it comes down to what is the value of lost load? We run a bunch of numbers to determine, and the ranges are just outstanding. And it kind of comes down, when you talk to our various economists, it comes down to, you got to almost do it on a zip code basis, because you got different types of customers in different areas, some of which can sustain an outage for some period of time, others absolutely cannot. So, we've seen issues in Texas, we've seen issues all across the world, and it really depends, right? So how do you quantify that in a region, like ours, that's as big as what ours is, on a zip code basis, to determine, how much insurance do you want to buy, how much system reinforcements do you want to put in place? Going to Ken's point, we look at a lot of things from a transmission, generation, and load viewpoint. Take a look at all the tools in the toolkit, but there's no silver bullet here that's going to solve all these issues. We got to take a look at all the different levers that we can pull in order to make some cost-effective decisions and some priorities going forward.
Terry, can I, just one thing on that, and I'm glad Ken said that, because I get ahead of myself sometimes. So I'll say, as a regulator, I always ask about alternatives. Maybe a distribution fix isn't going to, or distribution solution fix isn't going to be the solution. But the fact that the tires were kicked on other alternatives and other options gives people in the seat that I sit in back home confidence that what is being proposed is the right answer. And that is a far better position for somebody to be in than for somebody to walk in and go, this is a critical facility. We found out under SIP 14 it's a critical facility, and we have to get rid of it, and this gets rid of it. And this is what else you look at? No, this is all we looked at. We have to get rid of it. And I'm going to tell you, I've been in situations where utilities bring you, this is our preferred solution because this is the first one we figured out, or we qualitatively think it's best, and we looked at nothing else. And that doesn't give a regulator much confidence in saying yes, and it certainly doesn't give customers much confidence in the cost that's going to be reflected in their bill.
Thank you. Having been in some certificate of public convenience and necessity hearings myself, I agree. The next question I have, we kind of touched on a little bit in panel 3 with the change of the grid. We're seeing a change. I think someone said today we've seen more change in the past 10 years than we've seen in the 100 years before, specifically with renewables and IBRs, or integrated inverter-based resources, for the record. That said, how will the development of the grid to accommodate the interconnection of future renewable generation affect the resilience of the grid to attack? And as a corollary to that, will the presence of future additional generation itself add or detract from the resilience of the grid to physical attacks? And I'd like to start with Ken.
Yes, let's talk about this. And we talk about this internally a lot, right? So the more distributed resources you have, the better in a certain way, because from a pure engineering viewpoint, you're distributing the generation much, much closer to the load setters. So if you can get generation located next to a major city, that's a great thing because you don't have to build as much transmission, if any, right? So that's a great thing. The problem is now you're opening up and you're providing more attack surfaces available to those actors who may want to harm your system. You may have additional vulnerabilities you're opening up because you're putting more generation on the system, much more distributed across the footprint. Supply chain threats, if you listen to some of our cybersecurity folks and folks that come back from the EISAC meetings, you talk about a lot of supply chain issues with China. And if we have a common firmware or a common vulnerability risk in a piece of firmware that's in a common control system, like a relay or like a distributed generator or like an inverter panel, you may have 1,000 or 2,000 of those in your system, and you have a major risk then at that point because you're talking thousands of megawatts. We're a 185,000 megawatt system, and if we have 100,000 megawatts that have a common vulnerability, that puts our system at great risk. And we can run all the planning studies you want. We can reinforce the system all you want, but you'd still need generation to operate a grid. So it really opens up another type of issue. The other thing we talk about is we're seeing a merging of the transmission system and distribution system. Those lines are blurring. Distribution systems in parts of our system produce megawatts now that flow not from the distribution generator to the distribution customer. They flow through the distribution system up on to the bulk transmission system at certain times of the year when we're in a light load period, where we have a large concentration of solar in a light load pocket. In a spring and fall period where we have light load anyhow, we're seeing megawatts flowing up from the distribution system up onto the transmission system. So again, we're seeing that blurring of the lines between transmission and distribution, and that creates a number of concerns for us that we need to account for. But, and it really changes a lot of things downstream when you talk about how to restore a system, whether it's black start, whether it's islands, and how do you restore islands. If you have half your fleet, distributed throughout your entire footprint, you're not going to have those major islands like we did 30, 40, 50 years ago, where you have large mine mouth coal units in a certain area like the Ohio River Valley or Western Pennsylvania or West Virginia, feeding large load centers in, the eastern part of our system along the shore points. So it changes everything, frankly. It changes everything from restoration plans through black start plans, through how you have emergency response, how linemen go out and restore, facilities after a storm. It creates a lot of risk for them from a safety viewpoint as well. So a lot of things are changing. I think some levels of artificial intelligence that would help us at some point getting more visibility into that, understanding how that's going to impact the grid and how we control for some of that is going to be absolutely critical for our futures.
I'd like to hear from Eric from the DOE's perspective on the same thing.
Sure. I'd like to, I know we think about the future being in the future for this future renewable state, and to kind of Ken's just initial comments, the future is now. EIA reported earlier this week of the 16.8 gigawatts of utility scale generation that were added to the grid in the first half of 2023, 65% of those generation resources were renewables. 35% coming from wind, 35% from solar, 19% from wind, 11% from battery storage. The future is now. We are in that future right now and thinking about that and thinking through where the interface is. And that's really, to Ken's point, the bigger point of concern is beginning the transmission to distribution interface. If you look at kind of the we've talked about Moore County multiple times today at the Duke Energy System, but that was at the transmission distribution interface that really led to some of these issues. It's a situation where it needs further investigation. Where do those other situations exist across the grid? Are there key choke points in the system that we need to identify, and is that where we should be spending our time and effort against to reinforce and harden those aspects to ensure a reliable flow of delivery to our retail customers across the board through a variety of operating conditions. The last thing I'll point out, and kind of this comment, is the department has really taken on through kind of our office's work of security by design, trying to eliminate kind of the bolting on of security after the fact, whether that's in distribution resources or across the board, and really to think through cybersecurity being a key design principle that we're embedding into all of our devices that are being added into the grid, so there's confidence both at the retail end-use customer, but also at the electric utility who has to manage and control those resources as they operate through the device day. Whether that is in the morning, afternoon, middle of the night, there's confidence of security being there, and the operational response will be expected as needed.
Thank you. Others on that subject?
So the only thing I'll add, and I mentioned this earlier, is, we certainly see, without our spending generation, we see a weaker system, right? The inverter-based resources weaken the grid. We're losing our inertia, our dynamic reactive power, and system strength. However, we do see the silver lining. So as we are studying economic development loads and folks are coming to us and wanting to bring on these renewable projects, we are looking at the upgrades that are going to be required to do that. And so we see this future of, again, we're getting the generation closer to the source, to the load. And as you're doing that, we're trying to upgrade our system. Again, it's not cheap. It's going back to money, and we're sharing some of that burden with these folks. But a few examples of some things that we are seeing, we're redesigning the system to operate with more distributed and smaller generation sources. We are upgrading lines to increase capabilities to handle higher loading and replace antiquated relays and protection systems to clear faults quicker. We've talked about that. We're also using the opportunity to add optical ground wire and strengthen the system communications and protection paths. So at TVA, we're in a 10-year project to double our OPGW. And we're adding redundancy to systems and standardized equipment that we use to help us quickly bounce back from events. And I think that's super critical for us because we're spending a lot of time in making sure that those redundancy is key. And again, we talked about, we've standardized, we've spent a lot of time. TVA was built slowly across, and it's 90 years old now. So we were not standardized as our history marched along, and we've spent a lot of time in the last few decades trying to get back to that, and this further moves us down that path.
I think narrowly to resilience, it is specific to resilience, it's probably a resilience benefit. It's probably a net gain. If for no other reason than the fact of how distributed or dispersed it is on the system, it's going to come with other trade-offs, other risks associated with them. I would say, though, that just the development of the grid related to the introduction of all of this new generation, regardless of whether it's renewable, and the queues are almost exclusively, overwhelmingly renewable resources. If nothing else, the grid has probably never been studied more over a 5-year period than it is right now. The number of and Ken probably has nightmares about the number of interconnection requests in PJM right now. I'm going to guess that over a 2-year period right now, they've probably never studied or done more interconnection requests than it's probably over 2 years, you're probably doing what you used to in 5 or 10 years. And so from that, tenfold. So from that perspective, I definitely think you're going to have a better appreciation for what your transmission system can take from a resilience point of view than you ever were, just because you know it better now than you ever did.
I think just to add, Ken, when you talked about rate laying and protection, that's kind of my wheelhouse on that front, right? And I see, IEC 61850 is a big deal within our industry, and that's only technology is just going to keep growing as we go, right? And so that reliability piece aspect of it, if those manufacturers are, not doing well, keeping that protective, and it's compromised, that's a problem for the future. And so I think with technology comes big risk, big reward type scenarios, right?
Thank you. So we've talked about expanding the grid, and we've talked about things we can do to build resilience, build reliability, take critical substations off the list, make it a bigger, maybe not physically bigger, but a more robust, to use a word, grid. With that comes difficulties. There are always impediments in your way. You can come at it from a number of different perspectives. What obstacles are there to developing a more resilient grid? And what strategies, looking at it on the positive side, can be used to deal with these? How do we face the challenges of cost, siting, regulatory barriers, and staffing and training of everybody who's got to implement the projects and deal with these issues? And I'd like to start with Daniel.
Yeah. So similar to Ken, I'm holding on to this question, and outstanding question. When I saw it, I'll start off by stating the obvious, and it's already been mentioned. The next 10 years are going to be critical, but for us to continue reliable power in North America, our grid will not be the same in the next 10, 20, and 50 years, right? We talked about long-term investments, and that's what's going to win out eventually. And so, first of all, go to cost, right? I think we talked about the obstacles when it comes to cost, right? And it was mentioned here on the panel earlier, but the cost-benefit analysis, right? We need to be able to quantify the potential economic and societal benefits of grid resilience, right? And that can be difficult to do. I think during lunchtime, I talked to someone, and people, when they don't have power, there's loss of life, right? How can we quantify life? That's very difficult to do. That's very, very difficult to do, right? But we need to, this cost-benefit analysis will and can help justify investments to stakeholders and decision makers when it's all said and done, right? So we have to focus on that. Also, during lunchtime, I kind of talked about the difference between the construction dollars and the O&M dollars aspect of things, right? That I feel like utilities need to focus on that a bit. From what I've seen is that not all utilities are taking the same approach when it comes to this, right? And Tracy, you could probably talk about that. When you talk about that investment, right? And so what can we do with that? Again, I'm going to talk about power transformers, right? Pretty expensive piece of equipment inside the fence. Are we putting those with protection around it per se? Because it would be considered an investment in some way, shape, or form. And so I think that would take some of that O&M, situation away from said utilities. Siting, identifying locations for substation T-lines, I think can be extremely challenging, right? I've heard the saying, "Hey, not in my backyard," right? I think we've heard that before, right? And so, what are some strategies on that front? I think we have to engage with local communities early in the process to have this discussion. How I think what was discussed earlier. Hey, this is our grid. We want to take ownership of this, right? And so, easier said than done, I know. And then also, what's that optimal land use? I do think that using the technology that we have currently right now, or even GIS, is very important to use at this point. Regulatory aspects of it, Kent, I'm certain you're going to talk about this, but having clear communication and collaboration with you all is a must, right? And this is already taking place, right? But this is a great platform, for example, that we're doing today to openly talk about these issues and how we can move forward with it. And then something that hits home for me personally is the staffing and training aspect of things. I think, I've been to a lot of conferences over these last couple of years, and the number one topic that comes up is a lot of people are starting to retire here soon, right? And we don't have enough folks that are coming into the industry specifically, right? And so I think we're all experiencing that in this room, all of us, right? And so strategies on that front, right? Communicate openly that this is an important industry with a great future, right? There's folks in this room that talked about it earlier in the panel that, they were in a police force and then they came and they got dropped into this situation, right? But honestly, again, I'm a design engineer myself. I didn't really take physical security into the forefront until I started getting involved in some projects. Workforce development, I think utilities do a great job when it comes to starting work on, training programs, like for linemen and things of that nature. I think there's opportunities there. Knowledge sharing, of course, is important, but of course, we don't want to overshare, as was talked about. And then attracting great talent. We need to showcase that there are leaders in this space and that many folks don't know that this is actually a career path for them. And so I think that there's a future there. And so we need to start getting into the communities to be able to express these things. So that's what I got.
Thank you. And I guess looking at it from the standpoint of getting it done and helping out the constituents, the state perspective, Kent, if you could comment.
Yeah. So going back to something I mentioned earlier, and I think a few people have today, adding more requirements, right? Expanding TPL1, expanding SIP 14 obligations, increasing the number of studies that have to be done. The way the workforce is right now, especially in the transmission planning front, this is a zero-sum situation. For every hour that a transmission planner has spent doing affected system studies, is an hour that they can't be working on planning the transmission grid to be more resilient, right? So we have a limited amount of resources from that perspective, and I just hope that everybody keeps that in the back of their minds when we're talking about minimum studying and minimum requirements. I would say, and it's not on the list, but I can understand why. So cost, yes, and I'll get into that in just a second. I think probably the biggest barrier that I see, just because, I guess I don't have a real job, right? Like I, again, get to be Monday morning quarterback, is imagination. I think that is one of the biggest barriers here. That it's to my earlier point about looking narrowly at issues as opposed to looking broader at issues. So great example in Kentucky, and I don't want to. Occasionally, in certain areas, we have, especially when commodity prices are high, we have occasional thefts of copper from substations, right? Physical security probably could have diminished the rate of that theft. One of the primary things that did reduce the rate of that theft is a state requirement that folks have to provide their ID when they show up and sell copper at the local recycling business, right? Solutions to very specific problems that are within our small industry here but the solution is very simple, basically free, right? Didn't cost us anything, and it has significantly reduced the risk of that going forward in specific areas. R&D, right? I'm on the EPRI Advisory Council, and I see the work that EPRI does. Little things over time like low gas and low oil monitoring. That not a lot of money put into that. How much money have we saved? How many CMIs have we saved from just having those monitoring systems? And the incremental cost of that is effectively nothing. Optionality. This is something that I think outside the box thing. Reducing exotic or non-homogeneous facilities from your substations and replacing them with plug-and-play or types of transformers that you have 20 of in your system as opposed to only having one in a very specific substation. So that if you have an issue with that specific facility, you know you have plenty of spares because that's your primary type of transformer, your primary type of conductoring. And then again, low or no capital process changes, I think can significantly increase. I think that's a barrier today, just not thinking outside the box, but key control policies. Practicing responses or tabletops. Tabletop exercises have the opportunity to reduce response time and reduce the novelty of possibilities in people's heads. That in and of itself increases resilience. And it effectively costs nothing or no significant budget cost. So when it comes to regulatory barriers, you'd be surprised to find out that I don't like to think of regulation as a barrier. I like to think of it as an institutional reality. And so from the perspective of PUCs, this is no offense to Dan, we just met today, but I really hate the collaboration sort of perspective when it comes to regulators because, we're not supposed to be, it's not a friendly situation, it's a regulated situation. So from a PUC perspective, to me, it's about balancing security and transparency. And one of the things that I think there's really an opportunity for here is for FERC and NERC and other independent, nonpartisan, expert, unbiased entities to go out and actually educate PUC commissioners and their advisory staff. Because if they don't know about TPO1, if they don't know about SIP 14, then their education is going to come in the form of discovery. And I can tell you that there is nothing more frustrating and more expensive from the utility perspective than having to educate your regulator through formal discovery. And so, showing up and talking to people before cases get filed, I think is imperative. And it can't be the utility. And it probably even shouldn't be the RTO that's the, third-party validator. It needs to be somebody there whose sole job is not to make money and doesn't have a reliability obligation. So I just throw that out there. Because if it especially like a SIP 14 is a great example, if the education on a particular issue with SIP 14 has to occur through discovery, it's going to be pages and pages and pages of redacted material. And then all you're going to see is $107 million, $43 million. That's going to be the only, the aggregate cost is going to be the only thing the filing that's not redacted, and the public's going to say, what the hell is going on here? There's a project in our state that costs a specific amount and we know nothing else about it. We don't know the driver. It's like the big ugly substation. It is at that point obvious that something is there that you need to know, but you can't find out. And it really at the PUC level has to be a balance. And the last thing I'll say on this is I think there also has to be interaction with state legislators. Talking about the IDs to purchase copper, like that kind of stuff is helpful. And it needs to be from the perspective of FOIA or state open records laws, how to best balance that transparency versus safety. And last, I'd say there was a suggestion to make 715 stuff not transparent or hide it. If you want to make customers mad about their bills going up, go ahead and hide the gentleman from EEI, hide material that was previously public at the same time that their rates go up. that is the best way to get backlash from a transmission investments. We have to find a way to make sure that we can do this transparently so that people have confidence in the rates that they're paying and the cost that it takes to keep the lights on.
Thank you. Any other comments before? Yeah, go ahead.
So I'd be remiss in probably on behalf of the department not talking about kind of the funding that is available for utilities to kind of access at the department that has been made available by Congress through the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is approximately, I'll talk in three numbers because these are the three numbers. If my director was here, Piyush Kumar, he would kind of want to highlight these as well. And really, the department has been provided as the bipartisan infrastructure law, $62 billion over 5 years to support overall grid transformation, with $27 billion of that to upgrade and modernize our electric grid. There's an additional $369 billion in grants and loan program guarantees over the next 10 years overall. And the last number is $100 billion over 10 years, which is we will be able to assess from private equity that they're able to invest in the transformation of our electric grid. When you add up all of those three numbers, you get to an investment of over $1 trillion in our grid in the upcoming decade, which is going to lead to a large transformation of how our grid looks today with the same desired end-use characteristics as when I go to turn on the light in my kitchen, the light turns on. It's not agnostic to kind of where this fuel is coming from, where the generation is coming from. I just want to actually either microwave my food or like turn on the TV. Like it's exactly how we have to think about where the electricity is going to be used and how the end-use consumer is really going to expect little to no change in actually in that transformation.
Thank you. With that, with the few minutes we have left, I'd like to turn it over to our VIPs. And I guess, Eric, you want to go ahead and start?
Thank you. Thanks, Eric Vandenberg, FERC, Deputy Director, Office of Electric Reliability. First of all, thank you to the panel. Great discussion, very, very eye-opening. Wanted to drill down a little bit on a concept that Chair Chandler brought up, which is, that prioritization of various different, investments that a utility could make. Talking about needing to compare the status quo versus protecting a substation versus building a network upgrade to reduce the criticality of that substation. It almost feels like you're comparing apples and oranges and watermelons in a way. And so interested in the panel's thoughts on kind of how do you look at those three very different types of things, particularly, protecting a substation versus building a network upgrade. Protecting a substation could be $10 million, but building that network upgrade might be 30. How do you kind of look at those two alternatives and, weigh the costs and benefits? And is there kind of a, I don't want to say objective way, but, are there mechanisms to do that, effectively and in a repeatable way, or does it end up kind of being a qualitative determination?
Look, Eric, we have to talk. So I think what you're proposing is it's almost like we're pitting the resilience against the reliability, and we're really not. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to complement the reliability of the grid by being more resilient with another layer on top. So if I look at the way I'm looking at it, based on your question, I think I understand it, is we have a set number of criteria that we perform that are NERC criteria, our own criteria, our transmission owners criteria. We run studies against that. We test the system against it. We stress test the system so that we don't have bottled generation, so we can get it up on a transmission system and get it to the load centers. Then there's the layer of resilience on top of that. And resilience takes on many, many, many forms. And this is going back to Terry's point around different protection and control things that we can do. They're very, very inexpensive, very complex sometimes, going back to some of the things that Tracy talked about relative to, putting fiber optics in. But it's just another layer. And again, there's no silver bullet. And I don't think we're taking money away from mitigating the reliability criteria violation because we're worried about physically protecting a system. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to complement it and trying to cover down on those highest risk areas that we think if they were impacted in a negative way through either a cybersecurity event, an extreme weather event, or some sort of physical attack, that our system could still remain, alive, essentially, and not go down or not separate or go unstable.
Yeah, and Ken, just to clarify, I didn't necessarily mean, investments in resilience would take away from kind of the day-to-day reliability. I think we all know that, if you don't comply with EPL 1, Lonnie will come knocking at your door.
Lonnie. You're
exactly. He'll have something to say about it. So, that's stuff that has to happen. I think what I'm interested in is, that decision of, do we harden the asset or do we reduce its criticality? Because, like I said, it feels a little bit like apples and oranges, and how do you make that comparison? Because in particular, the network upgrade could have other ancillary benefits to the broader network. So I know you wanted softball questions, but
no. Look, I think it's a case-by-case basis. We evaluate each one of our SIP 14, facilities on a case-by-case basis. We're in a very tight system. We're very tightly integrated. We're not the western part of the grid. We're not West Texas either. We're in a very tightly short transmission line, very integrated, very populated eastern seaboard. So we're just not going to blow a 500 kV transmission line through the state of New Jersey and help out our friends in New York just because we're nice people. I mean, we just can't site transmission like that, right? So I think the answer is it depends. If I can site a transmission line and get it built and mitigate and take a SIP 14 facility off the list that I believe is absolutely critical, that could affect national security, we're going to try to build transmission. If I can't, we're going to harden the hell out of the thing, right, is what we're going to do. So it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, I think.
I would completely agree. And so case by case is kind of where I was headed, and it's all risk-based. And I think, again, for us, it's the bulk projects that come out of those analyses, right? Like we know, like I said, through our SIP 14s, that we know where we're weak, and those projects are going to get created, and we're going to go forward to protect the interconnect. And then, like I said, I mean, if the cost is feasible, I mean, we may spend some money, but in general, we're going to just go after the big ones and then accept the risk for the things we know are there, but we can't get to them.
And then one other follow-up, Ken, for you. I know you said in PJM you guys are thinking about a formal driver for resilience, and just wondered if you could talk a little bit about, how do you think that'll change the planning process, if maybe not, the actual analysis? How do you think that'll change the dynamic of the planning process?
Yeah, I mean, again, look, what I go to is, we look at all of these extreme events. We do all these tests every year. We file it with RFC. We file it with NERC. We study the system on Team Wave till Sunday, going back to Ken's point. And I think, then at that point is, as the system continues to evolve, I think it's going to be helpful for us to have a resilience driver in place that I can then reinforce the system with and go to the board with. Right now, we may see an extreme issue under a certain stress test that we put on the system, and we may run the Monte Carlo analyses. We may run 10,000 different simulations, and that thing may come up time and time and time again. So wouldn't it be nice if I had a driver that I could then reinforce the system to mitigate that level of risk, that I know if somebody would discover it or if it would occur, that it would bring the system to its knees? I need some sort of driver to be able to reinforce around that. Right now, I can discover it. I may not have the ability because I don't have anything that allows me to go to our stakeholders or go to the board to get approval to reinforce that. So that would be a big one, in addition to what we've seen coming out of FERC, and it's been tossed over to NERC relative to the extreme event, the one-time informational piece, which we'll see what information comes out of that, and then certainly, the work that NERC's doing right now. So a lot of work being done in this space, but it goes beyond just extreme events. And we're looking at a lot of different aspects, including, what is the value of some of our load.
Thank you.
Howard, do you have any comments from there? Well, thank you all very much. We have a number of, Joe, you've had a number of questions. I want to open up to you too.
No, but thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
Just want to thank the panelists and moderators again. do you have some closing thoughts? Yeah.
Great, thanks, Howard. First of all, just really reiterate our appreciation for everybody being here today. I know a lot of you have traveled from far away to be here, left your families and friends, so really appreciate it. This, to me, was an incredible, timely, and informative conversation that underscored the importance of this issue. I think for me, my big takeaways go back to a lot of what the chairman said this morning, is this is a multifaceted issue, and none of us is in a position to solve this alone. I think all the great speakers we heard today, to me, just reinforced that concept, and really grateful for those perspectives. The other thing that I think was very obvious as we listened to all our great speakers today was that a risk-based approach is imperative. Bright line, one-size-fits-all solutions are just not something that is well-suited to a lot of work in this industry and this issue in particular. So no matter what we go forward with as a group, needs to be risk-based, and we'll have to work together to do it. So again, thank you. The one, I think, housekeeping issue I wanted to mention, and the team mentioned this up front, is post-technical conference comments. We do appreciate folks who wanted to comment on the record and weren't able to be here today. So we will, at some point in the next couple of days, issue a notice that gives folks the opportunity to file written comments for those not able to be here today. So thank you, Howard.
Perfect. Joe, any final thoughts?
Hey, Eric. Thank you, Eric. I just wanted to first say thank you to all the staff that made this conference possible, and to every participant that took the time to prepare remarks and personally attend. Just a few key takeaways, knowing that I'm standing between you and home, so I'll be very brief. Although there may be opportunities to improve the standard, increased physical security protections can and are being taken by the industry, even without requirements in place to better protect physical security. That message came across loud and clear, folks. Secondly, security investments can be expensive and are very site-specific. Therefore, the owners and operators feel they must have the ability to make these determinations themselves. Third, it is critical that the government, and this would include state and federal governments, and the industry, communicate and, to the extent possible, even cooperate on threats, vulnerabilities, research, mitigations, cost, and prioritization of physical security protections. And then finally, when planning and building the grid moving forward, it is important to build in security and resiliency so as to eliminate, if possible, those facilities that would be on the SIP 14 list. And in conclusion, I'd just like to end where the chairman started this morning. At the commission, security is job one. I just want to thank everyone that participated today to share this priority.
Thanks, Joe. And it takes a village sometimes to put this together. We had a lot of staff involved at both FERC and NERC to do this. I'd like to express my appreciation for that. I know it was a lot of work. Specifically to Terry and Loy at FERC for kind of herding the cats on that side, for Lonnie and Ryan for herding the cats on our side. It was an excellent conference. I've got a lot to think about now. I think we all have. It's almost information overload at this point. And so we'll have an opportunity. We've been recording it. We'll have an opportunity to kind of go back and review this to kind of help, I guess, collate around some things. But I very much appreciate the fact that we're all here together talking about this issue, and that we're all willing to share what we've learned, I think, over the last several years in these particular areas. So thank you so much. Safe travels on the way back. Hopefully it's not going to be raining today, and everybody will be able to get their flights off or their cars out of here. So thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.